Golden Age Radio is starting now. Subscribe to get future updates.
Ladies and gentlemen, gather round your radios for a journey back in time. Step into the golden age of radio.
com/c/gar to see more videos like this, new videos every day.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Cooper Corporation, how may I direct your call? Just a moment. Cooper Corporation.
Coffee coming through. Who ordered coffee?
With sugar and 2 creams.
Right here.
Thanks, Louie.
You got it. Coffee here.
Do you have any Danish this morning?
I got bran muffins, granola bars, and trail mix.
Oh, no. What happened to the Danish?
Mr. Cooper's orders.
Mr. Cooper, how come?
He's on a health kick. Says Danish is bad for you.
For the whole office?
Everybody on the floor. He wants more work out of you.
Oh, well. I suppose I'll have one of those granola bars. Is it chocolate coated?
K-Rob.
Sounds positively yummy. Guess I'll give it a try.
Hey, that's wrong, you know.
What is, McNulty?
Well, the pastries are bad for the brain. True, they're mostly sugar and starch, and so are muffins, huh? Granola bars? Granola bars have as much fat as 13 strips of bacon. Did you know that? And trail mix? Forget it! Forget it! There's so many calories and saturated fats, you might as well eat a tub of popcorn, huh? With butter! Well, if Mr. Cooper wants to improve productivity.
All I know is I got coffee with cream, cream and sugar, cream by itself, sugar by itself, or artificial sweetener. And that old favorite, all black. Take your pick.
Ah, diversification. Now you're on the right track. As I always say, you can't run a business standing still. A business has got to move. A business has got to progress. You think about that now.
Excuse me, I gotta progress through the office.
Yeah, so do I. We all do. A business has got to keep pushing, keep punching, keep prodding, keep moving forward. That's what a business has got to do. Now, you think about that.
Personally, I gotta get a drink of water. You coming, Gertrude?
Oh, yeah. I think I better go with you.
Sounds good. Think I'll come along, too.
Oh, that's
all
all right.
Hey, did you know that water is the most important part of a healthy diet? We're almost all water. Our cells feed off of it, right? Hey, you see that suggestion box on the wall? I personally told Mr. Cooper to get better quality bottled water. Huh? But the chemicals they put in it these days, think about it now. It's a disgrace. Not to mention.
Submitted for your approval, or at least your analysis, one Patrick Thomas McNulty, who at age 41 is the biggest bore on Earth. He holds a 10-year record for the most meaningless words spewed out during a typical coffee break. And it's very likely that as of this moment, he would have gone on through life in precisely the same manner. A dull, argumentative big mouth who sets back the art of conversation at least 1,000 years. I say he very likely would have, except for something that will soon happen to him. Something totally unexpected that will considerably alter his existence and ours. You think about that now, because this is, after all, the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone, and our story, A Kind of Stopwatch, starring Lou Diamond Phillips, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
You can taste the impurities. We need clean air, too. HEPA filters, air ionizers, the whole bit, And these rooms need a new paint job while they're at it, a nice, soothing color.
Come on, Angie. Let's go to the powder room.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Because we got to keep this company on track. You think about it now.
We will. McNulty?
Right here?
Mr. Cooper would like to see you.
Well, you hear that, everybody, huh? Mr. Cooper would like to see McNulty, huh? And all because of that box right there. You know why Mr. Cooper wants to see McNulty? Because McNulty has been feeding him suggestions in that box for 11 months now. Did I say suggestions? Wrong word. Suggestions any clod can give, huh? But dynamic blueprints for the future only McNulty can give, huh? You just think about that.
Mr. Cooper's waiting, Mr. McNulty.
I don't suppose you'd be free for dinner, would you, huh? I was thinking we could, dine at some cozy little out-of-the-way place, nice and intimate, And maybe a trip to Light Fantastic.
If I were starving to death and you were the last man on Earth and it meant whether I'd live or die, I might be. But I'm not, you're not, and it doesn't. So buzz off, Buster.
In here, McNulty.
Hi, Mr. Cooper.
Do you know what I've been doing for the last half hour?
You've been looking through the suggestion box. I knew it was going to happen one of these days, Mr. Cooper. I've been expecting it. You see, the thing of it is, it takes a very special kind of employer to recognize that one of his men has got it. And obviously, McNulty does.
Truer words, McNulty, have probably never been spoken here or anywhere else. I have just gone through the residue of the suggestion box covering the past 3-month period. Here is your suggestion dated March 13th. Make hot dogs flat so they can fit more easily into a hamburger bun.
Well, how about that? Now, you think about that now, Mr. Cooper.
Make tin cans square so they can be stacked together more easily.
Well, huh? Isn't that a guess? You think about that, too.
Put small pontoons in field packs of soldiers so that when they cross rivers, they can float.
That's worth $1 million as it stands, huh? I mean, that one little suggestion. You see, the soldiers, they go into the water in the cans. Well, the cans, they're full of air, see, so...
Mr. McNulty, the Cooper Corporation makes ladies' foundation garments. It has nothing whatsoever to do with hamburgers, hot dogs, tin cans, or national defense. Not a single one of your 340 suggestions, repeat, not one of them, has anything remotely to do with this company's product.
Right. See? I wanted to talk to you about that, too. What you ought to do is focus on new inventions for our customers.
Our customers?
Well, I've been doing some reading about pressure and leverage, the principles of engineering, and one of the greatest engineers of the 20th century was Howard Hughes. Why, did you know that he invented the cantilevered brassiere? Huh? He invented an undergarment that actually defied the laws of gravity, huh? Like a suspension bridge. And if it weren't for his little invention, nobody would have ever heard of Jane Russell. Huh? Did you know that?
I believe this company is well aware of the history of our product lines, and they don't have anything to do with 1940s movie stars or eccentric old recluses with mental delusions.
Exactly! The key to a successful business is diversification. More products for more kinds of customers. Now you think about that.
I have thought about it, McNulty. Now you think about this.
Yes, sir.
You're fired!
Another round, McNulty?
In a minute. I'm still working on this one.
Now over here, Joe. Coming right up.
You know something?
Oh, here we go again.
With the long ball hitter, as opposed to the consistent clutch hitter with a big average, I will take the latter.
Well, that's very nice of you to tell us, McNulty.
Well, it's a fact that at no time has the home run leader in either league led the league in batting at no time, which should tell you.
Ted Williams won the batting championship and led the league in home runs in 1941, 42, and 47.
The exception to the rule. Think about that now. The exception to the rule.
You know something? My sister's got 5 kids, a 6'4" walk-up, a little bitty TV set, and an air conditioner that don't work. But I'll tell you what else it don't have. It don't have McNulty. Me, I'm out of here.
Like I was saying, it's the exception that proves the rule.
Let me ask you something, McNulty. How come you're in here so early tonight? You've been sitting here now for 3.5 hours.
Well, for the simple reason that I quit my job.
No kidding.
Yeah, I went into Mr. Cooper's office and I read him off. Just like that, you know, Cooper I said.
Don't tell me, McNulty. You got canned.
Well, in a manner of speaking, you might say, well, yeah, we mutually agreed that I wasn't going to work there anymore. Let me ask you something. Wouldn't you think that after 1 year of putting suggestions in the suggestion box, after 1 whole year, I'd get noticed?
McNulty, you want to know something? Getting noticed and getting liked are 2 different things.
What do you know about it?
Nothing, McNulty. Not a thing. All I know is that every week of every month except Election Day, you come in here and drive everybody out of their skull walking on your lower lip. Now you think about that little thing, will you? For my sake.
Where's my other beer?
Right here.
Thank you, barkeep. If you don't mind, I think I'll find myself a nice, quiet table to sit at. Goodbye. Excuse me, my good man. Is this seat taken?
Is now.
So, what do you say, old-timer?
I say 54-40 or fight. I also say, damn the torpedoes and full speed ahead. And on occasion, I have been known to say, it takes a heap of living to make a house a home.
You want another one?
Thank you. I would consider it a kindness on your part.
One more over here, please. So, what's your name?
What's my name? Potts.
Potts?
Potts.
Oh, that's not such a bad name.
It is the one I was born with.
Seems to me there was a third baseman played for the Phillies 1 year. Seems to me his name was Potts. Let's see, it was Lou Potts, Frank Potts. Could it have been Bots?
No. Potts.
You paying, McNulty? Because this old rummy already gave me his last dollar.
This man is my friend. And I like a little respect from you while you're at it.
I bet you would, McNulty. And you getting respect from me would be about as easy as flagging down a cab on 46 and Broadway at 8 o'clock on New Year's Eve in the rain.
Here you go. So, what do you want to talk about? You want to talk about baseball?
Well, it is a great American pastime, and I am so glad that Abner Doubleday saw fit to invent it. To your health, friend. And now, to show my appreciation for your generosity, I have something for you. Consider it a gift, a small remembrance of our friendship.
Ah, what is it?
It's an old family heirloom, a kind of stopwatch, you might say.
Why do you carry it around? I mean, you know, if it's just a stopwatch, it doesn't keep time, right?
That is a fact. But it's all yours nonetheless. Someday you might own a racehorse. Or you might want to run the 4-minute mile. Who knows? Now you've got a stopwatch to time yourself. I've been looking for someone to give it to. I myself am finally finished with it. Goodbye, old pal. E pluribus unum.
Hey, you didn't finish your beer.
You done for the night, McNulty? There ain't no more ears in here you can bend. You bored 10 people to death and you emptied this place faster than a smallpox sign.
Funny looking watch. Anyway. I hate to go home, Joe. I mean, geez, you know, I already saw the picture on the Late Show. I even saw the one on the Late Show.
Hey, McNulty, do me a favor, would you? Whenever you get the thirst, go to some other bar.
Sometimes, I wish I was married, because so I wouldn't have to go anywhere, You ever get that feeling, huh? How do you work this thing? Push the button on the top.
And another thing about you, McNulty, you make me nervous. First you come in here, and then...
What? What's going on, Joe? Hey, Joe. Why ain't you moving, Joe? Joe, why don't you say something? I mean, it's like he was frozen. What's with the TV? There was a game on. The guy started to pitch, and well, you look at that. The ball's just hanging there. Did the TV freeze up or something? Say, what is this? Something's going on. All I was doing was telling you about how bored I was, and then that crazy gleep gives me this watch here, and I push the button on it like this,
And you bore people to death. And then you start to make me so nervous my back itches. And...
Hey, I kinda like this.
Furthermore, it's getting so people don't stay very long in my establishment when you're around. You catch my drift? They stick their heads in, see you sitting here, and move on. In other words, you're costing me business, McNulty. Do I have to make it any plainer? So like I say, take it somewhere else, okay, pal? It's nothing personal.
I make you nervous? You don't suppose this watch here...
You know something, McNulty? You're the one guy who makes me wish they never repealed Prohibition.
And you know what I think, Joe? I think this watch is a very unusual one. That's what I think. A very, very unusual watch. Huh?
Hey, buddy, watch where you're going.
Sorry. Sorry, my good man.
Yeah, you should be.
Excuse me.
Begging your pardon, lady.
Officer, oh, officer.
Yes, ma'am?
That man over there, I think he's drunk.
Oh, he is he?
He bumped right into me. You can see the way he's staggering. He can hardly stand up. Oh, it's a disgrace.
Well, no, we'll just see about that. Hold on there, fella.
Yes, officer?
Had a little too much to drink, did we?
Oh, I wouldn't say that. Not enough is more like it.
Why don't you just go home and sleep it off? You'll feel better in the morning.
Yes, of course. I'm on my way home now, as a matter of fact.
Walking, are you? I'd say you're in no condition.
You know, you're right, officer. I was just thinking about that.
Well, get along with you now.
Why should a man have to walk at all, right? He could fall down and get hurt. Now, here's an idea for you. You make the sidewalks out of rubber, huh? Think about that now, huh? No more injuries. You fall, you bounce right back up again. All the money the city could save. No more broken arms and legs to fix by the hospitals would save millions. Not to mention the insurance companies.
I think I better call you a cab.
Okay. I'm a cab. You get it? You said I'll call you, and then I said, well...
No more kidding now.
None at all. I don't want a cab. In the first place, I never stop for you. And in the second place, it takes too long on account of there's too much traffic in this city in the first place. Am I right or am I wrong? You tell me that.
I'm not telling you nothing. Now listen.
Hey. You know what they ought to do? Put in moving sidewalks, huh? That way, all a man has to do is stand in one place, not even use a single muscle, and before you know it, he's home. You think about that?
I'm serious. If you can't afford a cab, the subway's right at the end of the block. Now run along. Either that or I'll haul you in right now.
On what charge, may I ask?
Public intoxication. Plus, you're making a real nuisance of yourself. Now quit flapping your lips and get a move on, you hear?
Of course I do, officer. I hear the wisdom of your words, and I have enjoyed this conversation immensely. A good evening to you, sir.
Just move along now.
Subway, huh? Well, I guess it's an okay way to get around for now. Of course, if anybody would listen to McNulty...
Hurry up, will ya?
Hey, well, what's the matter with this turnstile? I'm pushing, but it doesn't turn.
You gotta put a token in.
Oh. Yes, of course.
Next. How many?
What? Oh, yes, just one.
One token. Where's your money?
I don't have any small bills.
No money, no token.
But I have to get home.
Well, don't go trying to jump the gate or the guard will find you, but good. Next.
Come on, buddy.
Next.
Can't you just reach over and take a token off the top of that stack and hand it to me? See, nobody will notice. He's just this once.
What's with that guy?
Of all the nerve.
I think there's something wrong with him.
Next person in line.
Wait, in that case, I may have a solution to this little impasse of ours.
Hurry up, will you?
It's just this switch here on top.
Oh, for crying out loud, now he's setting his watch.
Yes, you see, this is the button I pushed before. Now then. Well, what do you know? Looks like I don't need a token to get through the gate after all. I'll just climb over right under your nose, Mr. Security Guard. Huh? And when I'm safely aboard my train... Oh, wait a minute. Oh, no. Why take the train at all? Why, when there are other modes of transportation available, other much more comfortable kinds... Now, I'll just click this stopwatch one more time. And all I have to do is wait till I see what I'm looking for.
You again. Thought you was getting on the subway.
Oh, I was, officer. I was. But, you know, it's much too crowded. I decided to take a cab after all.
Say, what are you trying to pull?
Why, nothing, officer. Huh? It's just that I thought of another way to get home.
You even got enough money for a cab? Or did you drink it all?
Money? What an old-fashioned concept. I don't really think that's necessary now. No, not necessary at all.
No?
No, not as long as I can stop a cab. Of course, that's hard to do on a corner like this.
Let's go. I think I better take you down to the station house.
But why bother, huh? I mean, you know, as long as I can hail a cab. Let me show you McNulty's method. You watch, and you think about it now, okay? Taxi! There, yeah. I think I can see a cab now. That one, in the middle of the street. How nice of the driver to stop just for me. Hello there, driver. What, not speaking, huh? Well, let me see what I can do to fix that.
What? Hey, who are you? How'd you get in my car?
Never mind, I'm here now, aren't I?
Okay, where to?
Home, driver. Take me downtown by the shortest possible route, and you think about it now.
Sure thing.
Hey, have you ever thought about this? Ban cars completely, you know, in the city at least, for starters. Helicopters. Now that's the future. Your private copters, okay? Each one big enough to hold one person. You think about the savings in gas, pollution, in traffic jam, not to mention police meter maids, no parking zones.
Anything you say, buddy.
Yeah, you see, all you do is you take some electric golf carts and you retrofit them with propellers on top and you plug them in, you charge them up and...
Here you go.
Now, you think about what I said now. The only way to make a really comfortable car seat is to build it horizontal. Like those, what do you call them, luge guys in the Olympics, right? Right? Huh? See? That way you just lie down. And you steer looking into a mirror, the same as a periscope. You think how low to the ground all the cars would be is a better center of gravity. It's much better. Plus, you can see across the street without having to strain your neck. And when it comes to getting out, all you do is you roll, like in your bed, right? Now that would be a big improvement.
This here is it, mister. Far as I go. Think I'm gonna pack it in for the night.
Thank you, my good man.
That's $17.80.
How's that?
The fare. Make it $18 plus something for the wife and kids.
Now, you see, that's just my point. All that money, and for what? I say ban the internal combustion engine. Springboard shoes would work just fine. All we need is a company to manufacture a prototype.
You gonna pay me or talk me to death?
Neither, to tell you the truth. Do you have the time?
Huh?
The time. Here, let's have a look at my pocket watch, shall we? Have I told you about it yet? This is really a very unusual watch. A kind of, stopwatch. Literally. Allow me to demonstrate.
Don't try to con me. All I want is for you to pay up. If you don't, I'm calling this in. It's a violation of the city code to defraud.
There. Isn't that better? So much more restful. I think I'll go inside now and lie down. No, don't you worry about it. As soon as I get to my apartment, I'll open the window and hit the button on this stopwatch again, and you'll be on your way. And tomorrow morning, so will I. In fact, from the way things are going so far, I say that your friend and mine, the one and only Patrick T. McNulty, is going to be the life of the party. Yeah? You be sure to think about that now, won't you? Stand back, world. McNulty is walking through the universe.
Yes, it is.
And a good morning to you, listeners. We'll be bringing you the Eye of All News at 7:27.
Oh, forgot to turn the blasted alarm off.
But for now, here's an update from Weather Central. Some overcast this morning with scattered clouds this afternoon. And now, back to this morning's casual concert for the swinging set.
Wrong. There is nothing moderate about today, because today is the day that people start listening to McNulty. Unless it was some kind of dream. Now, where is that crazy watch? Aha! Here! Alright, now let's give it the old test. My kind of town. Millions of people going to work, no imagination. But McNulty, now that's a different story. A man who's just full of ideas, so original, they don't have a word for him yet. But they will. If this thing works. Well, here goes. It's not a dream! It's not a dream! It's the goods! The real deal! This wonderful, gorgeous watch! I just push the button and everything stops. I mean everything! The whole world stops for me. Get ready out there. McNulty steps up to the plate, he swings, and he swats it clean out of the park.
There he is.
Oh, no.
Not McNulty again.
What's doing here?
Maybe he's going to shoot up the place.
Morning, Angie.
McNulty?
You look lovely this morning, as always.
What's the suggestion this time? Because if you haven't got one handy, I've got one for you.
Yes?
Why don't you jump off a bridge?
Honey, baby, you don't mean that. Wait till you see what I got in my pocket. It'll put a dent in your eyeballs.
Try the Brooklyn Bridge at midnight.
You think about this now. You think about a stopwatch that, if somebody pushes it, everything stops in midair. Everything, huh? Huh? Think about that.
Without a life jacket.
McNulty, why don't you get lost? What's the point?
You see this little gimmick?
It's a watch, so...
So, last night, I'm sitting in Joe Pellucci's bar.
Figures.
We're talking about this and that, and this funny little gleep comes in and gives me this watch. Without thinking about it, I give it a push. This little button right here. And everything stops dead. Pellucci stops, the ball game stops, you know what else? Everything. That's what stops. You think about that.
No kidding. Joe Pellucci and the TV, too. Well, thanks for the entertainment. Now get out of here.
After I see Cooper, it's time to diversify.
Now you wait just a minute, McNulty. Mr. Cooper's in conference.
You bet he is. He's in conference with me.
I thought I fired you, McNulty. What are you doing back here?
Mr. Cooper, he barged right in. I couldn't do anything about it.
Well, if he barged right in, he'll barge right out again.
Hey, listen, Coop.
Coop?
You can't afford to fire me. This time, I got more than a suggestion. I got the goods. You figure out how this little doohickey works, and you got yourself all the money in the world.
McNulty, once more I remind you, we make ladies' foundations, nothing else. Did you hear me? Nothing else. Now I'll give you 15 seconds to leave this room, 25 seconds to reach the elevator, 45 seconds to vacate the building, and you may use that watch to time yourself.
Is that a fact? All right, then. I'll go. Just remember, you lost a fortune today. Why, that gleep didn't even let me show him.
McNulty, if you're not out of here in 1 minute, I'll call the police.
So, what am I waiting for? I'll show him anyway. I'll show you all!
Hello, operator. Get me...
Now, you put that phone down and come with me. That's right. In here. Right on Cooper's lap. How about that, huh? Nice coffee. Right in the middle of pouring it, huh? And you, hey, sweetheart. I like your typing. Don't your hands get tired up in the air like that, huh? Alright, so it's good for a laugh, maybe. There must be something else I can do with this thing.
Miss Hinckley, what do you think you're doing?
Who's up next?
Don't look now. It's the cleanup man. The guy could empty a baseball stadium, not to mention a bar. And if you don't spend 3 hours telling us how he'd run the Mets, he'll keep ootsing me about how I should run my own place.
Hey, Joe. Hey, you want to hear a good idea? Why don't you make a swinging door like in the movies, huh? Maybe change the name of the place, Pellucci's Western Saloon. Hey, how about that?
Hey, McNulty, how about that? I'll have it done first thing in the morning.
Ah, that's great. Then every time I come in, I'll push open a swinging door and I'll think, I did this. Wait, whoa. You're not putting me on, are you, Joe?
McNulty, the only thing I'd put you on is a slow freighter heading for the other side of the world.
See ya, Joe.
Yeah, I'm out of here.
Relax, boys. You're about to see something you ain't gonna believe.
Yeah, well, make it quick, huh?
With this little gizmo right here, I can stop trains, buses, planes, subways. There ain't nothing in this world I can't stop.
Yeah, what about your mouth?
I gotta pour myself a drink.
Watch this. All right, now, I'll move your beer over here and put yours in front of him. Let's see. How about if I undo your tie like this, huh? Oh, and Joe, over there. Hey, why look, Joe, where's your glass now, huh? You're gonna be pouring beer in your hand, huh? All right, okay. Here we go again.
Oh, what the...
Well? Huh? Well? Come on now, what do you think about that, huh?
Think about what?
What, are you kidding? You didn't see what I just did?
Out of the way, McNulty. I want to make it home by the bottom of the 8th.
See ya, Joe.
Well, you done it again, McNulty. You emptied my bar. You drive more people out of saloons than Carrie Nation.
Oh, I get it. Of course you couldn't see what happened. Of course you couldn't. How could you? You guys got froze. I'm the only one who sees what's going on. The only one. See? So I got the greatest conversation piece in the world. The greatest. And what does it do? It stops conversation.
Well, so it shouldn't be a total loss. You should order up. But drink it fast, will you? The combination of you, the hot weather, and my business recession is more than I can take for one day.
Hey, Palucci, look at me.
What are you, some kind of sadist?
Do you know what you're looking at? A jerk. A jerk, I'm telling you. A jerk, a nutsy. That's what you're looking at.
You want to stop there or go for double or nothing?
It's a fact. What do I want this thing for? I want to get a little notice, that's what. Well, let me tell you something, Palucci. When John D. Rockefeller got out of a car, why did people go up to shake his hand?
I'll bite. Why?
Because he had dough. That's why. Lettuce, the old Mizzou. J.P. Morgan walks into a bar. The head waiter almost breaks his neck trying to get a table ready. Why? I'll tell you why. Because J.P. Morgan was loaded. You think about that now. And you think about this. As of today, McNulty's gonna be loaded too. I'm gonna have a limousine drive me up here. I'm gonna have a chauffeur open the door. I'm gonna walk into this crummy joint of yours and buy about 18 rounds for everyone. Huh? And then, just for a laugh, I'll buy you a mortgage.
You don't mind if I don't hold my breath, do you, McNulty?
Palucci, old pal, take a good long look. The next time you see me, I'll be the new McNulty.
Why don't you go the whole route and move to Honolulu?
Palucci, tonight I'll be able to buy Honolulu.
I'd like to make a deposit to my account.
You'll have to wait in line.
I want to cash this check.
All in large bills, ma'am?
Next customer in line.
Is this where I make a withdrawal?
Yes, sir. How much would you like?
Oh, I don't know. How much you got?
Sir?
I'll take small bills. Lots of them.
Just need your bank account number.
Right here. Oh, you want me to get them for you? Oh, sure. No problem. Well, let's see. Oh, a bag of 5s. And some 10s. And, some 20s while I'm at it. Yeah, let's see, that ought to do it. Oh, don't worry, folks, it's only money. It grows on trees. That's what it does, right? It grows on trees. For me. Might have to make a couple of trips, though. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3. My watch. Well, it better be shockproof. Hey, start already, come on. Hey, what's the matter with this thing? Hey, everybody can start moving again, okay? All right, come on, here we go. Up, come on, let's go, come on, get with it. Hey, anybody know how to fix a watch? Come on, anybody, give me a little help here. Hey, everybody, it's me, McNulty, huh? Hey, Angie, where are you? Come on, you guys, you can wake up now. All right, it's just this little switch here. See, I'll get this thing fixed. It's no sweat, okay? Where's Mr. Cooper? He'll know what to do. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Cooper. Hey, what's she doing still sitting on your lap? I thought that was yesterday. Joe, please do something. Say something. Go ahead, insult me. Please, won't somebody do something? Or say something, hey, please! Don't anybody know where I can get a watch fixed? I'm begging you, please. Hey! Anybody! Please do something! Say something! Anything!
Mr. Patrick Thomas McNulty, who was given the gift of unlimited time, he used it and misused it, and now he's been handed the bill. Mr. McNulty, who now controls the earth and everything on it. From this point on, he will eat well, live well, and have everything at his beck and call. But the thing he wanted most, the thing that gave him the most acute hunger, his need for a sympathetic ear, this he will never have again. Tonight's tale of motion and the lack thereof, and a man named McNulty in a place called the Twilight Zone.
You are listening to rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Tired of the everyday routine? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape. Designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure. Escape. Brought to you by the Richfield Oil Corporation of New York and the independent marketers of Richfield gasolines, motor oils, and other petroleum products. Look for the Richfield Eagle on the cream and blue pumps.
Tonight, we escape to a small town on the California coast, behind whose scenes exists a world of terror, blackmail, and death. As H.V. Dixon tells it in his exciting new novel, Something for Nothing.
The moon wasn't up yet. It was after 9 and as dark as my pocket, and I was still 100 miles below San Francisco. The coast route is tricky driving, too. The road dips and curves like a squirming snake, smack up against the mountains on one side, and on the other, a sheer long drop to the sea. But I was driving north, and I had the inside lane, which wasn't so bad. And I kept bowling right along. And then about 3 miles below Bayside, I was going into a sharp curve to the right when beyond it, coming toward me, the lights of another car flared up, a big cream-colored sedan on the wrong side of the road bearing down on me. I slammed on my brakes and skidded sideways. The other car barely skimmed past, and I saw a woman hanging halfway out the door on the driver's side looking scared to death. She didn't even try to make the turn. Our car went straight for the lip of the cliff, and just as it went over, the woman jumped. And the car went smashing down the face of the cliff, easy, a 200-foot drop all the way to the ocean. Hey! Hey, are you all right? Well, maybe she slid over. Hey there!
Oh.
What? Where are you?
Don't bother.
Oh, there you are.
I'm all right.
Here, hold on. Don't fall over the edge now.
I'm a little shaky.
There we go.
I didn't see your car not till the last second.
Look, lady, I didn't run you off the road. You were way over on my side.
Oh, I didn't mean it was your fault. My brakes failed. I was coming down the grade. I guess I lost my head.
You could have made it all right without brakes. You weren't going very fast.
Oh.
I can't see your car down there.
It's probably underwater.
Might have landed on the rocks, huh?
No, I heard it splash.
Can I drive you anywhere? I wasn't going your way.
Oh, that's all right. I'll go back to Bayside. I was going to see some friends down the road, but I don't feel like seeing them now. You can drop me in town.
Fine. I'd be glad to.
Oh.
Whoa, you're pretty wobbly. Here, let me help you.
It's a shock, I guess.
Yeah, that was a close one. Say, wait a minute.
Hmm?
There wasn't anybody else in that car, was there?
No. No, I was alone.
You live in Bayside?
Yes.
I might stop off there tonight, overnight.
Well, you couldn't possibly find a room tonight. The tourist season started.
Well, I might find something in a motel.
Oh, I'm sure everything's full up, and it's easy driving beyond Bayside. No more mountains if you're going to San Francisco.
Yeah, that's where I'm going.
Do you live in San Francisco?
Oh, I did when I was a kid. Lately, I've been living in L.A. I've been working in pictures.
Oh.
For a while, I thought I'd be another Clark Gable or a Robert Taylor or something. Every agent in town was after me, but you know how it is. It didn't pan out.
Why not? You're handsome.
Oh, sure. Too handsome. I've photographed too slick. I saw I'd never be anything but third rate, so I got out.
Yes, I suppose that's sensible.
Well, welcome Bayside city limits. Now, where do I take you?
Straight ahead.
Huh?
This is Surf Avenue. It'll take you through to the main highway.
Well, where do you live?
Oh, you don't have to take me there. Stop here.
Well, why here?
I'm going to the police station to report the accident.
Well, don't you want me to go along and be a witness?
Oh, no, I'm sure that isn't necessary. Have a nice trip to San Francisco.
Thanks.
You are going right through, aren't you?
I guess so.
Well, you'll be there in 2 hours.
Yes, I know.
Yes, well, thanks again, and goodbye.
There was something funny about that dame. Something was worrying her besides that accident. The way she acted toward me, for instance. All she cared about was getting me out of town fast. So, naturally, I decided to stay a while to find out why. I found a room without any trouble at all, and then I walked around Bayside. I liked what I saw. The cars, the stores, the way the women were dressed. Yeah, Bayside was loaded with money. And then sometime after midnight, I dropped into a bar. One of the customers was yawking away to the bartender. I ordered scotch over ice and listened in.
She phoned the station about an hour ago and said Frank wasn't the type to go somewhere, not let her know.
That was the customer, a big moon-faced man with a red neck who had cop written all over him.
Didn't sooner or later bust loose. What do you know? Frank's going off on a bin.
Well, I told her we'd check around.
Hey, she say Frank was driving that cream-colored job of his?
My heart jumped like a hooked trout.
He sure can't disappear far in that car.
It was hard to keep the excitement out of my voice. Pardon me, but what color car did you say?
Huh?
Well, I just drove in from L.A. and I passed a cream-colored sedan a few miles back.
You couldn't miss this one. Darndest color you ever saw.
Huh?
The ornament on the hood is a big pair of dice.
Well, the one I saw, a woman was driving.
No, Frank never lets anyone drive his car.
Well, Gassner doesn't know how to drive, does she?
Oh, sure she does, Chief. She just got a new convertible, only, she doesn't go out much.
Doesn't drink, doesn't wear makeup, doesn't do anything much, and she sure is a mousy woman. She went to bed tonight at 9 o'clock on a Saturday night.
Tell me, who is this Gassner?
Well, he owns this bar, a couple of restaurants, and he owns a Domino Cottage. He calls it a dude ranch, but it's really a gambling house.
Oh, an important man, huh?
Yeah, he is. And he isn't. He's got money, but a gambler doesn't rate with the local snobs.
Oh, Bayside's one of those towns.
Cream de la cream, mister.
Some of the oldest families in California live here.
So money doesn't count.
Not without a pedigree, mister. It sure don't.
But money counts with me, especially easy money. To get something for nothing, that's the sweetest thing in life. Well, I finished my drink and went to the phone booth. First, I looked up Frank Gassner's address, 16 Yucca Drive, and I wrote it down. Then I put through a long-distance call to my pal Danny in San Francisco. He said he'd meet me in Bayside in a couple of days. When I left the phone booth, the redneck cop had left, and the bartender was getting ready to close up. I decided not to wait till morning to drop in at 16 Yucca Drive, so I paid the bartender and was halfway through the door when...
Mr. Devon!
It jarred me having somebody know my name in that town that particular night. I turned around fast.
Gil Devon.
What?
What's your hurry, Gil? Don't you want to buy me a drink?
Well, I don't know you from Adam, baby.
Well, I know you. I know your name, rank, and serial number.
Oh, I dropped that identification bracelet again, huh?
In the phone booth. I went in right after you. Here you are.
Thank you. The catch keeps coming open all the time.
You ought to have it fixed.
Yeah, I guess so. But every time I lose it, it gets back to me somehow.
Well, how about my reward?
Oh? Like what?
We could start with a drink.
Well, I'm sorry. I'd love to, but I've got a date.
That hardly comes as a surprise with shoulders like yours. Now, what does she have that I don't have?
Only one thing, sweetheart, and it's not beauty. But what she has, there's no substitute for. Hello, Mrs. Gassner. You forgot to lock the front door.
Why didn't you go to San Francisco?
Well, when I get a feeling I'm not wanted, that's when I stick around to find out why.
There was no reason for you to feel that way.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Is there anybody else in the house?
No, I sent the maid home for the night.
Oh, that's good. That's real good. I just heard a couple of chatty men in a bar talking about a husband who hadn't come home and a wife who'd gone to bed at 9 o'clock.
I don't see why you've come here to tell me that.
Stop stalling. The husband's name was Frank Gassner, and you're the wife. And at 9:30, you were out on the highway driving his car over the cliff. I saw it go over, remember?
If I give you $2,000, will you leave town?
You don't think I'd let a thing like this go for $2,000?
But I shouldn't pay you anything at all. I haven't done anything.
So you'll pay me $2,000 for nothing?
Well, these circumstances are peculiar.
Yeah, I'll say they are. Your husband was in that car. You murdered him.
Oh. Well, how much money do you want?
No, later. First, tell me about it. Everything. Well, come on, give. How did you kill him?
I heard him drive into the garage, but he didn't come into the house. And I found him asleep in the car. He'd been drinking.
Passed out cold?
Yes, he often did that. I'd been waiting for a chance to kill him. So I started the car and closed all the windows and ran a hose from the exhaust pipe in close to his face. When I went out later, he was dead.
Oh, carbon monoxide.
I knew it might not look like an accident because he was too drunk to have closed the garage doors. So I drove down the highway and... Well, you know the rest.
You had it all figured out, didn't you? You'd wait for a truck driver, a woman in distress. He'd pick you up, drop you off near home. Truck drivers always stick to their schedules, so he'd keep right on going, fast, no time for questions. But instead of one of those knights of the road, I came along.
Yes, you came along. How much money do you want?
Oh, you can't pay me off. Not with cash.
I'll give you $10,000 and not a cent more.
You'll what? Don't tell me what you'll do or what you won't do. From now on, you'll do what I say.
But you can't prove anything.
Shall I phone the police?
You saw the car go over the cliff, but you can't prove I was there. It's your word against mine.
And you think they'll take yours? Well, they might, seeing that I'm a stranger, except for one thing. You didn't have a purse when I picked you up on the road.
No. No, it's in the car. I forgot. It has my initials on it. Oh, please, I must get it back. Can you get it, please, please?
The car's probably underwater.
No, please.
Well, I'll rent a plane and fly down there, and look, probably have to use a boat to get to the car.
Try. As soon as you can. Tomorrow?
That's a little too soon.
No, please, before someone sees the car.
Just a minute, Mrs. Gassner. First, you and I have to come to a little understanding.
Oh, anything. I'll give you anything.
You mean everything, don't you, Belle?
What is xylene? A petroleum chemist will tell you that xylene is one of the highest octane components of gasoline known to science. But here's what's important to you. Xylene is contained in every gallon of Richfield gasoline. Let me repeat that. Xylene, one of the highest octane components known to petroleum science, is contained in every gallon of Richfield gasoline. Xylene helps give Richfield gasoline that full power wallop that jumps you out ahead in traffic. That smooth, surging power that eats up the miles and levels off the hills. Furthermore, there's a Richfield gasoline to fit the power requirements of your motor. Select Richfield Ethyl for best results in the highest compression motors, or Richfield High Octane at regular price for the average motor. Each Richfield brand is tops in its class. Don't waste gasoline, don't waste money. Let the Richfield dealer help you select the right gasoline for your car. Remember, every gallon of Richfield gasoline contains xylene, one of the highest octane components known to petroleum science. And now we return you to Escape.
It was going to be a gold mine. For a start, Belle Gassner went to the bank next day and got me $10,000 cash. Then she made out a power of attorney for me. The next afternoon, I flew down the coast on a rented plane and spotted the car wedged into the rocks, right side up, under 20 feet of water. The next day, Belle and I went down in a cabin cruiser and dropped anchor as close to the rocks as we dared. Let the anchor out all the way there.
Well, it hit bottom.
All right, now take a hitch in the line.
Okay.
That's it. There's no drag now.
Oh, you can't even see the highway from here.
No, but if somebody sees us, they'll think we're fishing.
Well, how are you going to do it?
Well, I'll tie a rope around myself. You hold on to the rope so the surf doesn't bang me into those rocks.
All right.
Wait a minute. Maybe we should swim over to that big rock there and try it from there.
But I can't swim.
No. Well, I'll swim over and pull you across.
Oh,
How's
no,
that?
I'm terribly afraid of water.
All right. I'll try it from here then. But you hang on to that rope, you understand?
Yes.
If anything happens to me, baby, then you're really in trouble. I fastened the rope around my waist, then I waited for a backwash of surf, took a deep breath, and dove. My dive carried me down to the top of the car, and I hooked my arm through the front window and held myself against the force of the current. And then I looked in. It was a world of greenish twilight, but I could see everything. Frank Gassner's body was floating against the ceiling of the car, his arms and legs waving in the current, his coat flapping as if it were in a breeze. I looked away from the body and tried to find the purse. I hung onto the steering wheel and finally saw it on the floor, held on by the weight of the flashlight. When I went after it, the body brushed against me in a kind of a caress. I grabbed the purse, shoved myself out of the car, and struggled to the surface and clambered aboard.
You've got it. Oh, thank heaven.
Of all the fool women, you would leave something like this in the car.
Well, I guess we should start back.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny. Now that you got my purse back, there's no way to prove I was in Frank's car. Doesn't that worry you?
Not a bit, baby.
I might refuse to go through with our deal. I might revoke that power of attorney.
No, you won't. I still hold some aces, Belle. That night I started playing those aces. Belle Gassner had never known a man like me, only a husband that she'd hated. All I had to do was make one move, and she fell as hard as any of the rest of them. And having her crazy about me was the best way to keep her in line, better than any threats. I didn't have to worry about Belle Gassner. Not anymore. And now I had the world by the tail on a downhill pull. When I got back to the Bayview Lodge later that night, Danny was waiting for me.
So? What's the pitch, Gil?
Ever hear of a character named Frank Gassner?
Yeah, sure. Had a place in Reno once. Last I heard, he had a gambling joint here. Why, you working for him?
No, his wife.
Huh?
Gassner's missing. He took a powder, met with an accident nobody knows yet. So she's appointed me manager of the whole works with power of attorney. I want you to front for me, Danny.
Why do you want to front?
Well, I don't want to be known as a gambler. This is my big chance to live first class. I want everything that goes with it. Maybe I'll even join the racket club. Go social.
Yeah, you always did have big ideas, Gil. How long is this going to last?
Well, long enough.
Well, suppose this Gassner shows up someday.
He won't. Now, wait a minute, Danny. My hands are clean. I didn't do him, and I know what happened to him, but I'm the only one who knows.
Yeah. Yeah, sure, Gil. Okay, I'll play along.
A week later, Belle introduced me around, and I took over. Danny did most of my work, and I began living high. I even bought a brand new plane, a beautiful low-wing, four-place job. And I took Belle up the first day. You know, flying's the only time I'm really myself, Belle. There's nothing like it.
I know a little about it.
Oh, you do?
Uh-huh. I took lessons for a while. Frank was going to buy a plane.
Well, how many hours do you have?
Oh, almost 20.
Oh, then you're soloed, huh?
I wasn't very good. Just never could get the hang of it.
Well, come on, try it. Take over.
Oh, no.
Oh, come on.
Do you think I can?
Why, sure, it's a cinch.
Well.
There we go.
Oh.
Yeah, that's very good. Now, try a turn to the left. Huh? Oh, no, not too steep. There we go. You got the feel of it?
Oh, it's fine. Why, it's wonderful.
Yeah, sure it is. You must have had a bad instructor. But now, baby, you've got me. The money began rolling in. I bought a bachelor house on the beach. I joined the racket club. It seemed like there was no end to the good things I'd heard about and never known. Yet, slowly, little by little, a sour note crept in. Belle began to get on my nerves. She was so possessive, I began to hate the sight of her. One night at the racket club, she was dancing with someone, and I was having a drink at the bar.
Hello there, Gil Devon.
What? Well, hello.
I just knew those shoulders went with that handsome face. Are you tied up tonight, or can you buy me that drink?
Sure I can. Tell me, why haven't I seen you around since the first time?
I've been to Europe since then. I'll be here for a few weeks, though. Then I'm going to New York for the winter.
Oh, I thought this was your home.
It's one of them. Daddy's got 4 houses scattered around the country.
Oh.
Look, never mind the drink. Let's go outside.
Sure. You've got an edge on me. I don't know your name.
Allison Price.
You know something? You're something I've always imagined would happen to me.
Really? You didn't seem to think so that first night.
No, well, I had something else on my mind, something that had to come first so that you could happen.
And, what was that?
Money. A girl like you can only come along when a man's got money to burn. And on the way home that night, I was in real trouble.
Where were you? I saw you leave with Allison Price.
I told you, Belle, we were outside talking.
I warn you, Gil. If you ever think of leaving me, I'll go to the police and tell them we both killed Frank, and I mean it, Gil.
Oh, calm down, Belle. I'm not interested in that Price girl.
Are you sure?
Why, sure. As soon as you're legally a widow, we'll get married. That's a promise, Belle. I felt like a steel trap had closed on me. That Belle was dangerous. She had to be handled right. I planned everything down to the last detail and then waited until one night pretty late. Yeah,
Gil, they found him.
what are you talking about? Found who?
Gassner. Gassner's body's been found. The car's down the road a ways at the bottom of a cliff. Somebody spotted it from the air.
It must have been an accident.
Yeah. Look, should I call Mrs. Gassner? Chief Arnold's not going to tell her till he's poked around.
No, Danny. I'll call her. Thanks for letting me know. Hello, Belle.
I'm so glad you called, darling. I was just going to bed.
Well, you're not going to bed now. You're going to leave town.
Why, Gil?
I can't tell you why over the telephone. I'll pick you up in 10 minutes.
All right, darling.
No. Wait a minute. You better take your car. Pack a bag and drive out to the airport. Don't let anyone see you. I'll meet you there. They found Frank last night. Danny called.
Oh, is that all? Well, what a relief. I couldn't imagine
Wait a
why
minute,
you...
Belle. Danny says that Arnold's already figured out from the wreckage that Gassner wasn't driving the car.
That doesn't mean they'll suspect me.
And the autopsy shows that he was dead a long time before the car went over the cliff. They know it was carbon monoxide.
No.
And somebody on your street saw you walking home that night.
Then Chief Arnold knows I was lying. Oh, what'll I do?
That's why I asked you to meet me out here. You can take my plane.
But I'm no pilot, Gil.
You can do it, dear. You can fly up the coast past Frisco across the state line to Medford, Oregon.
Oh, what shall I do there?
Stay there. You'll be out of the state. Then when I straighten things out, you can come back.
But I can't do...
It's the only thing you do, Belle. Now, trust me, darling. It was barely dawn, and there wasn't a soul around. Belle stayed in her car while I got the plane ready. I rolled it out of the hangar and parked it just over a water drain, and then I opened the valves to the gasoline tanks and let almost all of it drain out, so she'd have only enough fuel for 15 minutes of flight. I rolled the plane out on the runway and got it warmed up, and then Belle ran across, and I helped her climb in. Now, just follow this course I marked.
Yes?
Stay over the ocean at least an hour.
Why, Gil?
Well, I don't want you spotted. It's safer that way. This engine runs like a wristwatch.
All right, darling. Oh, Gil.
Oh, you're okay, honey. Don't worry about it. Now, depend on me. Now, don't start crying, dear. You have to get out of here.
Gil?
Goodbye, darling. She took off to the west and then flew northwest over the ocean. What a trusting fool she was. When I looked at my wristwatch driving back to town, it was 18 minutes since the plane took off. By then, it was down somewhere in the ocean, out of gas. It would sink at once, and Belle couldn't swim. Well, it wasn't such a terrible way to die. And Chief Arnold would figure it this way. Belle had heard that Frank's body was found. She lost her head and ran because she had murdered him. Case closed. It was a nice day. Nice day to take Allison swimming, or for a drive up the beach. When I got to town, nothing was open yet except a drugstore, so I stopped and bought a paper, folded it under my arm, and started back to my car. And then I spotted Chief Arnold coming toward me, grinning like an ape. I wondered what was on the old fathead's mind.
Hey, Mr. Devon.
What?
Whoa, there.
Well, hello, Chief. You look happy about something.
Gil Devon. I arrest you for the murder of Frank Gassner.
What? Are you nuts? What gives you the idea that I had anything...
Ever seen this before, Devon?
Sure. That's my Army identification bracelet. I haven't seen it for weeks. I'm always losing it.
Well, it's handy for us cops that you do. This time you lost it in Frank Gassner's car. Say, isn't that Allison Price? Well, I'll be darned. She's got under your skin, too.
Shut up. Shut up, you flat-foot.
Gil! Come here, I want to talk to you.
Oh, beautiful girl. And so near.
So near.
And yet so far.
Say, here's a real spring tonic for baseball fans. A new 32-page baseball book just off the press, packed full of tips and information on America's favorite sport. Where can you get it? At the Richfield Gasoline Dealer Station. And this new Richfield baseball book is absolutely free. It contains Major League and many minor league schedules, World Series box scores, and Major League standings, baseball questions and answers, seating diagrams of 16 baseball stadiums. This new, colorful Richfield baseball book is a goldmine of baseball lore you won't want to miss. A storehouse of fascinating information that fits right in your pocket. And remember, it's absolutely free. Ask your Richfield gasoline dealer for your copy tomorrow. And while you're about it, ask him about Richfield All-Point Safety Service, the complete scientific lubrication service and safety checkup that prepares your car for the warm weather ahead. Stop where you see the Richfield Eagle on the cream and blue pumps. Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson and has tonight presented Something for Nothing by H.V. Dixon, adapted for radio by Sylvia Richards. Featured in the cast were Bill Conrad as Gil, Ann Morrison as Belle, Frances Cheney as Allison, Will Gear as Arnold, Rick Vallon as the bartender, and Paul Frees as Danny. Special music was arranged and played by Ivan Ditmars. Next week.
You are being whirled through the streets of New Orleans by the gay revelers of Mardi Gras. But somewhere in the crowd, dressed as a clown, is a murderer. Your murderer, from whom there is no escape.
Next week at this time, the Richfield Oil Corporation of New York invites you to escape with the story of a man caught up in the night of terror through his complete innocence, as John and Gwen Bagney tell it in their exciting story, The Man Who Stole the Bible. Be listening. Goodbye then until this same time next week when once again we offer you Escape. I'm Hanlon speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR, brought to you by G3PL.com.
The Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont. The Orchestra of Today and How It Grew is the title of this evening's chapter in the Cavalcade of America in Music, presented by DuPont, featuring Don Voorhees and his distinguished orchestra. Another feature of our program is the brief story of chemistry, which shows how the work of the research chemist touches the daily life of every man, woman, and child by creating new products and improving old ones in a constant effort to provide better things for better living through chemistry.
Before we open our musical history book for a look at its fascinating orchestra pages, let's hear Don Voorhees and his men do a number that gives the orchestra full scope in a 1936 arrangement of a 1936 hit, Irving Berlin's Let's Face the Music and Dance. The special arrangement, which you hear mentioned so much, is what made the orchestra grow into the highly developed thing it is today. As conductors and musicians experimented in new arrangements of notes, the combinations of instruments within the orchestra had to keep pace. 25 years ago, orchestras didn't have the style that they have today. Here's about the way they sounded. A few years later, the saxophone made its appearance, along with the increasing popularity of dance music. This was an important step. Remember the orchestra when it had just one saxophone? As dance rhythms became more popular, orchestra leaders tried for a greater variety of effects. Novelty groups became popular. Groups such as the Six Brown Brothers with their 6 saxophones, and the All-Star Trio, piano, saxophone, and xylophone. They contributed a lot. 15 years ago, everyone was playing the All-Star Trio's phonograph record of Canadian capers. Then orchestra leaders decided that 3 or 4 saxophones were better than one. And the saxophone section has been a standard part of the popular type of orchestra ever since. Then piano soloists came along and gave the orchestra a still wider variety of rhythms. Zez Confley composed a series of revolutionary piano solos, transferring the syncopation of the drummer to the piano keyboard. The favorite was Sittin' on the Keys. Here's the way the piano is featured in Don Voorhees' arrangement of two of George Gershwin's songs, I Got Rhythm and Embraceable You. Phil Wall is at the piano. Many refinements had made in the instrumentation of the orchestra since the early days. 15 years ago, every popular orchestra included a banjo. Today, most orchestra leaders prefer the softer, more colorful guitar. Whoever first began experimenting with different kinds of mutes for the brass section certainly started something. These mutes give brass instruments a wide variety of tone colors. Listen. was a time when all the drummer did was play drums and trap. Today he is a very busy man. He plays celeste, the vibraphone, and bells. As well as xylophone, cymbals, drums, and timpani. That shows you very quickly some of the steps that developed the modern orchestra. One of the influences that perhaps had more to do with that development than anything else is radio. Before radio, an orchestra was definitely only a dance band, a salon group, a symphony orchestra, or some other distinct type. Broadcasting brought forth orchestras that could do all of those things without changing a man. Let's hear what this versatile radio orchestra of today can do. First, Don Voorhees' concert arrangement of Roses of Picardy, full of the showmanship which makes the modern orchestra a real attraction on stage, screen, and radio. Sometimes an orchestra can even talk, humorously, too. You remember the title of this one, A Cup of Coffee, a Sandwich, and You. a turn of the page, and Don Voorhees will conduct his versatile musicians in a composition for symphony orchestra, the Capriccio Espagnol by Rimsky-Korsakov. Now, another turn of the page. and we hear an example of restrained, refined orchestration and rhythm. Japanese Sandman. Again, the mood changes, this time to one created by Arthur Schwartz when he composed Dancing in the Dark, a mood which is intensified in the interpretation of Don Voorhees and his orchestra. Dancing in the Dark.
repeatedly on the DuPont Cavalcade of America program the phrase better things for better living through chemistry. Those 7 words sum up the DuPont Company's record in serving human needs. This phrase also represents a pledge for the future, a promise of more and more better things to come from DuPont's research laboratories. It might even be said that the phrase better things for better living symbolizes the progress of American history since the days of candles, ox carts, and hand looms, a growth closely paralleled by the progress of the DuPont Company. America's chemical industry, of which DuPont is representative, has played a leading part in creating a higher standard of living and greater opportunities for employment in this country. And authorities agree that we're only on the threshold of the chemical age. For generations, we depended almost entirely upon natural materials to fill our wants. We knew wood only as wood, cotton as cotton, coal as coal. Then the chemists began to take nature's materials apart and put them together again in forms better suited to our needs. He found the universe to be composed of 86 basic elements, either gases like oxygen and nitrogen or solids like carbon and sulfur. He found that it was by combining elements that nature made things, everything in fact. Working patiently and diligently, the chemist has discovered new ways of combining these elements to develop entirely new products, some resembling those found in nature, but others entirely different. People are always asking, what are the good things that chemistry holds in store? The chemist may have his own ideas, but he never makes promises. But he can point to what has been done as an indication of the future. To improve motor fuel, safer, longer-wearing tires, lovelier and more durable fabrics, new chemicals to combat plant pests, better finishes, faster colors, new plastics and packaging materials, literally thousands of new products, all of which have their origin in the laboratory. He can show you that this work of discovery is still going on, and he can assure you with the greatest confidence that organizations such as DuPont will continue to create better things for better living through chemistry. Next week, the Cavalcade of America in Music, presented by DuPont, will bring you Don Voorhees and his orchestra playing music of the movies. And 2 weeks from tonight, the Cavalcade of America resumes its popular fall and winter series, reenacting authentic episodes from the brilliant pageant of American progress. The first of these dramatic performances, 2 weeks from tonight, brings you the colorful story of that famous showman, P.T. Barnum. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.c/GAR, brought to you by G3PL.com.
Wait a minute. Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
You cops are going to be on the scene of a crime instead of coming in after it's all over. Tonight, I'm going to do a little exterminating. Sunday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the story of the Double Cross. It is Christmas Eve in the big, lonely city of New York. Outside, the snow falls in huge floating flakes. Inside an apartment, young Joe Blake sits on the floor before a small Christmas tree with his 4-year-old nephew, Timmy. Joe's sister died 2 years ago, and for a while the child's father tried to look after Timmy. But being a detective lieutenant, the father, Steve, found it almost impossible. A year ago, young Joe had become involved with some hoodlums and would have gone to reform school but for Steve's intercession. Joe has kept out of trouble since then and has been living with Steve and taking care of the apartment and little Timmy.
When will Santa Claus come, Uncle Joe?
Well, I don't think he'll come until you go to sleep, Timmy.
How's he gonna get in?
Well, he comes down the chimney.
What chimney?
I never thought of that. Well, maybe he comes through the window.
They're all locked, Uncle Joe.
Well, I'll open one after you go to bed, kid. He'll get in. Don't worry about that.
Open the biggest one.
The biggest one? Why?
Well, I saw Santa Claus, and he's fat. And a pony is big, too.
Oh, I see. Well, I don't know about the pony, Timmy. Kind of scarce these days.
Huh?
Well, ponies are kind of extinct.
Well, I could keep my window open. No one would smell them.
Wouldn't you like to have a train just as well? If you don't get a pony, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Attaboy, Timmy. Well, you better go to bed now. It's after 11, and old Nick won't come unless he's sure you're asleep. How about it?
When is Daddy coming?
Oh, he'll be along soon. Come on, Timmy. You're going to turn in. There we are. Tucked in fine. Night, Timmy.
Don't forget to open the window.
I won't. I'll open them all.
Police call's on the other end of the dial, Joe.
Huh? Oh, hello, Steve. I didn't hear you come in.
Let me help you.
I wasn't looking for the police call.
No?
I just put Timmy to bed.
Why so late?
Oh, he wanted to see Santa Claus. He's going to be kind of disappointed in the morning.
How so?
He wants a pony.
Well, maybe you can buy him one, Joe.
Are you kidding?
No.
I don't get it. What's the matter with you, Steve? Something go wrong tonight?
Have you been here all evening?
Why, sure.
Haven't been out.
Don't I always stay with Timmy when you work late?
You didn't slip out for an hour or so while Timmy was asleep, huh?
No, why should I?
But you could have.
Sure I could, but I didn't.
Joe, when I got you out of that last scrape, I did it because I had a lot of faith in you, in your promises.
I still don't get it.
I was the one who got you that relief job in that department store. I vouched for you.
I know that. What about it?
Somebody opened the store's safe tonight. Somebody with slick fingers. Sensitive fingers like yours, Joe.
What? Why, I've been near the store since noon.
You sure?
Certainly. I'm not crazy. I've had my lesson.
I wish I could believe that.
I swear I haven't been out of this house. Why should you try to pin anything like this on me just because I'm working there during the holiday season?
I'm not trying to pin anything on you. Just has all the earmarks of your abilities to open a safe.
That's not fair, Steve. I'm through with that kind of stuff. I got plans. I'm going to make something useful of myself.
You're sure you weren't out of this place?
I swear I wasn't, Steve. I swear it.
Okay. I'll take a chance on it. I'm not on the case, but I heard about it. Now, look, they'll start checking on all the records of guys like you, and they'll probably drop around to see you tomorrow.
I didn't leave the house, Steve. I didn't.
Okay, but you got to have an alibi.
Well, Timmy was here.
Timmy's a baby. He won't count.
Oh, hello, Steve.
Why, evening, Captain. Come on in.
Yeah.
You know my brother-in-law, Joe.
Yeah, I remember him.
What can I do for you? Sit down. I was just ready to turn in, but sitting around reading for a couple of hours. Kind of drowsy.
Yeah? How long you been here, Steve?
Oh, I got off duty at 8. Been home since 8:30. Why?
How long has Joe been here?
Oh, he was here when I came in. He's been here all evening.
Hasn't been out?
Certainly not. What are you getting at, Captain?
Joe's been working mornings at Shelby's department store, hasn't he?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, their safe was open tonight around 9:30. They closed at 7:30. I thought we'd check up on the boys with sensitive fingers.
Joe? Why, he hasn't been out of the house. I'll swear to that.
You will?
Certainly I will. Joe's through with that kind of stuff.
Yeah? Well, then how would you explain this, Steve?
Why, where'd you get that cigarette case?
Wait a minute. Let's see that.
Sure. We found it beside the safe.
Joe, this is the case your sister gave you a year before last. They had your name engraved on it.
Yeah, but how'd it get there? I've never been near this store safe.
No? Well, I suppose you just lost it somewhere.
When did you see that case last, Joe?
Oh, yeah. I had it this morning. As a matter of fact, I hadn't missed it.
You expect me to believe that, Steve?
No.
And you expect me to believe that you were here all evening?
No. You dirty little rat. You did pull that job.
No, I swear I didn't, Steve. I swear it.
You know what this means, Steve? You haven't been here all evening. You're lying. You're trying to furnish an alibi for Joe. Do you know what that means?
Yes, I know what it means. Sneaking little crook, I believed in him. Get him out of here. Get him out before I break his neck.
Steve, please, listen.
There'll be a hearing about you, Steve, in the morning. But Joe can't explain how his cigarette case happened to be near the safe. He remembers having lunch with a few of the old gang. Maybe it disappeared then. But nothing can be proved. So Joe is convicted and sent to prison for 2 years. Steve is discharged from the police force and goes into seclusion, his heart filled with bitter hatred for Joe. 2 years pass, and Joe is released, determined to make a success of his life regardless of his past. Steve has disappeared, but Joe meets Della Kenton, daughter of wealthy John Kenton. Della persuades her father to engage Joe as his secretary.
Guess who, darling?
Huh? Why, I can't imagine. But if I could, I'd guess it was Della.
Well, you'd guess right. Are you going to type all day, Joseph?
No, not all day, darling. I'll be through in a few minutes.
I've got a message for you. I knew you were busy, so I answered the phone. It was a man, thank heaven, and he said to tell you that he'd located your friend Steve.
What? Did you get the address?
Yes, darling, but don't get so excited. Here it is, 454 East 17th Street. That's certainly a dilapidated part of town. Whom do you know who lives there?
A fellow I used to know. I've been trying to locate him for 2 years. Well, it is a sort of a cheap locality, isn't it?
May I go with you?
Oh, darling, I'd rather you didn't. I won't be gone long.
I hope not. And don't forget, Father is arriving on the midnight train, and he expects us to meet him.
Yeah, I remember. I'll be back soon.
All right, darling. I'll be ready.
So long, Della.
Just a moment. Haven't you forgotten something?
Have I? What?
Are you a married man?
Certainly not. That is, not yet.
Well, then don't act so much like one. Come back here and kiss me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Della, darling. I was so excited I forgot. Bye, dear.
That's better. Now you can go. Go on.
I won't be gone long.
I hope not, because I want to talk to you about Christmas.
Christmas?
Yes. We're going to give a Christmas party, and I want you to help me.
Oh, yes, of course, darling. I won't be long. Timmy. Well. How are you, baby?
Huh? What do you want?
Why, Timmy, don't you remember me? It's your Uncle Joe. Oh, gee, it's good to see you.
Uncle Joe? Gee, Uncle Joe.
By golly, I've been looking for you and your dad ever since, well, for over a year. Where's your dad?
I don't know. Someplace, I guess.
Yeah? How long you been in this place?
Oh, a long time.
What's Steve doing?
I don't know.
It's almost Christmas again, Timmy. Remember that last Christmas when you wanted a pony? What would you like to have most this Christmas? Huh? How'd you like a bicycle or a pair of skates? Or... Hey, what's wrong, Timmy? Why you're crying?
I'd like to have a bicycle.
Say, what are you doing in bed at this time of the afternoon?
I couldn't ride a bicycle.
Timmy, what is it? Tell me, baby.
I don't know, Uncle Joe. I just can't walk.
When did this happen?
Last summer. First my foot wouldn't work, then my leg wouldn't work, and...
Oh, Timmy.
But I'll be all right pretty soon. As soon as Pop gets the money for the operation.
Of course you will, Timmy. You'll be all right in no time at all. Well, that must be Steve now. I'll close your door for a minute, Timmy. I want to talk to Steve.
You'll come back, Uncle Joe?
Yeah, I'll be back a lot now. Hello, Steve.
What are you doing here? Who let you in?
I walked in. Door was open.
Well, it's still open. Get out.
I've been looking for you ever since I got out.
What for?
I wanted to explain things. I'm sorry about what happened to you, Steve.
I don't want any explanations.
Hey, what's wrong with Timmy?
Are you going?
You look like you'd been drinking a lot, Steve.
So what?
You wouldn't be living in a place like this if you were working.
I'm getting by all right.
What about Timmy's operation? Can you take care of that?
I will.
Well, maybe I could help, Steve.
Why, you thieving little rat. I wouldn't take anything from you if Timmy and I both starved to death.
Don't be a fool, Steve. I haven't got anything, but I may be able to raise some money.
How? Open another safe? Now get out of here before I throw you out.
You're drunk, Steve.
I'm not drunk and I don't need you. Get out!
Okay, Steve. Okay, I'll go. But if you don't care about Timmy, I do.
Now, look, Timmy's got to be operated on within 30 days. It'll take $2,000, maybe more, and I'll get it. I won't steal it the way you would. And I'll get it. Now get out of here before I brain you.
So long, Steve. I'll be seeing you.
Dusk has descended as Joe leaves the cheap apartment and drives to the palatial estate of his fiancée, Della. He has decided to ask Della's father to lend him the $2,000. As he turns into the drive, a man steps out from beside the gate and stands before his car.
What do you want?
I want to talk to you, Joe.
Who are you?
Freddie Alsop. You remember me, Joe?
What do you want, Freddie?
Mike Slavich wants to have a little gab fest with you.
Mike Slavich? Where is he?
Turn out your lights and turn off your motor.
What are you doing here?
Mike will tell you.
Hiya, Joe. How you doing?
What are you doing around here, Mike?
Want to talk to you. Mind if I get in? You've been doing all right since you got out, haven't you, Joe?
Well enough.
I'll say. Living in this big joint, engaged to old man Kenton's daughter. That's what I call climbing. You're the old man's secretary, ain't you?
Yeah, get to the point.
Old man Kenton's got a safe in that house. It's got a lot of rocks in it.
What about it?
We thought you might help us get them. You know the combination of the safe.
You're crazy. I wouldn't think of it.
We could change your mind. Couldn't we, Freddie?
Yeah, more ways than one.
Get out of this car.
You don't scare, eh, Joe?
No.
Well, we mean business. If that don't scare you, maybe something else will.
You think so?
We know a quiet little spot where no one would find you for weeks, if ever.
Well, a real gun. Shoulder holster and everything. We've come a long way since we were kids, Mike. Started out with cap pistols, and now the real thing.
Yep. All you do is squeeze it. It squirts lead instead of water.
How far do you think you'd get if you did squeeze it?
We've never been pinched yet. No record, no fingerprints, no nothing.
First time for everything, huh? Cigarette, Mike?
Yeah. Thanks, Joe. Oh. Get a load of the cigarette case, Freddie. Joseph from Della. Fancy stuff. Well, how about it, Joe?
Well, looks like I'm stuck. I think you guys mean business. What's your plan?
Old man Kenton's out of town. We walk in with you, you open the safe, take the rocks, and we all leave.
All leave?
We'll take you with us. We'll hide out for a day or so until they start looking for you. You'll be accused, you know.
Now, wait a minute.
Come on, get going, Joe. Out of that car and up the drive. Open it up, Joe. Quit stalling.
Okay. It's open.
Hand me the stuff.
There you are.
Thanks. Now, let's go.
Joseph, are you in the library?
Get out there and talk to her. Tell her you're leaving town for a few days. No monkey business. We'll be watching.
Yes, Della. I'll be right out.
Oh, where have you been, darling? We've got to meet that train.
Well, Della, I was... I'm sorry, but you'll have to meet your father alone. I got to run out of town tonight on business. I'll be back in a few days.
What? Well, when did this come up?
Just a few minutes ago. I'm going to drive.
Well, all right, darling, if you must. Will you be back in time for the Christmas party?
I hope so, Della.
Well, I'd better get to the station. The train will be in a few minutes.
Yeah. Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye, and take care of yourself, Joseph.
I'll try, darling.
As soon as she gets out the drive, we'll leave. You take my car, Freddie. I'll drive with Joe. Come on.
Now, 2 days later, the story of the jewel theft breaks in the newspapers. Joe Blake is suspected, and old man Kenton has offered a reward for the recovery of the stones and apprehension of Joe.
Gee, Mike, he's offering $10,000 for the recovery of the rocks and $2,500 for the capture of Joe.
I see. Well, we'll lay low for a few more days, then skip to Chicago and unload this stuff.
Why do that? You got a better deal right here in town.
How do you mean, Joe?
You'd make a lot more by collecting this reward than you would from a fence out of town.
You mean we go back to Kenton and hand over the stuff?
Why not?
Not a bad idea. We'd have to take you with us and turn you in.
Well, certainly. You'd have to do that to prove how you found the jewels.
What's your plan?
Oh, look. You guys are a couple of private detectives, and you read about the reward, see? You just happened to spot me and grab me. Brought me back to Kenton. You turn over the stuff, and he pays off. I'll make a break for the door. You got to take a few shots at me to make it look real, but you shoot wild. I get away. Then later on, when the coast is clear, I'll drop around. That leaves you in the clear, and I don't get locked up.
I think it's a nutty idea. What if it don't work?
Shut up. That ain't a bad idea, Joe. I'll take you up on that. So, Mr. Kenton, me and my partner read about the theft and saw this guy's picture and happened to spot him in this lunchroom. So we nabbed him. Well, here he is, and there's all your jewelry.
Yes, this is all here, every bit of it. Take it over, Della. See if your jewels are all there.
Yes, Father. Nothing of mine is missing.
Very well. I suppose you want the reward?
Well, after all...
I'll give you this check for $10,000 now for the return of the stones, and I'll withhold the $2,500 until he is booked by the police and locked up.
Well, okay, but we captured him. What more do you want?
I prefer it that way. I want to be sure that he's locked up, and if he gets out in 20 years, it'll be too soon for me. You certainly pulled the wool over my eyes. And when I think that Della might have married you, an ex-convict...
You can't always judge a book by its cover.
It doesn't seem possible I could have been such an utter fool.
You got a lot of things to learn, Della.
The sooner you get him out of here, the better.
Well, here's your check, and
So
when...
long, Della.
He's getting away!
Come back here.
Why?
He's locked it from the other side.
He won't get far. I must have hit him.
Call the police.
Never mind. We'll get him. That $2,500 belongs to us. Come on, Freddie, out this window. He won't get far.
Do you think you hit him, really?
No, I missed him deliberately. Shot high. But now that I think about it, I'm just a sap. That was our chance to get rid of him. Sort of legally. He knows too much. I don't trust him.
Yeah, but we ain't really cops.
So what? Any citizen's got a right to catch a fugitive. Come on, we're going to get that baby.
Joe makes a getaway and heads for a little hotel where he hides out for another day. Then the papers break with another story, and Kenton has increased the reward for Joe's capture. Joe studies this over for a while and realizes the possibility of Mike's double-crossing him for the additional reward. He slips out for a while, then returns to his room around 8 in the evening.
Who is it?
Open up or I'll kick it down.
Steve.
Well, so here you are, the rat himself.
What do you want, Steve?
What do you think?
Are you back on the force, Steve?
I will be when I get through with you. Because of you, I got kicked out. And now you're the one who's going to set me back in harness again. Funny how things work out.
Oh, you know about the reward, do you?
Yeah, I do. Once a crook, always a crook. I knew you'd pull something sooner or later.
How's Timmy?
He's just going to be fine in a few days.
What do you mean?
He can have that operation now.
Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that.
You're not half as glad as I am. And the thing that pleases me most is the way I'm getting the dough. Boy, this rap is going to send you away for 20 years.
So what?
Get your hat and start walking. And don't try that fade-out stuff on me, because I like you so much, I'd as soon plug you as look at you. Thanks, Mr. Kenton. Thanks very much. I wouldn't have come out so soon, but, well, this money's a lifesaver.
How's that, Bradley?
My kid, Timmy's got to have an operation, and I didn't have a cent. Has to be done in a few days, or he won't live. Check's a real Christmas present.
Mr. Bradley, what do you think they will do with Joseph?
Oh, he'll get 20 years. Two-time loser.
What a shame.
I had a lot of faith in that boy. So did Della. I just can't understand it.
There's been some others who felt that way.
Well, what did he have to gain? He was engaged to Della, and he could have had everything. And he was very stupid to do what he did.
What do you mean?
Well, he took a chance on his life when he escaped from this room. He knew those two men had guns. Good thing for him that the big fella couldn't shoot straight.
They fired at him?
The big man did. as he went right through that door.
Look up above the door. All 3 shots near the ceiling.
Yeah. Yeah, I see. You know, I'd say there was either very good shooting or he had a gun that kicked like a mule.
It wasn't a big gun. Snub-nosed revolver.
Snub-nose. Not a service pistol?
No, I'm sure it wasn't.
I may drop in on you in a few days, Mr. Kenton.
Certainly, Bradley. Any time.
I want to ask you a few questions, Joe.
Did you collect the reward?
I did last night.
How's Timmy?
He went to the hospital this morning.
Oh, that's swell. Gee, I'm glad. Well, what do you want to know?
He didn't pull his job alone, Joe.
How did you arrive at that conclusion?
Who were those guys who captured you?
Said they were private detectives.
One of them was a swell shot. He placed every slug in the same spot, above the door, deliberately. They were in this with you, gagged to cop the reward that was sure to be offered. Otherwise, they'd have popped you in the doorway, you were to get away, and then all meet later and share the proceeds.
Yeah?
But in the meantime, they changed their minds, Joe, and decided to cut you out. They double-crossed you.
What do you mean?
How do you suppose I knew where you were hiding? A guy phoned me and tipped me off. They figured they had no police record. Nothing you could say would implicate him. They're safe. Why attempt to shield a double-crosser?
That's just what I figured those rats would do.
You might as well spill it, Joe, and determine to crack this case.
Yeah? What would happen if you cracked this one and another one besides? Set you up as a lieutenant again, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. I was forced to open that safe at the point of a gun.
Tell me another one, Joe.
If you want to grab the other 2 guys, I'll make a deal with you.
A deal?
Let me talk to your fingerprint expert and get me out of this cell.
Are you kidding?
I want you to take me to Old Man Kenton's. There's a Christmas Eve party going on there tonight.
I wouldn't trust you across the hall.
It means just as much to you as it does to me, and probably more. I'll guarantee results.
Okay. What's your plan?
I'll tell you on the way out to the Kenton place.
All right. Hey, Sergeant, let us out of here.
Come with me, gentlemen. Father's waiting for you in the library.
Looks like you're going to have quite a party here tonight, Miss Kenton.
Yeah, sure does.
Here are the 2 detectives, Father.
Oh, yes, yes. Come in, gentlemen. Come in. Close the door, Della. I sent for you men because you did a good job of capturing Joe Blake and returning the jewels.
Yeah?
I'm having quite a number of guests here tonight, and I've just received some disturbing news. Joe Blake has escaped.
Escaped?
Holy mackerel.
He may make another try to steal the jewels while we are occupied with our guests.
Oh, I see. You want us to see that nothing happened.
I want you fellas to stay here near the safe, and if he does come, grab him.
Sure. You won't have a thing to worry about.
Good. Come along, Della. Our guests are beginning to arrive.
All right, everybody, don't make a move.
Father!
Joe!
Lay your guns on the desk, boys. Thanks. Get over the other side of the room, Della. You too, Kenton. Things might happen.
What's on your mind, Joe?
Spread your hands flat on that desktop, Mike. You too, Freddie, and keep them there. Make one move, and I'll drill you both, you dirty double-crossing rats. Forced me to open the safe at the point of a gun, and tipped off the cops so to find me, because you were afraid I might horn in on the reward.
This guy must be nuts, Mr. Kenton.
Which one of you phoned Steve Bradley? Come on.
Well, I didn't, Joe. I thought you was going to contact
Shut
us.
up, you little dope.
Yeah, but he's mad, Mike. I don't want him to think I tipped the cops.
Shut up.
You did it, Freddie. You're the one.
No, honest, Joe, I didn't. I didn't. Please, Joe.
Open that safe, Kenton. I'm really taking those jewels this time. But I won't be bothered by Mike and Freddie.
Joe, I didn't do it, honest.
I'm going to place one right between your eyes, Freddie. Right between your eyes.
Joe!
He's bluffing.
Don't anybody move. I'll open the door.
Hello, Mr. Kenton.
Hello, Bradley.
We traced Joe Blake to the edge of your estate. I thought we'd better look in for...
Just in time, Steve. Put up your hands and step into the room.
What goes on here?
The cops are going to be in on the scene of the crime instead of coming in after the crime's over. I'm going to take some jewels and do a little exterminating. But first, I'm going to make these guys do a little talking. I want to know which one of you guys tipped off Steve about me. Say something, Mike.
This guy's crazy. Says we made him steal the stuff.
That the voice you heard on the phone, Steve?
No.
What have you got to say, Freddie?
It wasn't me. I tell you, it wasn't.
It must be him.
Yeah, it certainly sounds like him.
I thought so. Right between the eyes, Freddie.
Please, Joe, don't.
He won't shoot.
Hand over that gun, Joe. Give it to me.
Oh! He did it. I told you he meant it.
You're crazy, Joe. You're crazy.
I killed a cop, so why should I worry about killing a couple of rats like you? Start talking, Mike. Tell him you guys forced me to open that safe.
You can't bluff me. There's no proof of such a thing.
No? All right, Sergeant. Check Mike's fingerprints on the glass-top desk. Step on it.
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Kenton, look in the second drawer of the safe. You'll find my cigarette case wrapped in a handkerchief.
What? By George, he's right.
I put it there the night I opened the safe. Let the sergeant compare the prints with the ones on the desktop. I haven't been near that safe since the night the stones disappeared.
What are you trying to pull, Joe?
You have no police record, Mike. I didn't want you to go through life like that, so I fixed one up for you. Remember the night you forced me into this? I offered you a cigarette? Well, you got a record now, Mike.
Well, Mike's prints on the desk check with the ones in the cigarette case.
And how about that photo of prints you found on that safe I was supposed to have opened several years ago? You brought them along?
Say, why, they're all the same. They all check.
Now you guys start talking. Go on, tell it all.
I'll tell nothing. I don't know what you're talking about.
Right between the eyes, Freddie. Right between the eyes.
Tell him, Mike. Tell him he means it.
I'll tell him nothing.
Joe!
Well, that finishes Freddie. Are you ready to talk, Mike?
Yeah, I'll talk, Joe. I'll talk.
You robbed that department store. You planted my cigarette case there. You copped it at the lunchroom, didn't you?
Yeah, that's right.
I had nothing to do with that job. And you did force me to open this safe, didn't you? My cigarette case proves that.
Yeah, that's right. I'll admit it. You're innocent, Joe.
All right. There you are, Steve. You can get up now.
Yeah, very nicely handled, Joe.
Hey, I thought you was... I've been framed.
Pour some water on Freddie. Joe was using blanks.
Hey, Joe, I'll tell everything.
Nothing more to tell, Freddie. It's all been told.
Well, that certainly leaves you in the clear, Joe. And, Joe, I want to apologize for everything.
Okay, Lieutenant. Apologies accepted.
Merry Christmas, Joe.
Same to you, Steve. And tell Timmy that Della and I will be down to see him in the morning.
Well, there you are. Everything worked out very nicely, just as everything should, but seldom does. But there's something I should explain about the person who tipped Steve off as to where to find Joe. It wasn't Mike, and it wasn't Freddie. No, it was Joe himself. It was Joe who phoned Steve, knowing it would give Steve an impetus, a new start in his career of sleuthing. And it really worked. And it saved Timmy's life, and Joe's too, for that matter.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week at 9:30...
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual tale. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Edward Arnold and Anne Shirley in Come and Get It with Walter Brennan, Lou Ayres, Mary Nash, and Matey Christians. Lux presents Hollywood. If you enjoy these programs, ladies and gentlemen, remember that they are made possible through your purchases of our products and come to you with the sincere appreciation of our sponsors. Our play tonight, adapted from Edna Ferber's great novel, stars Edward Arnold, Anne Shirley, Walter Brennan, Lou Ayres, Mary Nash, Matey Christians, and Marion Burns. As a special guest, we present Miss Helen Roldan, author and columnist, writer of The Merry-Go-Round, the famous and nationally known column on love and marriage. Lois Silvers conducts our orchestra. And now, here's our producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Many young men sincerely believe
But they cannot succeed without a lucky break. And perhaps they're right. But I should like to point out to them the case of Edward Arnold. His break was usually a heartbreak. Arnold was born deep in the New York slums. When he was 8, his father went blind, and his mother died when he was 10. His was the great good fortune to climb out of bed at daybreak to deliver papers and to work for a butcher who paid his weekly salary, not in cash, but in scraps of meat. At the age of 12, he worked 18 hours a day for $14 a week until the bones of his feet gave way and he had to spend 21 weeks in plaster casts. He went to Columbia University, not to attend classes, but to work in the boiler room of the powerhouse. A welfare organization called the East Side Settlement House started him as an actor. Once in a while, the settlement house made brave attempts to stage Shakespeare. On those occasions, young Mr. Arnold walked off with the honors. He later acted with Robert Mantell, became stage manager for Ethel Barrymore, and played in films made by the old Esnay Company. When he returned to the theater, he was so good as a cowboy that no one would cast him as anything else. So he virtually starved, till the New York Theater Guild took him up. He came to Hollywood in a road company, and, as is so often the case, was persuaded to remain. One of our greatest character actors, he hasn't forgotten his lean days, and today is one of our finest citizens. It's a privilege to present him as Barney Glasgow in Come and Get It, the same role he played in Samuel Goldwyn's screen production. Our stage tonight is aglow with stars. As Lotta, there's Anne Shirley, who delivered such a splendid performance for us recently in Stella Dallas. From the original cast are Walter Brennan, Mary Nash, and Mady Christians. Mr. Brennan, who has just completed a role for me in The Buccaneer, is heard as Swan. Miss Nash is Emmy, Miss Christians Carrie, and Lou Ayres, one of the favorite young men of filmdom, plays Bernie. And now the Lux Radio Theater presents Edward Arnold in Come and Get It, with Anne Shirley, Walter Brennan, Lou Ayres, Mady Christians, and Mary Nash. The year is 1880, and our scene is a lumber camp in the hills of Wisconsin. Near the cookhouse, a small boy beats lustily on an iron triangle, calling the lumberjacks to their 5 o'clock breakfast.
Come and get it! Come and get it! Set up or we'll fall out!
From the road comes Barney Glasgow. He's dressed in city clothes, but his walk is that of a woodsman. He mounts the cookhouse steps and stands beside the chore boy, gazing at him with frank amusement.
Come and get it! Come and get it! Set up or we'll throw it out!
Hey, son! Give me that rod and let me show you how to do that.
Huh?
You got to put some zing into your mitt. Now watch this. Come and get it! Come and get it! Set up or throw it out! Set up or throw it out! How's that?
Gee, mister, you sure can make that old thing talk.
Hey, out there.
Hello, Pete.
Barney Glasgow. Was that you making all that racket?
Who did it sound like?
Up to your old tricks, huh?
Once a chore boy, always a chore boy.
Gee, mister, you was never a chore boy, was you?
Oh, it's nothing to be ashamed of, son. As long as you keep your cookhouse nice and neat, you don't have to call me mister.
Well, there's the boys already. You sure pilled them out with that racket, Barney.
Hey, who's that clothes horse up there?
It's Barney Glasgow.
Hi, boy.
Hi,
Jake. Hi, Pete.
Hi, Barney.
Hey, wait a minute. Take it easy. Take it easy. Where's Swan? Isn't Swan around?
He'll be right up.
I want to see that Swede.
What are you doing up this way, Barney? Thought you were an office man now.
Oh, just looking around?
What's the matter? Ain't we cutting enough timber to suit the old man?
As it happens, no, not half enough.
That's too bad, ain't it?
Who's talking, mister? You or your hangover?
What's that?
I don't know who you are around here, but I'm Barney Glasgow. And I don't like men drinking on my job.
Say, listen, if you think...
Get inside. I'll talk to you later.
Coming in with the water. Watch your feet.
Hey, what the...
Oh, gee, mister, I'm sorry.
Hey, you clumsy little rat. I'll teach you to splash water on me.
Oh, hey.
Wait a minute. The kid couldn't help it. Now take your hands off.
Yeah? Take your hands off, or I'll give you a dose of it yourself.
When are you starting, mister?
Right now, you dirty...
Maybe that'll cool him off a little.
Nice job, Barney.
He's been itching for that for a month.
Hey, what's the matter here? Break it up. Who's running this camp anyway? It's me or you?
I am. Hello, Swan.
Oh, Barney, yumpin' yiminy, why ain't you tell me you was coming? Thank George, I had to see you.
Swan, you old polecat. How have you been?
Oh, you're spinal frogs here, you big dude, you. What happened here?
Oh, I just had to put one of your tough boys to sleep for a minute, that's all.
Hey, get up, you.
By Yemeni, next time you know better than start monkey business at Barney Glasgow. Hey, Barney, what do you mean you running this camp?
That's right. You had just made me the boss of the line.
Hey, Yemeni! Big boss, a whole line. Bay yours we going to celebrate, hey, Barney?
You bet we will. I'm going to take every man in the camp to town.
We painted red and black and blue, too.
We sure will. As soon as we get this timber down to the mill. Yeah,
She thawing, Barney. Thermometer, she go up 3 points since noon.
Yeah, that's the south wind. Looks like the spring breakup, all right. If these figures of mine are right, we've made a record cut, Swan. And we won't leave 10 cents worth of timber behind us when we move out.
By golly, Spanny, you sure get them to be slave drivers.
You gotta be if you're gonna get any place.
Yeah, you get someplace, too. Big boss, the whole line now, huh?
That's only the beginning, Swan.
Maybe you even going to marry old man's daughter?
What'd you say? What'd you hear about me and Emmy Louise?
Oh, I used to hear one of the timekeepers spout, and I guess maybe there's nothing to it.
Well, there's no maybe about it.
Huh?
It's a fact, yeah. We're going to get hitched.
Barney, why ain't you tell me, by Yemeni, why I always have to squeeze it out of you like you was a flaw? She pretty?
Well, she's got a good head on her, I'll say that for her.
When you getting married?
Oh, as soon as I get back, maybe. Only before I go, I got to see that the boys get that little jamboree I promised them.
Yeah, we take care of that, all right. Welcome to Iron Ridge, gentlemen. Glad to see you back. Hello, Barney.
Hello, Sid. How you doing?
Hey, you in the old city south. Gentlemen, the first one is on the house.
And all the rest are on me. Now go to it, boys.
One of the greatest problems of the scientific world. Is the hand quicker than the eye, or vice versa, is the eye quicker than the hand?
Hello, Max.
Well, hello, Barney. Feeling lucky this trip?
Sure. $5 says the ball is under that shell.
Right you are. Step right up, ladies and gentlemen. Now, there are 3 shells in the little round ball. Pick the shell that covers the ball, and you win your bet. Try it again, Barney?
Well, why not? Can I bet anything I like?
Anything you like.
Fine. I bet $1, $2, $3, $4, $500.
Hey, wait a minute. You can't do that.
Oh, sure I can.
No, don't do it, Barney.
Well, can you cover it?
Well, I'll have to ask the boys.
Barney, $500? What have you lose?
Oh, let me alone. I know what I'm doing. Now, come on, boys. Give me a little elbow room around here. Would you move over there, just... Oh, excuse me.
Oh, that's all right.
I didn't see you standing there. You going to bring me luck?
If I do, it'll be the first time.
Oh, so you're not lucky, huh?
You think I'd be here if I was?
Sid says it's okay, Barney.
Sure it's okay. Go ahead.
Fine.
Are you ready, Barney?
Let her roll.
Barney, you're crazy.
Now watch me closely, gentlemen. Finally observe that I wear no mustache to deceive you. There you are. Now, which shell is it under?
Well, she's under this one.
Oh, is she? Well, pick up the shell and let's see.
And not on your life, mister. You pick up the other 2 shells.
Good boy, Barney. You got him by the short hairs. Now you hang on.
Okay, Barney.
That ain't no way to play this game, and you know it.
Well, it's the way I'm going to play it. You pick up those other 2 shells, girlie, and let's see if the ball is under them.
Sure. Nothing under here. Looks like you win, mister.
Pick up the money, Barney. Pick it up.
Yeah, well, thanks, Sid, and thank you, girlie. Come on over and sit down.
Thanks. Are you always so lucky?
Not in a long time. Nothing so good looking.
I wasn't thinking of myself.
I was. Come on over.
I'll be there in a minute. I gotta sing another number yet.
All right, but don't keep us waiting. Come on, boys. The rest of the night is on.
Here with you, Barney.
Sid.
What you want?
Want me to get your money back, Sid?
I'll give you $100 if you do.
All right, give me something to knock him out with.
Sure, here. There's a powder on this cigarette. Wait a little while, then slip it in your drink and switch glasses on him.
Okay, and I'll see you later for that $100.
Yeah, wait till this crowd leaves before you slip it to him. I don't want no trouble.
I got it.
The yellow field ladder, go ahead.
What do you see, boys?
All right.
Orally.
Oh, that's a nice kid, Swan. It's a nice kid.
Yeah, and that nice song, Orly. That nice, too, huh?
Yeah. No, she's beautiful. I wonder what she's doing in a place like this. Oh, wait a minute. Cut it out.
What's the matter?
It's getting late. Sid'll be ready to close up soon.
Yeah. Lotta, how long have you been here?
2, 3 weeks. Why?
Oh, I just wondered. Where did you come from?
Back east. Why?
How long since you left home?
Say, you fellas are all alike, aren't you? You entertain a girl for a couple of hours, you want to know the history of her whole life. What's it to you anyway?
Oh, wait a minute. I didn't mean anything. Sit down. Want a cigarette?
No, I've got my own.
Light?
Gee, I knocked over your glass.
Well, there's more where that came from.
Here, take mine.
Go on.
No, I don't want mine, honest. Please take it.
Oh, all right. Look, Lada, don't get sore. But is there any good reason why you can't pull out of here and go back to your folks?
If you must know, there's plenty of reasons. 165 reasons.
Just railroad fare, huh?
Ain't that enough? You think that kind of money grows on trees?
Sometimes. Here's enough for railroad fare, a couple of new dresses, and a little something extra to buy a present for the old folks.
Huh?
Bonnie, are you crazy in the head?
Hey, mister, you ain't trying to make a fool out of me, are you?
No. I just think you're too fine a girl for a place like this, that's all. It's all velvet. Go on and take it.
No.
Go on.
No, I tell you. What do you think I am? Oh, Swan, you better get this fool out of here.
Too proud to take it, huh?
Get out of here, I tell you. I ain't fooling. Your crowd's gone if you think Sid's gonna let you pack off that bankroll. You got another thing coming. That's all I gotta say. Oh, go on, Barney. Please do what I tell you.
All right, but you're coming with us.
No, I'm not. I'm staying right here where I belong.
Yeah? Well, then I'm going to stay with you. He's looking at you, Lotto.
Don't drink that.
Why?
Put that glass down.
Why?
Put it down!
Lotta, why you do that? Why you knock glass down, huh?
Because she's just the kind of a girl I thought she was. We're getting out of here now, the three of us. Come on. Hey, boy. Hey, turn the steam down a little. You want to boil us?
Excuse me. Fix it now.
Finished steamboat. By Yemeni, ain't nothing like finished steamboat, Barney. Lotta ain't noticed tonight.
That's what I'm afraid of. Say, isn't she grand? Did you ever see anybody like her, Swan?
By yours, it's funny thing, Barney. I never see you get so crazy about girl before. All in 1 week, too.
When did I ever meet a girl like her before?
You like her, huh?
Like her? It's more than that, Swan. It's a lot more. You know, she's everything I've always looked for in a woman. I never found. She's every woman I've ever met. All in one.
You got to be nice to her, Sonny. She crazy about you, too.
Nice to her? Say, haven't I treated her like she was my own sister?
Mr. Glasgow.
Yeah, what?
Man here to see you. Say his name is Hewitt.
The old man.
Get me out of here, quick. Tell him to meet us in the dressing room.
Yeah.
Sit down, Mr. Hewitt. We'll be with you in a minute.
I'll speak to you now. I got to get right back to Chicago.
Oh, yeah?
Barney, who's that woman you've been running around with up here?
Now, you didn't come all the way up here to ask me that, did you?
Never mind about that. I heard all about your goings-on, and I'm surprised at you, Barney. I really am.
Well, I don't blame you. I'm a little surprised myself.
Well, as long as you realize it yourself, I won't say any more. I've got some good news for you, Barney. Congress has passed that bill. They're giving railroads every other section of land along any new right-of-way.
They are, eh?
Yes, and if we work fast, we can put your scheme into operation.
What scheme?
We're going to build a railroad, Swan. 100 miles of useless tracks right through the pine belt. The government will sell us the best pine territory in the state for $1,000 a mile.
But that ain't honest.
Come on, Barney, get into your clothes. We've got to travel.
Yeah, that's right, but there's someone I've got to look after first.
Now, look here, Barney. I thought you were going to be sensible about this woman. But if you're not, that's all I want to know.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. York. That's no way to talk.
Oh, I'm not going to put any pressure on you, Barney. But if you don't drop this whole sickening affair right here and now and come along with me, you're not going to be any son-in-law of mine, much less a partner.
Partner?
You heard me, I believe. I said partner.
Now, listen, Barney,
You keep out of this, Swan. How soon does that train leave?
20 minutes.
I'll meet you at the station.
Good. I'll be waiting.
Well, go ahead. Why don't you say something?
You tell me not to.
You think I'm going to throw away a partnership in a thing like this?
It's stealing, Barney. You ask anybody. I bet your pa would say same thing. I bet he'd say, Barney, you stay in the woods with Swan. You'd be better off. You can't do nothing with money, only spend it.
Yeah, sure. And where did it get him? A camp foreman all his life, dodging the big trucks as they came down until one day he slipped. It's a nice finish, isn't it?
We all take chances, Barney. That's our life. And what about Lotta? You should think about her, too. She's going to feel pretty bad.
Oh, she'll be all right. She'll get over it.
Ain't no. Women is funny sometime.
Well, tell her if she ever needs anything, I'll... tell her just to let me know.
Me tell her? You mean you're not going to see her before you go?
I haven't got time, Swan. Well, so long. I'll see you next summer.
But, Barney, what I tell her?
Tell her the truth.
I can't do that. I can't. You want me to kill her? Barney!
Barney, is that you, darling?
It's me, Lotta.
Oh, Swan, come in. Where's Barney? He said he'd be ready early tonight.
Lotta,
He said if we could polish off this town tonight, we might go up tomorrow and wait to take a whack at La Croix. Oh, crazy Barney.
Listen, Lotta, I got to tell you something about Barney you ain't know.
Sure, I know. He's just on a big spree, and I better not take him too seriously.
That's what I trying to tell you.
Oh, Swan, I know women have spoiled Barney, but, this ain't anything like that. I knew it the minute I seen him. It was like getting a bang on the nose. For a while, I didn't know what was the matter with me. He ain't said anything, Swan. He's not the kind. And so far, he's treated me like I was his own sister. But if he don't feel the same way I do...
Lotta, wait, please.
What's the matter?
Barney, he ain't coming back.
What?
He gone. He already leave on noon train.
You're fooling, ain't you, Swan?
No, I ain't fool. He gone, Lotta.
What for? What did I do?
You ain't do nothing. But that's the way Barney is. He always been like that. Work all the time. Last year, he's scaling timber for me. Next time I see him, he's my boss. Now he's Hewitt's partner. Going up north to steal $100 million and marry boss's daughter. I ain't know.
The boss's daughter. I guess I wasn't good enough for him.
Barney going to be a big man someday. That's all he think about.
I would have helped him. I would have worked with him. I'd have done anything. Oh, I don't believe it. He couldn't do it. He couldn't.
You mustn't blame Barney, Lotta. It ain't his fault. He just like that, that's all. And I know I ain't much, but I'm here, Lotta, and maybe I could make you happy if you let me try.
Oh, Swan. Oh, Swan.
You ready, Lotta?
Yes.
They waiting for us.
I know, Swan. You're a fool to marry me.
No, Lotta.
I don't love you.
Yeah, I know. You love Barney. But you like me little bit?
You're willing to marry me after I tell you a thing like that?
Yeah, sure. I love you, Lotta. I got to look after you. And now maybe you give me a little kiss just for luck.
A man as good as you are will always have luck, Swan. And if you want me as bad as that.
They're waiting for us, Lotta.
All right. I'm ready.
We continue Come and Get It presently, starring Edward Arnold and Anne Shirley. While we are waiting for Act Two, we want you to go with us to a party. Let's join Dorothy M., a fashion reporter, who is taking in this party with an out-of-town friend.
Wait till the folks back home hear about this. I never saw so many famous people in my life. Oh, Dot, look over there. Who's that?
Oh, I've been looking for her. This year's best-dressed New Yorker.
Some hat. Oh, Dot, it must be at least a foot high.
That's very smart this year. See, she's wearing a lame suit to match the hat. And the skirt is much shorter. There's a new fashion note.
What?
A run in the left stocking.
Oh, she must be dying. That's happened to me, and at the worst moments.
You'll have to learn my rule for cutting down stocking runs. Use Lux Flakes.
Why Lux Flakes?
Why, indeed. Well, for one thing, because it has no harmful alkali. And, of course, with Lux Flakes, there's no rubbing. You know, rubbing stockings with cake soap weakens the threads.
I hadn't thought of that, but I suppose it does.
But just sousing them up and down in Lux Suds saves the elasticity of the threads. And then they stretch without snapping so often. Oh, I've saved an awful lot on stockings by luxing them.
You better tell the best-dressed lady about Lux.
She'd probably be grateful. I might put it in the column tomorrow. Note to a dubiously well-dressed woman. Get a large package of Lux Flakes and start luxing your stockings. It helps cut down those embarrassing runs, which can ruin even the best-dressed woman's appearance.
Our producer, Mr. DeMille.
We continue with Come and Get It, starring Edward Arnold and Anne Shirley, with Walter Brennan, Lou Ayres, Mary Nash, and Mady Christians. 25 years have passed. Married to old Hewitt's daughter, Barney Glasgow's success was certain, his advancement rapid. He's at the head of the firm now, the perfect type of middle-aged business executive, quick in his decisions and sure of his judgment. In the bedroom of his handsomely furnished townhouse, he stands before the mirror, carefully adjusting his tie. Evie, his daughter, enters with a letter in her hand.
Morning, Dad.
Well, the Gibson girl. Aren't you getting old enough to have your breakfast in bed?
None of your guff, please. I like my breakfast hot and plenty of it, just like you do. Here's a letter from Swan.
Oh, yeah? Well, open it up and read it.
I did already. He says, Dear Barney, may Beck is better, so I go back to work next month, if that's all right with you. Maybe you think I'm too old, but they ain't. You come up here, I show you. Make you look sick cutting tree down. Just like I always did, Yummy. Is that true?
Well, I never liked to hurt his feelings. Go on.
Anyway, there's a lot of deer and quail, and I saw some new bear tracks yesterday by the creek, but don't come up on my account. Thanks for nice stone you send for Lotta's grave. Must cost you lots of money. My sister Carrie and young Lotta send their love. Lotta, she's a big girl now. You wouldn't know her. Say hello to your wife and the young ones. They must be getting pretty big now, too. Your friend, Swan Bostrom.
Good old Swan.
Dad, why don't you take a run up there?
Oh, gosh, I'd like to, you know. I haven't seen Swan for 3 or 4 years, the old polecat. What's that he said about a stone for Lotta's grave?
Well, I sent it up when you went back east for the convention that time.
Oh, you did? What for?
Well, seeing that you've always let me read Swan's letters to you, it wasn't hard to put 2 and 2 together. Especially after the look on your face when you got word that Lotta was dead.
Now, that was very nice of you, but it's none of your business or anybody else's.
Look, Dad, why don't you go up in the woods and kill a couple of grizzly bears instead of going around here acting like one?
What?
Honest, you've gotten awful prissy lately. You could leave today. Do you good.
Well, so aren't you having a party tonight?
You know I am. And the very thought of it makes you want to cuss.
Well, how did you know?
Oh, because it makes me feel a little that way, too. Dad, take me with you when you go up to the ridge sometime, will you?
Sure I will. We'll take a trip all by ourselves.
Oh, that'll be wonderful. Let's do it before I'm married.
Yeah, sure. Look here, Evie. Are you sure you want to marry Orville Bremer?
Shut up. You think I'd do it if I didn't want to?
Well, it has been done. But not you, my dear.
Come on. Mother'll say our breakfast is ruined.
All right, I'll be down right away.
More coffee, Bernie?
Oh, thanks, Mother.
Morning, Mother. Morning, Benny.
Bernie, you better be careful how you mess up that paper. You know how upset your father gets when it's not fresh. I've told you a dozen times you might just as well use his toothbrush.
Well, frankly, I don't see the slightest connection. It doesn't seem to occur to the richest man in Wisconsin that we might have 2 morning papers.
Well, that would be silly extravagance. And the reason Mr. Glasgow's the richest man in Wisconsin is because he and my father before him knew how to take care of their money.
Mother, don't you think your habit of calling Father Mr. Glasgow is just a little old-fashioned?
Perhaps it is, Bernie. But my mother never called my father anything but Mr. Hewitt to his dying day.
Never?
Never.
Good morning.
Hello, Dad.
Hello. Good morning, dear.
Why are you so late? Your breakfast is just...
Just ruined, I know. So's the newspaper. Bernie, I've told you
What's
1,000
the matter?
times.
I didn't.
Have some coffee, dear?
Yes, thanks.
Here. I see Chapman's are having a sale on down comforters. I have a good notion to run down to Milwaukee with Evie. If it weren't for all the parties.
Oh, Emmy, you and Evie will have to count me out for the rest of the week. I've got to go up to Iron Ridge.
Iron Ridge?
What for?
On business.
But, Mr. Glasgow, you can't. Tonight's Evie's dinner party for Orville and his family. The first one since they've been engaged.
I never heard of such a thing. What'll Orville's folks think?
Well, frankly, I don't give a hoot what they think.
Evie, did you hear what he said? He says he's going up to Iron Ridge.
I heard it. I wish I could go with him.
A nice way for a girl to talk who's going to be married in 2 months. If I felt that way, I wouldn't get engaged in the first place, much less married.
You know, that's an idea.
What?
Look here, Evie. You don't have to marry that fat can of lard or anybody else if you don't want to.
Oh, Orvie's all right. He's a good kid.
A good kid? Well, I never.
Well, I've got to be off. Got a lot to do before train time.
How long will you be gone, Dad?
Back in a week, sure. Well, goodbye, Emmy.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Evie.
So long, Dad. Bring me back a bear.
What?
I mean, come back quick.
Did you say bear?
Goodbye, Emmy. Bye-bye, Evie.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Well, you're looking fine, Swan. How's the old back holding up? Pretty good?
Yeah, pretty good. Hurt Nate sometimes. We getting old, maybe, huh?
Old? Not me. Say, I'm hungry. Where are we going to eat, out at the camp?
Well, no, I got bad news, Barney. The camp, she burned down in middle of night.
What?
Oh, that big fool cookie I sent over, he start fire, then...
You mean to say I can't stay at the camp? Why, doggone it, I only came up here to shoot. Well, I'll go back on number 11 tonight.
Barney, we ain't need no camp. We get this anyways. You stay at my house.
No, I'm going back on number 11.
Barney, you ain't want to do that. This first time I see you for years. You got to see my sister Carrie and young Lotta. You ain't see young Lotta since her mother died.
Well, that's right. Well, where is she?
Up at hotel. I tell my sister Carrie she got to have bang-up breakfast to you.
Carrie? Oh, that's so. Carrie's working at the Ridge House.
Yeah, sure. She had waitress. And my young Lotta, she waitress there, too.
She is? But she's only a kid. She can't be old enough to wait on a table already.
No. Wait till you see young Lotta, by Yemeni. You'll soon find out how old you are.
Oh.
Hello, Mr. Glasgow.
Oh, hello.
I guess you don't remember me. I'm Carrie, Swan's sister.
Why, Carrie, hello.
Swan said you'd be here, and I'm getting a nice breakfast all ready for you.
Oh, that's fine. Have you got any good Swedish food, Carrie?
No, not here. But how'd you like to come to Swan's tonight, and I'll get you a good supper? All Swede cooking.
No, I can't. I'm taking number 11 back tonight.
Customer over there wants to see you, Aunt Carrie.
Oh, Lotta, come here.
Lotta? Is that Lotta?
You want me, Aunt Carrie?
Yes. This is Mr. Glasgow.
Pleased to make your acquaintance, Mr. Glasgow.
Lotta?
Kind of favors her mother, doesn't she?
Why, she's the image of her.
Everybody says that who used to know Mother. You knew her, didn't you?
Yes. I knew her.
Well, I gotta get busy. See you later, Mr. Glasgow.
Yes. Sit down, Lotta.
Oh, I can't now.
Oh, go ahead, sit down. It's all right.
Well,
how long have you been working here, Lotta?
just a couple of months. Of course, I helped Aunt Carrie off and on ever since I came out of high school in Ashland. I graduated there.
Well, that's fine, isn't it? Do you like it here?
Oh, they pay pretty good, but I don't like waiting on table much.
Oh, the fellas get too fresh, do they?
Not with me, they don't. Oh, still and all, I'd like to go to Milwaukee or somewhere and learn something. Not be stuck in some jumping-off place like Pa and Aunt Carrie have been stuck all their life.
Well, you won't be.
No, I wish I were sure of that.
Do that again.
What?
Laugh like that again.
Why?
You know, you want to get your teeth fixed. That one on the side is a little crooked.
Oh, yes, I ought to. They're all even except that one. Well, I better get your breakfast. Pa said you're going back on number 11.
Oh, me? Oh, no, I'm not in such a hurry. I can get it tomorrow or maybe the day after.
You're going to stay. Oh, Pa'll be so glad. We'll see you then, won't we?
Oh, sure. Sure, you'll see me.
just got into you? Ironing this time of day.
I've got to have a clean dress for Mr. Glasgow's supper tonight.
You put that one on this morning. 2 clean dresses a day?
Well, why not?
Look, Lotta, soon as dinner is over this noon, I'm going to beat it right home and get things going. You get off and be up there. Time Mr. Glasgow and your pa get there.
No, I'll come later.
Well, why, for Pete's sake? Your pa'll like it you there, and Mr. Glasgow, too.
Mr. Glasgow'd like it better if I'm not there when he comes. And then he waits a while and thinks maybe I'm not coming, and then I come.
What are you driving at anyway?
He likes me.
What are you up to, young lady?
Nothing, Aunt Carrie. Only if I have to work hard and can't get anywhere until late, Mr. Glasgow would feel sorry for a person, wouldn't he?
What of it, dummy? What if he is?
You and Pa have been dumb all your whole lives.
Well, thank you, Miss Smarty. And where does Mr. Glasgow come in?
Well, he's rich and can do a lot for me if I can just make him think I'm worth helping. You know, he don't think of me just like anyone. I'm Swan Bostrom's girl, and I got looks. I can amount to something, and he'll help me. You just wait and see.
Oh, no, I won't. You're not going to begin any of your shenanigans with Mr. Glasgow. He's only being nice to us on account of Swan, and you know it.
I know lots of things, Aunt Carrie. You know how Ma kept after me, always saying she didn't want me to be like other girls. Well, I'm just beginning to see what she meant.
That was nice, Lotta.
Hey, Yemeni, she sing that good, huh, Barney? Just like a ma.
Yeah. Yeah, beautiful.
Thanks.
Hey, George, sometimes I think when I look at her singing like that, I think... Barney, what the matter? What you looking at?
Huh? Oh, nothing. I was just thinking. Here, let me fill your glass, Lotta.
Thank you.
Well, for Pete's sakes, Lotta, give me those glasses, Mr. Glasgow. She ought to be waiting on you.
And she isn't going to wait on anybody anymore if I can help it.
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, girls like her have got no business in a hotel dining room. It's a crime, the way those men looked at her this morning. You don't realize it, Swan. She's got to have the right start, and I'm going to help her.
Me? Oh, Mr. Glasgow.
Well, why not? It's the least I could do, for old time's sake.
Telegram, Mother. From Father, I guess.
What does it say? Here, give it to me. Dear Emmy, Swan's back much worse. I'm bringing him down for treatment. Tell Bernie to look for house. Carrie and young Lotta are with us. Love.
But, Lotta, dear, what's the matter? Didn't you enjoy your dinner?
It's the last meat I'll eat in that dining car. Why didn't you tell us we looked like rubes?
What are you talking about? You looked all right.
Don't lie to me. You were ashamed of us. I could see it and I could feel it. With all those women goggling and grinning at our clothes.
Listen, Lotta, you don't need to worry about what other women think, because you'll always be the most beautiful woman in the room, no matter where you are. And they'll all be wishing they were like you. Now, remember that.
Carrie, just look at it. It's the most beautiful house I've ever seen. It's heaven, that's what it is.
It's almost too good for us. I don't know.
Oh, Aunt Carrie, I didn't know anybody could be so happy. Was there ever such a man as Mr. Glasgow? All he's doing for us, for Pa.
Yeah?
He's sending me down into town again tomorrow. Wants me to pick out whatever I want.
What do you mean?
Clothes, silly.
Well, you've got enough now, Lotta.
Not to suit him, I haven't. He wants me to be as well-dressed as anybody in this town. Better even. And I will. You can bet on that.
Lotta, wait. You mustn't do this.
Why not?
Because you mustn't. There's more to this man than just doing things for Pa. He's known Pa for years. He never did anything for him before. How is it all going to end, Lotta?
How do I know?
Lotta, Mr. Glasgow is a married man. More than twice your age.
What if he is? Nobody in the world has ever been so good to me as he has. Why, all I have to do is think of what he took us all out of, and I'm not going to give it up for you or anyone else. I don't care how it ends. Do you understand that? I don't care.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. We will continue in a moment with Act 3 of the Lux Radio Theater presentation, Come and Get It. As you listened, you heard with recurring persistence the call of a woman to a man, when after 25 years, the image of that woman, recreated in her daughter, rolls back the years. Our guest in the Lux Radio Theater this evening is known throughout the country as a philosophical thinker on such matters. Her name is Helen Rowland. Her column, The Merry-Go-Round, has for the past 8 years been distributed by King Features Syndicate, appearing in nearly 100 newspapers throughout the United States. She speaks to you now from New York City. Miss Helen Rowland.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. You're very gracious. You know, at heart, I'm really an incurable romanticist. Believe it or not, my theory is that real love comes only once in a lifetime. All your other little loves are just false alarms. Life, after all, is like a poem. The most important thing about it is not that it should be long, but that it should be beautiful and interesting. And that's what love makes it. I don't believe that a man's heart, or a woman's either, should curl up like a cat and go fast asleep after 40. There's no reason why you should not have love, companionship, and romance as long as you live. But seek it with somebody of your own generation. Someone who speaks your own language and sings your own songs and doesn't expect you to dance the Big Apple when you're only gated to a waltz. You know, the real problem nowadays is not how to get a husband, but how to hold on to him after you've got him. To find your mate, that is luck. To know him when you find him, that's inspiration. To win him when you know him, that is art. To hold him when you've won him, that is a life work. I've just been asked if I believe that it's the hand that rocks the cradle which rules the world. Well, that may be true, but it's the hand that keeps itself soft and white and kissable that gets the man. That's one reason why we women owe a vote of thanks to such a marvelous product as Lux. For the loveliest white hands sometimes have to get down to such things as dishwashing. And Lux Flakes keeps your hands soft and smooth and make dishwashing almost like a beauty treatment. You know, it's far easier to keep a dozen men guessing than to keep one man after he's stopped guessing. And a man always stops guessing about you when you've ceased to be a parlor ornament and have become a kitchen utensil. But all your life long you can have love and romance. It may come in the springtime of life, all fresh and glowing and tender, or it may come in life's Indian summer. But if it's the real thing, it never dies. Because love is not a fleeting infatuation. It is understanding, flavored with sentiment, tenderness, colored with romance, comradeship, sprinkled with stardust. And that combination is immortal.
From Hollywood, we send our thanks, Miss Rowland. And return now to Edward Arnold and Anne Shirley in Come and Get It with Walter Brennan, Lou Ayres, Mary Nash, and Mady Christians. As the days pass, Barney devotes more and more time to Lotta, seeing in her the reincarnation of the girl he loved long ago. Carrie's fears take firmer root, and finally, in desperation, she goes to Swan and tells him of her suspicions.
We've got to go back to Iron Ridge. This is no place for us.
Why, Carrie?
I'm scared, Swan. Scared for Lotta. All these things Mr. Glasgow's been doing for us, it isn't for us. It's all for her. But I tell you, he's in love with her. He is, Swan.
You make big mistake, Carrie. Barney not in love with Lotta. He's still in love with her ma, that's all.
But he doesn't know that, and she likes him. Oh, anything might happen.
No, Carrie, I won't hear such talk. You ain't no Barney Glasgow. He's my friend.
Just a minute. Oh, hello.
How do you do? Are you, Lotta Bostrom?
Yes.
I'm Bernie Glasgow.
Yes, I know. I hope you'll excuse my looks. I'm just making some taffy. Won't you come in?
No, thanks. Is your father home?
Why, no, he isn't. He's gone for a walk with Aunt Carrie.
Then I'll tell you what I came to say. The Glasgow family won't stand for you or any other yellow-haired vampire making a fool out of my father.
What?
I don't pretend to know how far things have gone, but I stand ready to pay you any reasonable sum to leave town. I'm assuming, of course, that it's money you want.
Why, I'll kill you.
Now, just a minute.
I'll kill you if you don't take that back.
Are you crazy? Stop it.
Let go of me, you big brute, you. Oh.
What's the matter?
It's burning.
What?
My taffy, and it's all your fault.
Oh, but look, I didn't mean to.
Don't speak to me now. Just look at that taffy. Just look at it.
I'm sorry. Here, let me help you.
Let it alone. Don't you touch it.
But
Don't touch it, I said. You and your big talk coming in here and telling me that...
Oh, wait, please. You mustn't get so excited. I can see I've misjudged you, and I'm sorry. Really, I am.
All right. Never mind that now. If you want to show me really how sorry you are, you can help me clean up this mess. Keep putting your hands in the flour, then the taffy won't stick to them.
Oh, I get the idea.
Go on, Mr. Glasgow. What were you saying about paper?
Oh, yes. Well, the art of paper making was first used by the Chinese, the ancient Chinese. To them is generally conceded the discovery of the art of paper making of the sort familiar to us, from fibrous matter reduced to pulp.
Really? I never knew that.
Oh, yes. And there's a Chinese saying, time and patience will change the mulberry leaf into satin.
Oh, isn't that beautiful?
Most beautiful thing I ever saw.
Huh?
I mean, heard.
Go on. Tell me some more about paper. You talk so beautifully. I never knew history was so interesting, Mr. Glasgow.
It never seemed so darned interesting before. And please don't call me mister.
Well, you keep calling me Miss Bostrom.
All right. Is that a sign you've forgiven me?
No, I'll never do that.
I'm an awful ass, but honest, I thought you were...
A vampire?
Yeah. I didn't realize you were so young and kind of innocent and sweet. You'd forgive me if you knew how sorry I am.
I forgive you, Bernie.
You do? Thanks, Lotta.
Sit down, Barney. You wear holding carpet walking up and down like that.
Well, where is she? She ought to be home from business school now. I wanted to speak to her about something.
Oh, I think maybe it was me you come to see.
Well, it's all of you. But I like folks to be in once in a while. This isn't the first time either.
Barney, I ain't understand you sometime. You act like you're a...
Well, there she is. Who's that with her?
No, stop.
Oh, come on.
Bernie.
Oh, hello, Dad.
Hello, Mr. Glasgow.
What are you doing here, Bernie?
Why, I met Lotta coming from business school. I gave her a lift.
I suppose the office can just go hang waiting for you, huh?
No.
Get back to the office right away. I'll see you there later.
All right. So long.
So long.
Wait, Bernie. I walked the auto with you.
You're late today, Lotta.
Don't I know it? Pa'll be yelling for his dinner.
Wait a minute. Don't run away.
I've got to help Carrie.
Oh, sit down. I want to speak to you.
Well?
Are you happy, Lotta?
Oh, of course I am.
That's good.
You've done everything for us. I'll never be able to tell you what it's meant to Pa.
Oh, I didn't only do it for Swan. You were in on this thing, too.
I know, and thank you.
Hey, Lotta, I want to...
Oh, I've just got to start dinner. You'll stay, won't you?
Well, if you want me to.
You know I do.
All right, it's a deal. Hey, Swan, what do you think of that? Paper drinking cups, brand new idea. How do you like them, Lotta?
It tastes the same as drinking out of a glass.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Good idea, Barney.
You bet it's a good idea. I'm going to start making them right now. Fellow named Tony Schwerke thought of it, young fellow down at the mill.
Schwerke?
Yeah. Now, don't say a word about this, but Evie's crazy about him, and it looks like wedding bells, too.
Evie? But she's engaged.
Yes, she was, but you don't know Evie. She was never very strong for Orville Bremer, I guess. This Tony Schwerke has a real inside track.
He must be all right if Phoebe likes him.
Now, don't tell a soul. Mrs. Glasgow doesn't know a thing about it. Anyway, the point is, I'm going to give you a few shares of this stock in this cup here, Swan, and make you do a little work. If it catches on, you'll be independent for life.
Oh, Mr. Glasgow.
Ah, but Barney, I ain't know nothing about paper business. I better stick to timber. Then I know where I am.
What?
Yeah. I think I better go back to Iron Ridge.
Pa!
What are you talking about? Don't you like it down here?
Sure we do, but you know, Swan, when it gets lonesome for the woods.
You mean you're all going back?
Oh, Pa, just when I'm getting along so well at the business college
Now,
here.
now, Lotta, don't get excited. You can go to run at Ashland in summer just like you did before.
Sure.
You think I'm going back to waiting on tables?
Why not? You think you're too good for it now, huh?
Oh, now I see. You put him up to this, didn't you? Just because you think someone likes me and I might be happy. Well, I'm not going back to Iron Ridge. I'm going to stay here and take what I've a right to. I don't care what anybody says. I'm not afraid. I can look out for myself.
Oh, Swan, you heard what she said.
Barney, you mustn't think, Barney. That...
She's right, Swan. You mustn't stand in her way. She's right.
My daughter, married to a mill hand. A mill hand. And you say you're glad about it.
Why not, Emmy? He's just as good as we are. Besides, he's invented a paper cup that may make him a rich man one of these days. And if she marries him...
She won't. Not if I can help it.
You let her alone. She's not going to make the same mistake you and I did.
Mistake?
Emmy, I came home tonight intending to have a talk with you. We should have had it a long time ago.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about a divorce. I want you to get a divorce, Emmy.
You're crazy. Why should I give you a divorce?
No. You get one.
I won't. You're crazy. Are you in love with someone? Is it that girl of Swan's? Or are you trying to trade an old wife for a new one?
Now, listen, Emmy Louise, you're not happy with me.
You married me, and a fortune with me.
And I've paid for it for 25 years. And so have you.
You never cared for me, did you? Answer me.
I did you a great wrong marrying you. I never really...
No, don't say it. Don't say it. I know it's true. I've always known how you felt. But I loved you. From the very first time I set eyes on you. I'm like that yet.
Emmy, please don't.
You're all I've got. All I've ever had in the world. I don't care who Evie marries. If you'll only stay with me. I'll act like I'm the happiest thing in the world. Anything you say. Only don't leave me.
Emmy.
Don't.
Emmy, please, don't cry. Please don't cry, Emmy. It's late, dear, and you'd better go to bed. We won't talk about this now. We'll wait. We'll wait until after Evie is married. Huh?
Glasgow, take this man for your wedded husband?
I do.
Then I now pronounce you man and wife.
Lotta, where are you?
Here, Bernie.
Hello, darling. You all alone?
Waiting for you.
It's a great party, isn't it? You know, the minute I can stand on my own feet, I'd like to give one of these parties myself. For us, Lotta.
Oh, Bernie.
All ready, Evie?
All ready, Dad. Where are the grips? They've gone, dear. I took care of them.
Can I bring you anything from Chicago, Mother?
Yes. If there's a sale of down comforters, you might. Oh, never mind. I may not be here.
You may not. What?
I can't tell you now. I'll see you outside.
Come on, Evie.
Oh, wait, Dad. Do me one more favor.
Sure.
Will you find Bernie for me? Tell him I've got to see him.
Sure. Where is he?
I think you might find him with Lotta. That's where he usually is, isn't he?
What's that? With Lotta?
I saw them upstairs together in the front room.
Oh.
But it can't be that soon, Bernie.
But it will be. Lotta, darling, how did I ever live before you came in?
Oh, Bernie, dear.
Why, Dad, what's the matter with you?
What are you doing here with her?
Lotta and I are going to be married.
Why, you fool. She's my girl. She's my girl.
Don't you believe him, Bernie? It's a lie. It's a lie. Ask Aunt Carrie. Ask Pa. He's lying.
Say you're lying. Say it's a lie, what you just said.
I'll show you who's boss around here.
Say it's a lie, or I'll beat the daylights out of your father or no
Why,
father.
you little good for nothing.
Bernie, let him go. Let him go. You'll hurt him.
Take your hands
He's
off
your
it.
father. He's an old man.
Get out. Both of you.
Dad,
Get out. An old man. Old man. An old man. An old man. An old man.
Bernard! Bernard! What's the matter? Are you ill?
No. That precious son of yours, I threw him out.
Bernard.
That girl. Threw her out, too. He said he was going to marry her.
Oh, is that all? Is that all?
Don't you care?
No. As long as it isn't you. I thought it was you.
Me? Why, Emmy, I'm an old man. Didn't you know that? An old man and an old fool.
Oh, no, Bernard. You couldn't help yourself. I know how it was.
You know.
And I still love you. I told you that.
Emmy, I won't ask your forgiveness. I've got that, I know. Just let me forget everything. I'm ready to forget now.
And I am too. Everything.
That's fine, Emmy. Thank you, Emmy.
It's almost time for lunch. Oh, if they'd only all come in now.
I'll get them in for you.
Barney. Hey, Barney, we going to... Barney, what's the matter?
Oh, nothing.
Why, you look like maybe you see ghost.
Swan, where's that old triangle?
The one I bring you?
Yeah.
They hang it over here on porch, but...
stand by me, Swan. Stay with me.
Barney, you sure something ain't wrong?
Oh, no. I'm old, Swan. I'm an old man. And an old fool. Come and get it! Come and get it! Come and get it! I'll throw it to the dog! Come and get it!
That's all from Edward Arnold and Anne Shirley as performers. As themselves, we'll hear from them again shortly. In the meantime, Melville Ruick has a word.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. We'd like to tell you tonight about Mrs. Richard James of New York City. Mrs. James has been married for almost 10 years and has always done her own work. But her hands don't show it. In fact, they are so beautiful that they have recently been photographed for publication. I'd like you to hear just how Mrs. James keeps her hands lovely in spite of dishwashing. Here it is in her own words.
Well-groomed, attractive hands are important to me, so I won't take chances with a soap that might chap them or make them red. I know Lux keeps hands lovely. 9 years of dishwashing have proved it to me.
Here's the reason Lux Flakes protect your hands. They contain no harmful alkali to dry the oils of the skin, which keep it soft and youthful. By using Lux Flakes in your dishpan, you give your hands beauty care while they work. It costs very little, especially if you get the economical large-size package of Lux Flakes. I return you to Mr. DeMille.
A moment now with Mr. Arnold and Miss Shirley. Here's our microphone. Come and get it.
I thought the phrase come and get it refers to eating.
Can that be why you and Eddie Arnold are such a study in contrasts? You weigh only 100 pounds, and Eddie, well, I'd estimate his displacement at, say, 200...
218 pounds exactly, Mr. DeMille. And I guess I'm the only actor out here who doesn't mind having a waistline. When I went to the beach this past summer, hundreds of people used to lie down in my shadow to get out of the sun.
Oh, come now. That sounds a little exaggerated.
Well, maybe it is, Ann. But you remember the scene in the play tonight that took place in the steam bath?
Yes.
Well, in the picture, we had a real steam bath, and I spent days in it. Walter Brennan kept telling me that it wasn't so bad after all, because there I was, losing pound after pound and getting paid for it.
And how many pounds did you lose?
Well, frankly, I gained a couple. But Walter, who's as slender as a couple of beanstalks, he lost 11.
Walter, come over here. Are you going to stand for being called a couple of beanstalks?
Well, the studio ain't seemed to mind, and if the studio got the yak, I'll be the beanstalk anytime, and I'm just the fella that can do it, too. Ask Mr. DeMille over there.
I'm glad you made him thin, Eddie. You got him in shape to play a lean Tennessee hillbilly for me in The Buccaneer.
And don't pay any attention to that Swedish accent of Walter's. He's really Irish.
Well, C.B., you showed us all such a good time tonight that there's only one thing I could wish. I hope Edna Ferber, who wrote the book, Come and Get It, is listening in. I've never met Miss Ferber, and the nearest I came to it was to hear her talk a few weeks ago to the audience of the Lux Radio Theater. But I want to thank her for being such a darn good writer. Thank you all, too, and good night.
Good night, everyone.
Good night,
Mr. Arnold appeared through courtesy of B.P. Shurburg, and his latest film is Bottoms on Broadway. Anne Shirley is from RKO Studios, Mr. DeMille and Lew Ayres, Paramount, where the latter just completed Hold'em Navy. Louis Silvers is from 20th Century Fox, where he directed music for Second Honeymoon. Come and Get It was presented through courtesy of Samuel Goldwyn, producer of Hurricane. Word of our next show comes to you now from Mr. DeMille.
Backed by a magnificent record of success on stage and screen, Robert Emmett Sherwood's thrilling drama, The Petrified Forest, comes to the Lux Radio Theater next Monday night. It's a play alive with action and suspense, heightened by a touching love story, and set against the exciting background of the Arizona desert lands. As the disillusioned wanderer, we bring you Herbert Marshall. As the girl who longs to find expression in the outside world, Miss Margaret Sullivan. And as the tight-lipped killer who throws them suddenly together, Eduardo Cianelli. Three great players in one of the greatest plays of recent years. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Herbert Marshall, Margaret Sullivan, and Eduardo Cianelli in The Petrified Forest. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
To hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes. Best of all, king-size cigarettes brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned a robbery detail. An unidentified armed bandit starts a campaign of jewelry store holdups in your city. The robberies are carefully planned, carefully executed. The bandit commits brutal attacks on each of the victims. Your job? Get him. The latest Fatima sales report shows thousands and thousands of king-size cigarette smokers are switching to Fatima.
For the month of October, coast-to-coast actual figures show Fatima sales are up 110%, or more than double.
Fatima, best of all king-size cigarettes. Definitely the best quality in its class, but the same price as the cigarette you're now smoking.
Remember, thousands of Americans are switching to extra mild Fatima. Next time, insist on the best king-size Fatima in the distinctive golden yellow package.
documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, March 10th. It was cold in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of robbery detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Captain Didion. My name's Friday. It was 3:28 p.m. when I got to room 27A. Robbery detail.
Joe?
Yeah, Ben.
Joe, this is Mr. and Mrs. Gordon. Folks would like to have you meet my partner, Sergeant Friday.
How do you do? We're glad to know you.
How are you, Sergeant?
Mrs. Gordon, are you feeling any better now?
Qu'est-ce qu'il a dit, Robert?
Il veut savoir comment tu te sens. Raconte-leur ce que tu sais de base. She's a lot better now, Sergeant, thank you. My French isn't very good, but it's a lot better than her English. Lucille's only been over here a couple of weeks. I met her when I was on occupation duty over there. Army, you know.
Yeah, I see. Well, we'll try not to keep you long, sir. We got a few questions about the robbery. We think your wife might be able to help us.
Well, we'll sure try, Sergeant. Like to help you any way we can.
Your wife was the only one in the store besides the clerk at the time of the hold-up. Like to have her tell us everything that happened, if she would, please.
Okay. Qu'est-ce qui est arrivé à la bijouterie?
Oh oui, je peux leur dire, j'ai tout vu.
She says she saw everything that happened, Sergeant. What would you like to know first?
Well, how about the hold-up man, Mr. Gordon? Did your wife get a good look at him? Can she describe him for us?
Peux-tu décrire le voleur?
Oh, il portait un veston bleu. C'était un homme, aux cheveux bruns, pas trop grands.
She says the fellow was wearing a blue coat. He had dark hair. Wasn't a very big man.
Mm-hmm. Does she have any idea about how tall he was?
Cécile, de quelle taille? C'est-à-dire...
Costaud. Comme ça. Il viendrait jusqu'à ton épaule. Il pesait environ 80 kilos.
She can't say exactly how tall, Sergeant. Said he'd come up to about here on my shoulder, about 5'8", I guess. She thinks maybe he weighed about 170 pounds. She's not sure.
Uh-huh. Would you ask her exactly what happened at the store? That is, as much as she can remember.
Sure. Cécile, dis-leur exactement ce qui s'est passé.
Eh bien, j'étais au comptoir quand l'homme est entré. Il est allé directement au vendeur, celui qui me servait, et il avait un revolver dans la main.
Well, she says she was standing by the counter, Sergeant, when the hold-up man came in.
Uh-huh.
Says the fellow went over to the clerk, the man who was waiting on her. Says the fellow had a gun in his hand.
Would you ask her to go on, please?
Et après, Cécile?
Il a forcé le vendeur à lui donner tous les bijoux et les a mis dans un sac de papier.
She says the hold-up man made the clerk get up the jewelry. The guy took it and dumped it in a paper bag. Cécile, et après?
Puis, sans raison, après avoir obtenu tous les bijoux, il s'est mis à battre le vendeur avec le revolver. C'était terrible, terrible. J'ai commencé à crier, puis il m'a battu. C'est tout dont je me souviens. C'était terrible.
Well, after he got all this jewelry in the paper bag, the thief began beating up on the clerk. She says for no reason at all, he began slugging the clerk with a gun he was carrying. Really got nasty with him. Naturally, it scared the wife, and she let out a scream. He turned around and hit her. She says that's all she remembers. She'd sure like to get my hands on that lousy punk.
Yeah, I understand how you feel, Mr. Gordon. Could you ask your wife if there's anything else about the hold-up man she remembers?
Cécile, te rappelles-tu d'autres choses à propos de cet homme? Avait-il quelque chose d'extraordinaire?
Non, Robert.
Well, that's about it, Sergeant.
Well, how about the man's clothes? Does she remember anything else he was wearing besides that blue jacket?
Et le reste de ses vêtements? Et par le veston bleu, t'en rappelles-tu?
Non. Je crois qu'il avait un pantalon foncé, mais je ne me rappelle pas d'autre chose. J'avais trop peur.
She thinks maybe he had on dark trousers. She's not sure, though, since she was too scared to notice. Cécile, portait-il un chapeau?
Oh non, il n'avait pas de chapeau.
I asked her if he was wearing a hat. She said no, she's sure of that.
I see. Well, is there anything else that she can remember about him? Anything at all?
Y a-t-il autre chose que la police devrait savoir?
Non, je leur ai tout dit. C'est tout dont je me souviens.
No, you got it all, Sergeant.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Gordon, Mrs. Gordon.
Je comprends pas. Je comprends pas.
How's that, ma'am?
Cécile?
Je comprends pas pourquoi un homme ferait une chose pareille. Je comprends pas.
She says she can't understand how a man would do such a thing. She means how he cut up the clerk that way.
Yes.
Je comprends pas.
So hard for her, she just can't understand.
Tell her we can't either. 2 weeks before, on the 27th of April at 2:30 in the afternoon, the robbery suspect had begun his campaign of downtown jewelry store holdups. Since that time, in the same general area, he had succeeded in committing 3 more jewel robberies and making good his escape. Each of the holdups netted him more than $3,000 in rings, diamonds, and other precious stones. From his M.O., it was obvious that he was experienced. All of the robberies were committed in broad daylight. All of them were apparently well planned. After obtaining the loot, which he dumped into an ordinary paper bag, he turned on his victims and with no provocation beat them viciously. After 2 weeks of investigation, we had yet to come up with a solid lead on either the identity of the suspect or his whereabouts. We had a fair description of the hold-up man. We had a good rundown on his method of operation, but repeated checks on possible suspects through the Record Bureau, CII in Sacramento, and through our statistician's office failed to get us anything. There were no kickbacks on our all-points bulletin. After we interviewed Mrs. Gordon, the witness to the latest jewel robbery, we were no further along than we were 2 weeks before, an M.O. and a description. Neither one of them were giving us much help. 4:05 p.m., we met with Captain Didion.
How about the mug books? Any luck there?
Miss Gordon's in there now, Skipper, with her husband. They're checking through them. Nothing yet.
Mm-hmm. What else you got working?
New run going through the stats office. Third one this week might get us something.
The store manager on that job this afternoon. Did you talk to him yet?
Yeah, we did. He gave us the best lead we've had so far in the thing. Looks pretty good.
Yeah, what's that?
Well, we had him checking the mug books, and he came up with a partial identification from one of them, San Quentin release.
No.
Jack Maynard. He's only been arrested once here, drunk charge. Done time up at Q for robbery before. Ben and I pulled a package on him. We figure he ought to still be serving time at Quentin. Couldn't tell from his record, though.
How's that?
Well, it's possible he might have been paroled in the last month or so. That'd put him in line for these holdups.
Mm-hmm. You check Quentin?
We got off the teletype to the warden's office late this morning, Skipper. We'll have an answer pretty soon. Best lead we've had so far. I hope it stands up.
Excuse me. Robbery, Didion. Yeah? Oh, yeah, Matt Hughes. Uh-huh. No, you and the Caleb stay on it. Yeah, that's right. Over the weekend, anyway. Yeah, right. Goodbye. Well, what's the answer? He's had 3 weeks. He's cleared 4 jobs, every one of them in broad daylight. More than $10,000 worth of stuff. Now, how do we reach him?
How about some extra manpower, Skipper? Can we manage it?
What do you got in mind?
Stakeout. Seems to be the best angle for us with this kind of a setup.
How many teams you figure it'll take?
Oh, a dozen anyhow. You figure that, Joe?
Yeah, just about. The thief seems to be concentrating on the downtown area. All 4 holdups are in the same general neighborhood within a 20-block radius.
Mm-hmm.
We can't cover all the jewelry stores with a dozen teams. It'll give us pretty good coverage, though. Sure help our chances.
Mm-hmm. You checked out all the other angles, huh?
Everything. Not doing us much good.
Robbery, Didion. Yeah, just a minute.
You, Friday.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, Friday talking. Yeah, that's right. Mm-hmm. That's so. No, we'll pick it up. Thank you. This communication has just got an answer on that teletype to Quentin.
On Jack Maynard? What'd they say?
No lead. He's still in prison. We went back and started again from the beginning. With our best lead gone, there wasn't any alternative. The following day, Thursday, March 11th, the stakeouts went into effect. A dozen jewelry stores in the immediate downtown area, all of them potential holdup victims, were placed under constant surveillance. 3 days passed. Nothing happened. No sign of the holdup man. We stayed on it. Tuesday, March 16th, 11 a.m. At a small downtown jewelry shop, 3 blocks from the nearest stakeout team, the bandit committed his 5th successive robbery and made good his escape. The M.O. and description matched in almost every respect. Ben and I answered the call and drove to the scene of the holdup to interview the victim, a Mr. Walter Myers.
He came straight back this way, just where I'm walking. I was at the end of that counter there, just where you are. He had a brown paper bag in one hand, and it was just a couple of feet from me. He put his other hand in his coat pocket, and he came up with a gun, pointed it right at me.
Store was empty at the time, sir? No customers around?
Yeah, that's right. Just myself and my son-in-law, Herb, in the back room. I guess he heard this thief talking to me, and he came out to see what it was all about. That's when the fireworks started.
And what happened?
Well, he made Herb line up along the counter right next to me. By this time, he had all the loot he wanted in that paper bag he was carrying. Just when I thought he was going to leave, he turned around. All of a sudden, he said to Herb, "You think you're a smart guy, don't you?" Then he slugged Herb with the gun. Brought it right down on the side of his head, all his might.
That's when the fight started, is that right?
Just about, yeah. Herb fell down on one knee. There was a great big gash on the side of his face. Even when he was down, the thief kept slugging Herb, kept pounding him in the face with that gun. Herb wasn't doing anything. I got good and sore.
What happened then?
Well, I didn't care what happened. I just got sore at the lousy crook. I made a dive for him, grabbed him around the chest. Here, something like this.
Yeah.
The 2 of us went down on the floor, and I wrestled him for the gun. That's when it went off. A wild shot. Plowed right into the wall over there. Herb picked himself up and piled on the guy, too. I guess the crook really must have figured he was through, fought like a wild man. I had a good hold of the top coat he had on, but he slipped right out of it. He grabbed his gun and the paper bag and ran out of the store, left me there holding an empty coat.
Uh-huh. So this is the coat he was wearing right here, is that right?
Yeah, that's it. You can see one of the sleeves there. He almost ripped it clean off trying to get away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see.
I already looked through the pockets. Nothing in them.
Now, how about this description of the man, Mr. Myers? You're pretty sure of that, are you?
Yeah, I'm positive, Sergeant.
Ma'am, you want to call the crime lab? There's a phone booth right over there. You mind?
Oh, yeah, thanks.
I wonder if I could check that spot where the bullet hit Mr. Myers, that wild shot he fired.
Oh, yeah. Right over here, Sergeant. Back of the cash register.
Yeah, bedded in there pretty solid.
Yeah, lucky it was the wall, not one of us. Say, I got a pocket knife here if you want to dig it out.
No, sir. We've got a crew on the way out from our crime lab, ballistics men. They'll take care of it. I would like to take another look at that top coat, the one the thief was wearing.
Oh, yeah, sure. I had already looked it over pretty good. Nothing in the pockets. Couldn't find anything. Here.
All right, sir. Just an ordinary top coat, isn't it? There's no label on it. No, you're right. There's nothing in the pockets. Uh-huh.
What is it? Did you find something?
Oh, I don't know, sir. It feels like a hole in the pocket here. Good sized one.
No.
Yeah.
Crime lab's on the way. Should be here in a couple of minutes.
Okay, fine.
Anything at all in the coat?
Oh, I don't know. Here. Seems to be a hole in this pocket here. It's possible something might have dropped down into the lining of the coat, maybe.
Here, let me hold out that end for you.
All right, thank you. Let me hold it up a little. That's fine, right
like
there.
This?
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, it feels like something down in here.
What is it?
In just a minute, I get my hand down in there. See if I can get it.
Yeah.
Here we are.
A scrap of paper. Some writing on it.
What is it, Joe?
Telephone number. The phone number printed neatly on the scrap of paper was Crestview 92085. There were no other notations. We checked out the number and found that the telephone was installed at 6414 Cordova Drive in the Los Feliz district. After the crime lab crew arrived at the store, Ben and I took the bandit's top coat and drove to the address listed for the phone number, a 12-unit apartment house on the corner of Franklin Avenue and Fairfax. The number turned out to be a public phone booth located in the lobby of the apartment. The manager could tell us nothing. We began checking with the tenants on the first floor of the building. We gave them the description of the jewelry store bandit. We showed them the top coat. They failed to recognize either one. We started on the second floor at the end of the hall. The tenant was a Mrs. Iverson.
Do you recognize the description at all, Mrs. Iverson? Mean anything to you?
Yes. I'd say it did, Sergeant. Have you tried the apartment next door, Miss King's apartment?
Oh, no, ma'am. Why do you ask that?
Yes. I'm almost sure of it.
Ma'am?
I've seen a man who looks like this go in there several times.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action. Millions heard it, yet only 52 have written. Starting on Dragnet over 2 months ago, on September 20th to be exact, Fatima made a special money-back offer to more than 10 million listeners. The results? Amazing. Millions heard it, yet only 52 have written. If you smoke king-size cigarettes, listen to Fatima's famous offer. Buy a pack of Fatimas. Enjoy their extra mildness and superbly blended tobaccos. If you're not convinced Fatima is better than the king-size cigarette you're now smoking, just return the pack and the unsmoked Fatimas before January 1st, and we'll give you your money back plus postage. Fatima, Box 37, New York 1. Fatima's latest sales report shows Fatima sales up in every state in America. The month of October, coast to coast. Actual figures show Fatima sales up 110%, or more than double. Yes, thousands and thousands of Americans are switching to king-size Fatima. So why wait? Switch to Fatima today. Extra mild. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
March 16th, Tuesday, 2:48 p.m. Ben and I went next door to the apartment where a man answering the description of the jewelry store bandit reportedly had been seen several times. We rang, but there was no answer.
We went back and checked with the manager of the building, who told us that the apartment was registered to a Miss Lenore King. He told us that as far as he knew, Miss King worked during the day and that she usually returned to her apartment between 7 and 8 o'clock at night. The manager gave us the address of the place she worked, and we checked it out. It was an exclusive gift shop on La Cienega Boulevard in West Hollywood. We located Lenore King back at the main packing desk where she was employed as a gift wrapper. When we put the question to her that a man answering the description of the jewelry store bandit had been seen visiting her, she readily admitted it.
Yes, that's right. I'd say he looks just like that. He drops by my apartment 4 or 5 times a month. His name's Marty.
What's his last name, Miss King? Where can we find him?
I'm sorry, I never did know his last name. I'm afraid I don't know where you can find him either.
Well, how's that, Miss King? He visits you quite a bit. He's a friend of yours, isn't he?
Not exactly. I know him. That's about all. He's a friend of a friend. It's more like that.
Uh-huh.
Excuse me.
Sure.
I'm sorry. This package has a rush on it. I'll have to wrap it now. Do you mind?
No, ma'am. You go right ahead.
About this man, Marty, Miss King, you mind explaining a little more? If you don't know him well, why should he visit you so often?
Well, to tell you the truth, it's more of a favor than anything. It's for Virginia. She's my girlfriend. And I wish I never got mixed up in it to begin with.
Well, how do you mean, mixed up in what?
Well, it's confidential, Sergeant. I'd just as soon not mention it if you don't mind.
Well, I'd like to have you tell us everything you know about it. It's a pretty important matter, ma'am.
Well, I don't know really how it started. I mean, how the two of them got together, Marty and Virginia. They just met, I suppose. Virginia fell in love with him. She had to find some way out.
How's that, ma'am?
Virginia, she was crazy about Marty. I guess she still is. They didn't want to get all involved, though. Neither one of them. It's romantic in a way. Could I have the scissors there, Sergeant?
Yes, here you go.
Well, the two of them want us to see each other once a week. It's enough for Virginia, she says. She loves him, and that's all that counts. She doesn't want to know where Marty lives, what he does, anything about him. And I guess the same goes for Marty.
Let's see. So the two of them get in touch with each other through you, is that it?
That's right. Usually once a week, maybe once every 2 weeks. I'd just as soon not talk about it if you don't mind, though. I can give you Virginia's address. She can tell you more about Marty than I can.
You have no idea where we can locate the man.
I'm sorry, none at all. The only contact I have is when Marty phones me or when he comes around. He leaves a message for Virginia where to meet him and when, and then he leaves. I really think you ought to talk to Virginia about it. Here we are.
One thing I don't quite understand, ma'am.
Yes?
This girlfriend of yours, Virginia, you say she's in love with this fellow Marty?
Oh, yeah, crazy about him.
And why are they playing this hide and seek? If they're in love, why don't they come out and get married? What's the problem?
Virginia.
What?
She's already married.
Before we left Lenore King, we advised her what the situation was. In the event the suspect, Marty, contacted her, she was to get in touch with us immediately. She gave us her promise that she wouldn't disclose our conversation with her. We left her our card, and she gave us the address of her girlfriend, Virginia Brewer. It was a South Argyle Street address, but Mrs. Brewer wasn't at home. 8:15 p.m. We drove to her place of employment, a Valley nightclub out along Ventura Boulevard, where she was appearing in the floor show. She was a dancer. We located her backstage, waiting to go on.
You must have some other girl in mind, officer. I don't know anyone by the name of Marty.
You sure about that, Miss Brewer? We got it from a pretty good source.
Well, I'm sure I don't know where you got it, but it's wrong. The name isn't familiar at all. Who told you this, anyway?
Close friend of yours, ma'am. She seemed to know what she was talking about.
Who was it? I got a right to know that.
Lenore King.
Lenore? Why should she tell you a story like that?
We wouldn't know, ma'am, unless it's the truth.
Of course it's not the truth. I don't know any Marty. I don't even know what this is all about.
Well, she says you know the man, Mrs. Brewer. She says you're in love with him. She seemed to have all the details. Now, is there any good reason why she'd tell lies about you?
I don't know. You believe what she told you?
Yes, ma'am, we do, unless you can prove it's a lie.
I'm sorry. That's my introduction. I have to go on.
All right, ma'am. We'll wait.
Dressing room? We can talk there.
All right, fine.
In here.
Thank you.
Well, I suppose there isn't any point in trying to cover it over. Only one thing I'd like to ask you.
Yes, ma'am?
My husband doesn't have to know, does he? I mean, whatever there is to this. You don't have to tell the papers, do you? You can keep it quiet.
Whatever you tell us will be strictly confidential, ma'am.
All right. I know Marty. I've known him for 6 months. Lenore wasn't lying. I'm in love with him.
Well, we're not prying into your personal life, Miss Brewer. We just like to locate this man, Marty, that's all. It's pretty important to us.
Why is it important? Why do you want him?
Robbery investigation, ma'am. We'd like to get hold of him for an interview.
Robbery? Think Marty's done something? Is that why you want him?
We're not sure. Do you have any idea where we can find him?
No, no more than Lenore. I guess she told you about it. I mean, Marty and I, how it's been.
You have no idea where he stays, where he works?
No, I don't. It's been that way from the beginning. Lenore knows as much about that as I do. Only one way I can get in touch with him, and that's when he leaves a message at Lenore's, or I leave a message. When we first met, Marty and I, that's the way we both wanted it. He didn't want to get all involved. Because of my husband. I didn't either.
Have you seen this Marty lately, Miss Brewer?
Yes, about 10 days ago.
You expect to see him again soon?
Well, I don't know. I suppose so. He'll leave a message with Lenore if he wants me. That's all I can go on.
Well, could you leave a message for him with Lenore?
Yes, I suppose so. Have to wait till he calls, though.
Mm-hmm.
Can't you tell me more about it, Sergeant? Why do you want him? What's it about?
We're going to have to ask your cooperation, ma'am. Your friend's a robbery suspect. We think he's a pretty good one.
Marty?
Yes, ma'am. Now, the next time he contacts you, the next time he sets up a date with you, we'd like to know where, we'd like to know when.
You think he's guilty? Really think he's done something?
Well, he's a suspect, ma'am. That's all we know.
I guess Lenore told you. I love him. Love him more than anyone. Won't make any difference.
Ma'am?
Won't make any difference. I love him. Even if he is guilty, it won't make any difference.
The will to him. 8:55 p.m. We continued questioning Virginia Brewer. Before we left, we got her promise that in the event the man known as Marty contacted her, she would notify us immediately. 9:20 p.m. We checked back in at the office and made arrangements to keep the home of Virginia Brewer under constant surveillance, as well as the apartment of her girlfriend, Lenore King. The following morning, we checked with the ballistics men at the crime lab who'd examined the slug which had been taken from the wall of Walter Meyer's jewelry store, the latest of the hold-up man's victims. It was identified as having been fired from a .32 caliber revolver. The slug was marked and filed as evidence. Thorough examination of the topcoat which the suspect had left behind at his last hold-up failed to yield any new leads. The jewel trays at the store which had been held up were also checked for fingerprints. A week passed. No sign of the jewel thief. Wednesday, March 24th.
I'll grab it.
All right.
Robbery Romero. Oh, yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm. Well, when was that? All right. Fine, yes, ma'am. Thank you. Bye.
You got anything?
That friend of Mrs. Brewer's, Lenore King.
Yeah.
Says this fellow Marty called a few minutes ago.
Uh-huh.
Set up a date with Mrs. Brewer. Supposed to meet at Lenore's apartment.
When?
8 o'clock tonight.
4:45 p.m. We checked with Captain Didion and set up a plan to have the apartment building where Lenore King lived thoroughly covered that night. Carr and Matthews were assigned to cover outside the main entrance. McCaleb and Olson would cover the lobby. Ben and I would be in the apartment proper along with Mrs. Brewer and Lenore King. By 6 o'clock that night, we were all in position. We waited. 6:30, 7 o'clock, 7:30. We waited. Mrs. Brewer walked the floor with a drink in her hand. 7:45, 7:50. Ben watched at the window. Virginia Brewer got nervous.
You can't prove it. You don't know anything for sure. How I know you're not trying for a frame, trying to blame Marty for something he didn't do?
We're not blaming him for anything, ma'am. He's a suspect. We want to talk to him, that's all.
Why don't you sit down, huh, Virginia? No use getting upset. It'll be all right. Come on, honey. Got him all over the place, Lenore. Cops. Waiting for Marty. What am I supposed to think?
Why don't you relax, Miss Brewer? If he's not the man, you got nothing to worry about.
He's right, honey. Sit down, huh? Let me freshen up that drink.
Hey, Joe.
Yeah.
Car pulling up outside. A sedan.
Yeah, let's see.
Right in front, see? Man getting out. Yeah, he's coming in here.
Marty.
Can't see him. He must be inside.
Marty. Marty. Why didn't he tell me?
You want to hop downstairs, Ben, see what happened, huh?
Yeah, all right.
be all right, honey. Take it easy. It'll be all right.
I didn't know. I didn't know. Sergeant, why did you do it?
Do what, ma'am?
Marty, I didn't know about it. We didn't know anything about each other, and this has to happen. Why didn't he tell me?
I wouldn't know.
I love him. The rest I don't know, but I love him. If he was in trouble, he could have told me. If he loved me, he would have told me. He would have told me everything.
Well, I guess maybe you got the answer.
What?
He didn't love you.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On June 29th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 91, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Friends, the man who sells you your Fatimas, your neighborhood cigarette dealer, is a mighty good man to go see during the holiday season. When you drop in, notice Fatima's new poster. It's a reminder that he has Fatimas in smart Christmas cartons. Now, this Christmas season, I'm buying Fatimas for all my friends. I suggest you do the same. You'll be giving the best, and believe me, they'll thank you for introducing them to Fatima quality. It's extra mildness and better flavor and aroma. Remember, ask your dealer for Fatima in the distinctive new Christmas wrapper. And when you see it, you'll agree it's the smartest of all Christmas cartons, just as it should be, because Fatima is the best of all king-size cigarettes.
The suspect, Martin Arthur Kessington, was wounded, but not fatally, when he attempted to resist arrest. After interrogation, he dictated a signed statement admitting guilt for all 5 of the jewelry store holdups. He was tried and convicted on 5 counts of first-degree robbery and received a sentence as prescribed by law. Robbery in the first degree is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for a term of 5 years to life. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Barton Yarborough is Sergeant Ben Romero. Also heard were Vic Perrin and Virginia Gregg. Script by Jim Moser. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles. Next, Counter Spy fights international intrigue on NBC.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Calling all cars, the copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company. Coming through, calling all cars, attention all cars, Bobcat 110. Keep your eyes open for a gang of safecrackers dressed as carpenters. That's all. Over. As the new year starts, Rio Grande checks up on the many cities and counties where Rio Grande cracked gasoline is now being used for emergency cars. Here are reports from just a few of them. Firstly, California.
You bet we're satisfied. Berkeley police and emergency cars operated more efficiently last year than ever before. And we will use Rio Grande cracked gasoline in 1936, just as we did last year.
During the San Diego exposition, the emergency cars of San Diego County were called upon for unusual service. They tried Rio Grande cracked gasoline, and they say,
we enjoyed great success with Rio Grande cracked gasoline, which has efficiently powered every emergency car operated by the county of San Diego.
And confirmation comes from Oakland, California.
We're more than satisfied with the results from using Rio Grande cracked gasoline in all Oakland emergency cars last year. This year, too, Oakland will continue to power all police cars, ambulances, fire and emergency engines with cracked gasoline. Los Angeles renews its contract. We've used Rio Grande cracked gasoline in all Los Angeles police cars, ambulances, fire engines, and emergency equipment for 3 years. We see no reason to change. Los Angeles emergency cars are making better speed, have more power, and cost less per mile to run. And Rio Grande cracked gasoline is entitled to much of the credit. We just renewed the contract with the Rio Grande Oil Company for all the gasoline used by the city of Los Angeles for the 4th consecutive year. And so come the reports from city after city, county after county. For 1936, as in years past, it will still be true that more police cars, fire engines, ambulances, motorcycles, and other emergency equipment are powered with Rio Grande cracked gasoline than any other brand. And now we are pleased once more to present Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department. Chief Davis. Good evening, friends. In every criminal case, this department receives hundreds of tips, phone calls, and frank letters, most of which, when run down, prove to be of no help to the investigating officers. Occasionally, however, an alert citizen will prove himself to be of tremendous value by reporting a suspicious action. In the case you are about to hear, the promise of adventure led 2 eager boys into a maze of facts which, when investigated by members of the police department, uncovered an ingenious scheme and led to the arrest of the criminals. If all citizens were as careful to state plain facts when reporting a suspicious person or action, and less apt to exaggerate, it would be a great help in the work of stamping out crime. On a lonely hill on the east side of Los Angeles stands an old house, surrounded by a weed-grown garden, green by scabby eucalyptus palms. It is a mystery house, a silent house. To the children of the neighborhood, it is a haunted house. One night a year ago, the wind blew around its bleak corners out of a dark cloud which glowed dully from the reflected lights of the city. The wind moaned and whined. It ruffled the dry branches of the palms. It plucked up the stealing bark of the eucalyptus and whirled it away. It nipped at the noses of 2 small boys taking a short-cut home past the old dark house.
I kind of wish you hadn't taken the shortcut, Sis. Why? Well, of course I ain't afraid. But, well, I might stop up my new shoes on this gravel walk. Oh, that's what shoes are for, Stop. Sis, did you hear that? What was it? What was it? I don't know. Nothing to be scared about. I ain't scared. But you don't like... No, I ain't either. Probably the wind just blew a shingle off the roof of the old house or something. Yes, probably. Oh, you just walk a little faster. Okay. Lady, I promised Mother I'd get home early. Yes, look. What? In that window on the second floor of the old house. A wick with a candle. Yes, don't run so fast. Wait for me.
Well, boys, when are you going in such a hurry?
I'm going to walk the swamp. Gee, I'm glad we ran into you.
Well, you didn't quite run into me, but you almost did. What's the trouble?
You just saw a witch with a candle.
A witch with a candle? Where?
In the haunted house up on the hill.
You saw a witch with a candle in the haunted house, so you run away. Oh, I thought you 2 fellas were Rio Grande Junior Police.
Well, we are.
Well, why didn't you investigate the matter?
Well, we're junior police, all right, but we aren't supposed to arrest witches, are we?
Well, I don't know what the officer's manual says on that. But I think you might stake out on that house up there. And if you see anything suspicious, report it to me.
Well, you see, my mother doesn't like me to stay out at night.
Oh, not at night. Just do a little detective work in the daytime, when it's nice and bright and witches are all hidden away.
Oh, sure. We will investigate it for you in the daytime.
That's fine. I'll be looking for a report now.
little later that same night, in another part of town, an alert radio car stopped a suspicious-looking automobile.
What are you boys doing? We're going to work. Going to work at 3:30 in the morning? Sure. Can't you see we're carpenters? Carpenters, huh? It's funny time for carpenters to be going to work.
Yeah, well, you see, we're trying to rush through a house for one of them big shots out in Malibu, and we'll have to get to work early. You get it?
Yeah, okay, boys. Go ahead. It sure sounds goofy to me.
Okay, officer. Come on in. Doesn't close at all. What did I tell you? It's a perfect blind. Anybody'd think we were carpenters.
On the next morning at police headquarters, one of the officers on the safe detail reports to his superior, Lieutenant Katzenberger.
Well, Ted, another bunch was blown last night. Well, in the branch bank out on Slauson. Any line on who did it? No, but I got a new wrinkle in safe cracking to tell you about. What's that? They used putty instead of soap to seal in the nitro before they touched the doors. Putty instead of soap? Mm-hmm. Oh, that is the new one. Did it work? It worked. I'll say it did. Through the vault door 15 feet. How much they get? Oh, near 60 grand. Any fingerprints? Not a one. No trademark of the putty. Well, if they've got a successful modus operandi like that, they'll hit soon again. Better get out a warning to all banks. Keep a special lookout for safe trackers. Okay, Kent. I'll do that right away.
Independently, two other law enforcement officers are conducting their own investigation. All day long, excepting for the time they're in school, Bobby and Dick, the two junior police, stake out the old dark house on the hill. As twilight falls and witch time approaches, they leave their post to report to Officer Ford.
Here, boys. You doing any detective work today?
Oh, yes, sir. We did just like you told us. We put a stake out in the old haunted house.
Good, and what did you find?
Well, to tell you the truth, nothing happened all day. Mighty disturbing.
Oh, you mustn't feel that way, Dickie boy. Well, sometimes we have to stake out a joint for weeks before the case breaks. It's not a quick protection, especially when you're staking out on witches and ghosts.
Yeah, but there's something in that house besides witches and ghosts.
Yes, what?
I forgot to tell you. This morning we staked out for a while before school started. We saw something then.
You did know. And what did you see?
We saw 3 carpenters go into the house.
3 carpenters, eh?
Now, what do you suppose they were going to do when the old?
But maybe they was going to make the witches' living quarters more comfortable.
Again, our scene shifts. It is early the next morning at a main intersection in Inglewood. The patrolman on the beach is walking along the street with a late-to-bed friend.
Well, I'm glad you came by, George. I'm tired talking to myself.
Yeah, I'm pretty glad that Lonely's walking up and down the street all night.
Yeah, sure does.
Hey, you ought to have been with me tonight, Hank. I hear that case that got down into history. Let me tell you about it.
Wait a minute, George.
Huh? What's the matter?
Hey, look. There's a light in the back of the bank. Let's see what's doing back there. I just got a door. Locked all right. Yeah, that's funny.
Hey, look, Lord. There's some carpenters setting up a petition in the bank. See? One of them's waving to you.
Sure. Yeah, I guess they wanted to have the work done before banking hours.
Oh, sure. That must be it. They're doing a lot of hammering and sawing while the customers are around, I guess, huh?
Yeah, just ramble on. Look, George, this is the worst beat I ever had. Nothing ever happens out here.
I'll get this carpenter gag good work.
This is going Terry's done.
He waved back to me and walked on. He left that dead in it, I tell you.
Is the party all in? Yes, Frank. Okay. I've got to pull in the night.
I tell you, this carpenter gag is the best one I thought up since I dressed like a brakeman and held up that train in Utah. Got 10 grand that time I did. And I never got a thing on me.
Pipe down about how big you are, will you? I like being nervous when I'm pouring this stuff.
Hey, let me do it. You make me nervous.
What's the matter with me?
Want to get us all in the can?
What do you mean?
Have a finger in your rubber glove. You throw it. First thing you know, you'll be leaving fingerprints all over the place.
That was a close one. I'll fix it right away.
Okay. Shoot so, Ford. Not the way around the corner, Red.
Okay.
Come on, Spike. Get out of the way of that door. Never to fly anyway.
Okay, I'm here.
Let her go, Red.
Okay.
Now let's clean her out before that truck comes back up the street. Oh, look out. What's this? afternoon after school, the two junior policemen resumed their stakeout on the haunted house. Hiding in the tangled growth of what was once shrubbery, Bobby and Dick watched the mysterious house. They had brought Tuffy, Dick's mongrel dog, with them.
You'll never make a police dog of him. He keeps barking at every cat he sees. It's Tuffy, ain't it? No. Is any use walking this place any longer, Dick? Sure, why not? We're under orders. That's what Ford told us to. Yes, I know. But it doesn't seem that anything ever happens, except those carpenters coming in the morning. We haven't seen them come out yet, have we? No. But you don't expect us to stay here after dark, do you? Or was the Ford said we didn't have to? Yeah, it's the carpenters quit like the Ford said. Didn't even enter the side yesterday. He was still in there. That makes us suspicious. Maybe they're working overtime. Yeah, maybe. But if they are, I'm going to stay around till I see them leave. My suspicions are right, Bobby. That's pretty mysterious. You're going to stay here in the dark? Sure, if I have to. You can stay with me, I can say yes, if I... You're not afraid, are you? Oh, no, I'm not afraid. Oh, Bobby, look. Here comes the man after that. Put your hand over his jaw. So you look suspicious. You're going to say something? Yes, I would. He looks like a robber or something. You must remember his description, Dick. American? Or 25, didn't you say? Yeah, maybe. Awful old, anyway. Dressed in a blue suit and brown shoes. Suit isn't print. The shoes clean the side. And look, Dick, he's got a tattoo on his right hand. That's very important. Yeah. He's ringing a bell. Maybe he's going to stand full of breath. No, he wouldn't. He don't look like that. Bobby, look. Look, he's opening his door to let him in. It's the old witch we saw at the window the other night. Let's sneak up to the house and look in the window. I don't know. Do you? Well, oh, come on. It's broad daylight. We got Tuffy along with us to protect us. Well, okay, then. We back over to that palm tree, and then to the next one. And then to those bushes by the window. Come on. All right. I'll give you quiet, Tuffy. Well, we need the first tree. It's more funny for you. I'll wait in India. Come on now, the next tree. Quiet. You get in the bushes. Come on over here. Oh, there's the old bushman doctor looking at. He's handing him something in his paper. Can you hear what they're saying? No, can you? No. But look, Dick. He's listening. Say, I saw a picture once outside their dad. That stuff man is ghost. That doesn't belong, isn't it? It's so real. Now he's giving us some money. He's giving him a party. We better tell Mr. Forbes about this right away. Come on, let's get out of here. Hurry, hurry.
What are you doing in there?
Why, we wasn't doing anything, mister.
No, that is, you see, why, we were spring ball and I missed the kitten. Spring ball and I missed the kitten. I think that is, the ball came up here.
We were just looking for it.
Just looking for your ball, huh? I'll teach you young scamps to trespass. I'll beat you with anything into your worthless young.
Tuffy, you shouldn't. You killed him.
You fool, you robbery. Get off before I beat you within an inch of your life.
Come on, Bobby. We gotta find Tuffy. Maybe down someplace. Here's Tuffy.
So we pounced up the end of the house across the street off this point. I don't know, I'll bet he's hurt.
You saw them passing money for gold, huh?
Yeah, it all looks suspicious. If it wasn't, why would the man threaten to beat us up? Why would he kick Tuffy? We better raid them, Officer Ford.
Yes, maybe we better. But first off, I think we better get Tuffy to the hospital.
You think it? Will he be all right?
Oh, can't say don't be key. But I guess he'll come soon. Looks like he's more stiff than anything else. We better get over to the vet and make sure.
At the vet, Dick's fears are quieted. Tuffy is in no great danger, and within a week will be as good as new. Then the two embryo officers and their uniformed friends turn to the problem of the boy's discovery. After carefully hearing their story, Forbes reports to Captain Siegel of the narcotics squad. And the captain soon has Detectives Chitwood and Woolman in his office.
Boys, I just got a tip on a narcotic plant over on Boyle Heights. Here's the address written on this slip of paper. Go out there and see what it's all about. Okay, Kemp. Just hang around the place and get the lay of the land before you make any arrests. This tip came through a couple of kids, and there may not be anything to it. And again, there may. We'll watch our steps, Cap. All right, boys. Good luck.
Go to the old dark house on the hill, go Sitwood and Willman. They park their police car in the shadows and quietly approach the house.
This place doesn't look like it had been occupied for years, Eddie. Sure doesn't. What's the address the cat gave us? Windows boarded up, lawn a mass of leaves.
Quiet. Come, somebody. Duck into these shrubs here. It's Willie Gillespie. I know him.
You mean the dope peddler?
Sure.
Looks like we're on the track or something.
It sure does.
Let's knock him over then.
Not yet. No, sir, I don't work that way. We just take our time till we know what we're after. So hour after hour, the two officers crouched uncomfortably in the bushes, watching shadowy figure after shadowy figure enter and leave the old dark house.
Funny thing, must have been a half dozen people gone in and come out of that joint, and not a sign of light inside.
They must have a joint in the cellar. Well, they've got the windows so heavily curtained you can't tell whether there's anyone there.
This thing's beginning to get me. I want some action.
You want to walk in there and get mowed down, huh? Just wait a while. Something will happen.
Look, Eddie. At the window.
Huh? Yeah. Old woman with a candle.
She looks like a witch.
Yeah, but I imagine she's flesh and bone all right.
Here comes somebody out of the house.
Boy, what a big guy, huh?
Just like a carpenter. He hasn't come in while we've been here.
Yeah, I know it. Wonder when he's standing in the cellar by the camp for.
Maybe somebody's going to pick him up.
Well, keep your eyes open for license numbers, huh?
Here comes a car.
Oh, it's a taxi cab. Must be looking for a number the way he's keeping that light around.
Our friend's hailing him.
You call a cab, sir?
Yeah.
Hey, taking him around the back. I wonder what the idea is.
Help! Please! Hold up! He's throwing my purse!
Come on. Get this guy in our car and let's follow him.
Come on, buddy. You're coming with us.
Hey, what is this? Who are you?
Come on. Don't waste any time.
Help! I'm
talking.
being kidnapped!
Shut up. Get in there. Okay, Woman, let's go.
Hey, listen. I ain't done nothing. Don't put me on the spot.
You're
Listen.
not being put on the spot. We're police officers.
Police officers? Why didn't you say so? I thought you were with that guy.
What'd he do to you?
Well, I got a call for a pickup at that number, and he stepped out and got me around the other side of the cab and said he wanted to look up a number. And he slugged me and took my cap and drove away in my cab.
There he is. Up the block there. Step on it, Woman. You better get down on the floor, buddy. There may be some shooting.
Okay.
Get alongside him and try to head him off. Right.
All right, pull over there, buddy.
Oh, yeah? Oh, so he wants to shoot it out, eh? Look out, he's going to shoot again. I'll take care of that. Good boy, Sitwood. You blew the gun right out of his hand. Yeah, but he's still able to drive all right. Give him a lead and we'll shoot his tires up. Okay? That's it. He's out of control. There he is. Over by that wall. He's thrown clear. He dead? He ought to be, after all that. He isn't, though. He's still breathing.
Hey, buddy, pick him up.
What?
Up, drop that gun.
Boy, this is one for the book.
What's so funny? I said drop that gun.
Okay, officer. I don't want to get bumped off resisting a brother officer.
What are you talking about?
Well, if you permit me to lower my hands, I'll produce my badge. I'm Captain Chitwood. This is my partner, Lieutenant Woolman of the robbery squad of the Los Angeles Police Department.
That's a good one on me.
What could I know? You two fellas in filthy old clothes standing over a wrecked car with smoking revolvers. You look like a beast to me.
Well, let me assure you, it might have been a worse beast. If you hadn't been in uniform, we'd certainly have let you have it, too.
Yeah, but I had the draw on you.
So did this guy.
You, better call the ambulance, Woman.
Right.
Oh, and tell that cab driver to come along with us. We're wanting to make out a complaint against this fellow. What's it all about, Captain Chitwood? This fellow here stole the cab from the driver in front of that old house up the street. What are you doing up there?
We got a tip that they were peddling dope, so we staked out on it. So my two assistants were right after all. What do you mean? Oh, a couple of kids in the neighborhood playing detectives. Told me some funny stories about that house up there. Oh, I determined to stake it out. Then today they said they seen a guy buying dope in there. And a big guy comes out and kicks their dog. Well, I didn't believe the story about the dope. But I figured if there was a guy around there mean enough to kick a dog, the place would be checked. So I made a report on it. You figured right that time, folks. As soon as we get this guy into an ambulance, we'll go back up there with some of the men from headquarters and knock that plant over.
An hour later, Chipwood, Forbes, and Woolman, with a squad of men from headquarters, surround the old dark house on the hill. With his men posted, Chipwood and Woolman quietly approach the front door.
I guess we'll have to break it in, boys. What are you fashioning here, woman?
Nothing there but old papers and boxes. How about this room to the right? That's the side of the house where we saw the old woman.
Okay, let's start.
Nobody here. Looks like they were just camping out here. A couple of cots, candles, frying pan, the fire.
Hey! Look here.
What?
Huh? The mattress of his foot. Bundles of cocaine. Huh. Yeah, this was a plant, all right.
Now, what do you suppose this is? More dope?
What, in that can?
Yeah, look. Dirty, sticky stuff.
No, that isn't dope. That's putty.
Putty? Now, what do you
Hey,
suppose?
there's been several safe-cracking jobs recently that use putty instead of soap. I wonder...
The officers ransacked the old house from cellar to garret. And the results of their findings sent Lieutenant Katzenberger to the bedside of the wounded suspect in the jail ward of the hospital.
Well, Smith, how do you feel today? Hurts like the devil. You bulls are a lot of brave guys shooting me down like I did. All right, Smith. No sense in being belligerent. You fired first. Belligerent, huh? Hey, listen, mister. When I get out of here, I'm going to get every one of you guys and get you my own way. You're not going to get out of here for a long time, Smith. Huh? What do you mean? Well, both your arms are broken. You're lucky there isn't a bullet in your heart. One was heading there, but the cab stopped it. Arms will get well. I'll live for a long time. Maybe so. But you'll be looking at the world through steel bars. Oh, yeah? Yeah. Now, you ready to talk? What about? Well, first, who was living with you in that house in Boyle Heights? So they got away, huh? Yes, they got away. Must have heard the shooting and beat it. Well, that's just fine. Who are they? Wouldn't you like to know? Well, frankly, yes. And I ain't saying, see? They're out in the clear, and all you got on me is swiping that cab. I'll do a check in the county jail, and that'll be that. Oh, no, it won't. Why not? Your friends were in a hurry to leave. They forgot their narcotics. I don't know anything about that. Maybe not. But we'll have a violation of the State Poison Act against you. The stuff wasn't mine. Whose was it, then? I'll take the rap. I ain't talking. I'll say you'll take the rap. How about those bank robberies? What bank robberies? The ones where you use putty instead of soap to blow the safe. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, yes, you do. I never had no putty. There any burglar's tools in a carpenter's toolbox? No. You were dressed in carpenter's overalls when you swiped the cab. What bank were you planning to hold up that night? I ain't talking. You can't prove it. I think we can. Because you see, your friends also forgot some of their dough when they left in such a hurry. They forgot about $2,000. We find that the serial numbers of that $2,000 are the same as the money that was stolen from that bank over on Slauson the other night. Now, how about it? Well, you better talk. We got you for swiping the cab, we got you for narcotic possession, and we got you for bank robbery. And, oh, yes, we got you for kicking a dog. For kicking a dog? Oh. So those little brats squealed, did they? A fine police force you got when you send kids out to do your work. How about it? Who was in on those jobs with you? I ain't talking. We'll get them sooner or later, you know. Mugs like you can't stay out of trouble very long. Okay. So
get them. But I won't tell you who they are. Go on, send me up. I'll take my rap. But I won't turn stoolie.
Criminal psychology is a funny thing, Smith. You kick a little dog, but you won't help us catch rats.
Smith, with braggadocio of the criminal, finally gave along an amazing confession of his crime, which included robberies in a half-dozen states. But he never gave the identity of his pal. Nevertheless, the investigation goes on. I can safely say that it's only a matter of time before the other members of this outlaw gang will be in San Quentin Penitentiary, where Smith was sent for from 7 years to life. Thank you, Captain Chitwood. Ladies and gentlemen, the Rio Grande Oil Company invites you to get acquainted with your nearest Rio Grande dealer. He offers you a free copy of that unique monthly publication, the Calling All Cars News, full of detective stories and movie news. To you who use Rio Grande cracked gasoline, the dealer offers you free police money, coupons, which you can exchange for valuable gifts for boys and girls. And for you who use low-priced gasoline, Rio Grande offers its new G-Gas, the lowest-priced gasoline it's safe to buy. The first gasoline guaranteed to exceed the United States government specifications. In oil and in gasoline, Rio Grande continues the policy which has made it the fastest-growing oil company in the West. More value for your money. Police calling all cars, attention all cars, cancellation broadcast 110. Regarding a gang of safe crackers. The leader of this gang is now in custody. That's all. Those in custody. Narrator Cedric Lindsley bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR, brought to you by G3PL.com.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. When the rich grazing land of Texas was open to settlers, it brought wealth to many, but the honest ranchers found it hard to protect their property from outlaws and cattle rustlers. It was then that the masked rider of the plains rode in the cause of justice. Astride his great horse Silver, he fought crime and criminals throughout the western United States, and no man did more to bring law and order to the frontier. And now return with us to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! Someone's waiting for us in Chrome Valley. Hi-yo, Silver!
Nestling at the foot of the High Ridge Mountains, Crow Valley was large and fertile enough to support half a dozen prosperous ranches. One of these, the Lazy M, was owned by Bill Owens, an old-time cattleman who had been the first to settle in the region. We see him now with his foreman, Utah Simpson, who had been in Bill's employ for more than 20 years. They are riding near the edge of the valley in the shadow of the towering hills.
By the great horn, too, Utah. If we don't get evidence against that fellow this time, we might just well give up.
Uh-huh. But I ain't hoping for much. I got a notion Nate Finch is plenty smart.
Smart? I've been missing more critters in the last 3 years since he come here than in the whole 27 I was here before.
You needn't tell me, I know.
Utah.
Huh?
There's been horsemen here. Whoa there, whoa. Take a look there. And over there.
By golly, someone was here, sure enough.
Them pits weren't made by Injuns' ponies, neither. The horses made 'em was plenty hefty.
Oh, wait.
Yeah?
Them tracks lead over to them trees, and they're mighty fresh. Maybe...
We're going to take a look-see. Get up there. Get up.
Get along.
Maybe them tracks wasn't made by rustlers, but they sure was made by strangers. And any strangers around these parts now have got a plenty to explain.
Uh-huh. Hey, did you hear that, Bill?
A horse and close by.
Keep your six-gun loose. Come on, boy.
Get up.
There they are.
A masked man.
And a redskin. Hey there!
Yes?
Hoist your hands, mister. You too, Injun.
Put down those guns, Bill Owens.
Whoa there. Whoa. Say, just how come you know my handle?
I've been expecting you.
What's that?
I heard about the meeting the sheriff's called. I knew you'd be coming this way, so we waited for you.
Well, I'll be doggone.
Maybe you was, stranger, but you ain't going to get nothing, 'cause we got the drop on you.
I'm not an outlaw, and I didn't plan to hold you up.
Yeah?
All we want is some information.
Well, information comes cheap enough. Just what kind you hankering after.
You've been losing cattle, haven't you?
You didn't have to come to me to learn that. Everybody knows it. And everybody knows I ain't the only one losing cattle, neither.
Yes?
There's Mike Pearson, Judd Braley, and all of us having critters stole. Except Nate Finch.
And you think Nate is responsible for your losses, is that it?
I wouldn't put nothing past that low-down blowhard.
It stands to reason he's got something to do with it. There wasn't nothing missing till he bought out the Circle G 3 years ago.
And out of the 6 outfits in the valley, his is the only one that ain't been bothered.
You've told him you suspect him?
We've told him aplenty, and all he does is laugh at us.
He says if we can't prove nothing, to leave him alone.
The ornery coyote.
I can't understand why, if you suspect him, you can't prove your suspicions.
We've sure tried hard enough.
He's just too slick for us, I reckon.
If he's taking your cattle, what do you suppose he does with them?
The fellow that can answer that question can write his own ticket.
Yes?
There ain't but one way for cows to be took from the valley, and that's by way of Stovepipe Pass.
There's no other possible way?
None at all, mister. And we've had the pass watched so blame careful, them critters would have to sprout wings and fly across to get by without our seeing them.
Couldn't they be taken through the mountains?
Sure they could. And by the time you got through, you'd have 1 cow out of 10 left. And that wouldn't pay a rustler his wages.
Nate couldn't be changing the brands, could he?
Stranger, we thought of all them things long before you come here. And if Nate's got one critter with a blotted brand, I ain't never seen it.
Then what's the idea of this meeting this afternoon?
Well, we got to do something. We're going to ride from one end of Nate's range to the other. And if we find trace of anything at all crooked, he's sure going to have to explain.
I see.
Any more questions you want to ask?
I think that's all.
Then I'll ask some. What's the idea of that mask?
I can't explain that.
You don't talk like no outlaw. But I never saw an honest man that wanted to hide his face.
Yeah, and what are you so all-fired interested in the rustling for?
I want to help you.
Maybe you do and maybe you don't. But I can tell you this, stranger. You needn't think you can figure out what we can't. We live here. We savvy this country. And if Nate can fool us, he sure don't have to worry about no outsiders.
Both you and Nate may be surprised.
Well, I ain't saying I don't hope you're right. I just don't think you are, that's all. Come on, Udall.
Yeah, we'd better be moving along.
Perhaps we'll meet again.
Maybe.
And if me and Utah here said anything to get you mad, don't pay no mind. You'd be mighty suspicious of strangers, too, if you'd been losing cows for close to 3 years.
Yes, I believe I would.
Hurry up, Bill. We got business to do. And if there's any chance of getting evidence against Nate today, I want to be there when it happens. Get up there.
Get up there.
Bill Owens and Utah Simpson joined the sheriff and their friends, and a systematic search was made of Nate Finch's range. Men had been stationed at the pass to make it impossible for Nate to move stolen cattle while the hunt was going on. But still, they had little hope that they would be successful.
See any sign of a blotted brand in that bunch, Mike?
Not a sign, Sheriff. Nate never used nothing but a stamp brand on them critters. And if they ever wore any other brand but the Circle G, I ain't able to find it.
I reckon be this way.
Anybody that gets the best of Nate has got to be plenty good.
Then let's get on with it. We ain't done yet by a blame sight. Get up there.
Get up.
Who there?
Dad, these critters ain't no different from the others we looked at.
All Circle G's.
Fellas, I'm just about ready to give up.
But I ain't. Maybe Nate figured the safest place to keep that Russell stock was right where he wouldn't think we'd have the nerve to keep it.
Yeah? And where'd you say that'd be, Sheriff?
In his own corrals. Come on. Get up there, boy. Come on. Get up there. Get up there.
Well, Sheriff, looks like that guess of yours was wrong, too. There ain't no rustle cattle in these corrals.
And what in blazes happens to them critters?
Now you're asking something.
Just look at the way things are. You fellas have all had your cows stole. The rustling started about the time Nate bought the Circle G. Now, cows can't be took across the mountains, and they ain't been took out by the way of the pass. And yet, by darn, there ain't a critter with a blotted brand on this range.
I was just thinking, Sheriff.
Yeah?
Maybe Nate ain't to blame. Maybe somebody else. One of us right here started stealing when Nate came, figuring he'd be the one that'd be suspicion.
That might be.
You're loco. I know every one of you fellers, and there ain't a one of you I wouldn't take my oath was straight.
I'd have said the same, Bill, but I don't know.
Here comes Nate now.
Wants to know what we're doing here, I bet.
Who give you fellas permission to come on my place?
Now, look here, Nate.
I'm asking you a question. I want a straight answer.
I can tell you what they're doing, boss. They're looking for the cows they think we stole.
Is that it?
And what if it is?
Just this. I'm getting tired of you fellas saying I'm crooked. If I'm crooked, prove it. If you can't prove it, keep your mouth shut.
Why, you...
And that goes for you, Bill Owens, like the others here. And maybe a bit more.
Yeah?
You're the one that's been doing most of the talking. And I ain't standing for it.
I'll say what I please when I please.
You do, and you'll stop late.
Why, you blasted polecat. I'm twice your age. But I'm still twice the man you'll ever be.
You'll do what?
He got a gun on you, Bill.
I'm the law here, and you...
And you'll take your parts and get out of here. And you won't come back unless I tells you to.
Clippy and me'll keep them covered, boss.
Now get.
You're going too far, Nate.
And right now, you're going fast.
We might as well, Sheriff. We don't want no shooting till we get evidence.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, Nate, we'll get that proof one of these days. And when we do, you'll hang. Come on, Utah.
Get up there.
Get up there. Get up there.
So they
Still can't figure it out, eh?
Boss, we got 'em fooled, and they'll stay fooled.
There ain't no one of them fellas that'll ever savvy that scheme you thought up, Nate. I'm wondering. What about? They'd have give up by now if it hadn't been for that old fool of a Bill Owens.
He's the one that's been keeping them stirred up, all right.
But there ain't nothing we can do about that. There ain't.
Thought of something, boss?
I was just thinking it might do some good to have Bill jailed.
Jailed?
Jailed. And if I ain't figured mighty wrong, I know just the way to do it. Listen here, fellas. I'll tell you what I got in mind.
For the next 3 days, the situation remained unchanged. The ranchers, disappointed in their final effort to place the blame for the rustling on Nate Finch, went back to their work. On the 4th day, old Bill Owens sat in the Lazy M bunkhouse talking with his foreman.
I reckon we're licked, Utah.
That's what I've been thinking right along.
When rustlers get too slick for a couple of old hands like you and me, it's about time we quit calling ourselves cattlemen and start the sheep-raising business.
Yeah.
I've always said that...
Sounds like we got company.
Wonder who in blazes 'tis.
Looks from here like it might be the sheriff.
The sheriff? Say you don't suppose he's found out anything, do you?
Not a chance. They probably just stopped by for grub.
Howdy, Sheriff. Howdy, Mike. Come on in.
I don't want no trouble, Bill.
Huh?
Gee, you fellas look like you just lost your best friend. What's ailing you?
I'm arresting you both.
You're loco.
I never thought you'd turn crooked, Bill.
Crooked?
You call Bill crooked? Why, you must be crazy in a breed on marijuana.
I'm arresting you for rustling.
Now, look here, a joke's a joke.
This ain't no joke.
Now...
We just found 20 of my cows with your brand on them. They'd been worked over with a running iron.
No.
I reckon we don't have to tell you about it, Bill.
But I don't savvy this.
I got it figured out now. There wasn't a fella in this valley that was more trusted than you. You could take critters with blotted brands out of the valley, and nobody would look 'em over close enough to find it out. They was too busy suspicioning Nate Finch.
Where'd you find them cows you say we stole?
Right on your range.
And you fellers allus claim to be my friends.
It's the other way around, Bill. It was you that had us fooled. Come along, Bill. You too, Utah.
You dang digits.
I ain't gonna argue.
You can't arrest Bill. Take me if you wanna. But there ain't a square fella in this valley than him.
We're taking you both.
Why,
Never mind, Utah. We'll go along. Well, when folks that have been your friends for years quit trusting you, then it don't matter much whether you're in jail or out. We're going with you, Sheriff. But someday you will find out this is the biggest mistake you ever made.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few minutes. Now to continue our story. Bill Owens and Utah Simpson, who had been accused of cattle rustling, were arrested by the sheriff and taken to the county jail. We see them in their cell that same evening.
Utah, When the sheriff say court's gonna set?
He looks for the judge to be here in about 3 weeks or so.
Golly. Who would have thought that 30 years of honest ranching could land a feller in jail?
Uh-huh. And who'd have thought that folks who was your friends for most of that time would be the ones to jail you?
You sound like you're forgetting you're in jail just as sure as I am.
I ain't forgetting nothing. And mostly I ain't forgetting that you've been my pard and boss both for a blame long spell.
Well, we've had our share of good luck, Utah. And we'll show 'em we ain't afeard to take the bad.
What is that?
I didn't hear nothing.
Reckon I just imagined it.
Now I heard it.
Come from the window.
Let's have a look.
Yeah.
Anybody out there?
Remember me?
It's the masked man again.
Where'd you come from?
I was at your ranch when you were arrested, Bill.
Say, was it you that called your horse Silver?
Yes.
By golly, you wouldn't be... Oh, but shucks, I reckon that ain't possible.
Who wouldn't he be, Bill?
I was just thinking of another fellow that's got a horse called Silver.
Bill, I may be able to get you out of jail.
Yeah. You mean break us out?
That wouldn't help you. I will if everything else fails. But I think there's another way.
I don't know what it'd be.
To prove you innocent.
Innocent? You ain't got a chance. Them cows of Mike Pearson's that was found on my place is all the proof the law's looking for.
When I spoke to you before, I asked you some questions.
And a fine lot of good they done you.
I have another to ask you.
Stranger, me and Utah sure appreciate what you're trying to do. But you're up against a proposition that's too blame tough for you.
But answer the question anyhow.
Well, if it'll please you, it won't hurt us.
Have you or any of the other ranchers ever searched the valleys and the mountains for your stolen cattle?
Why would we look there?
Of course we ain't. I told you there ain't no way to get cattle out except through the pass. You could hide 1,000,000 cows in them mountains, but it wouldn't do you no good till you got 'em to market.
I think you've overlooked something.
Yeah? What's that?
I won't tell you now in case I'm mistaken, but I'll soon put it to the proof.
You talk like maybe you got some scheme.
Perhaps I have. Bill, is there anyone among the other ranchers who still believes in you?
That's a funny question to ask.
I have to get in touch with someone who'll be willing to help you out.
Well, I don't know.
Bill, how about Mike Pearson?
Mike? Why, it's his cows that I'm supposed to have stole.
Uh-huh. But I got a notion that nobody'd be more pleased to find out it wasn't so than Mike would himself.
But he...
Look here, Bill. Mike did what he figured he had to do. You'd have done the same, maybe, if you'd have been in his boots.
Well, maybe.
But if the masked fella can go to him and show him where you could be proved honest, I bet Mike could jump at the chance to help.
Utah, I think you have it.
You're darn right I have.
Yes, Silver.
Say, is that your horse?
Yes, why?
Then maybe you're the same fellow I was thinking of all the time.
I'm leaving, but don't give up hope.
But wait,
Come on, Silver.
Golly, Bill, what are you looking so excited about?
Utah, that masked fellow's on our side. And I'll bet the lazy am in my saddle to boot that the sheriff ain't got no chance of convicting us now, no more than you have of being good looking.
Almost a week went by, and although the passage of time brought the day of their trial near, neither old Bill Owens nor Utah Simpson were worried. In the meantime, Nate Finch was pleased with the success of his trick. We see him now in his ranch house talking to the man called Lippy.
Lippy, my scheme worked out just like I said it would. Them two old fools are sitting in jail, and folks have quit suspicioning us.
Yeah.
It's gonna make it all the easier for us to get the cattle we want.
We never did have no trouble to speak of.
Yep. But Bill was needing a lesson anyhow.
Where'd Wally go to?
I don't know. He said something about some news he heard. He wouldn't say what it was till he'd made sure.
Yeah, he told me the same thing.
He ought to be along pretty soon. Where are the rest of the boys?
Playing cards in the bunkhouse.
Uh-huh. Well, in the morning they...
Boss, just listen to this.
What's the matter?
There ain't nothing the matter. Listen, you calls good news something to worry about.
Yeah?
Mike Pearson just bought some purebred cows.
He did?
I heard he bought some, but he didn't want to say anything till they got here.
Purebred cows, eh?
Just a second, Nate.
Huh?
You ain't going to steal them, are you?
And why not?
But look here.
You do that, and folks are going to figure that Bill and Utah wasn't the rustlers after all.
Shucks, what do we care what they figure? Them cows are just what we need.
Hold on, Lippy. Yeah, Wally's right. We can use them cows. And even if we do rustle them, that don't prove Bill and Utah didn't run their brands on them other critters. Maybe not. But it's going to make folks do some thinking. Well, we weren't planning on quitting, was we? No, but... Any other places with them fellas sitting in jail. If we can lay our hands on some purebreds, the judge can let them go 100 times, and I won't give a darn.
Boss, they're on the Pearson place now.
Then we're riding tonight. Tonight? Sure. When you want something, take it before the fellow that's got it can get set to keep it. My system's to strike hard and sudden.
And I say the same.
Then let's go. Wally, you bring the horses around.
Right.
Lippy, you rouse the boys out of the bunkhouse. Well, if you figure we ought. We ought and we are. Now get moving. I'll give the orders and you'll take them.
Later that same night, the sheriff, a deputy, and Mike Pearson, the rancher, were in the sheriff's office in town. Mike, who claimed to have dropped in only to exchange gossip, seemed strangely nervous.
What time's it getting to be, Sheriff?
Doggone it, Mike. I wish you'd go on home. I'm getting calluses on my hand reaching for my watch.
But what time is it?
It's near 11 o'clock, and it's time I was locking up and going home.
Wait, there's no hurry.
What's got into you, anyhow?
Mike, you're jumping around like you were sitting in the frying pan.
Why, I just feel like company tonight, I reckon.
Then find your company somewhere else. I'm needing my sleep.
Oh, but Sheriff,
you can talk all you want. Can't keep me here any longer.
I reckon it'll be all right for me to go home, too, won't it, Sheriff?
Yeah, run along.
Doggone it, you can't do this. You don't
You
need
got
to go...
something on your mind?
No, it's only
Then
that
we're leaving.
Well, I sure we should stay a while longer.
Can't be done, Mike. We're going to go.
What the...
I was afraid you'd be gone.
And I was darn scared you wouldn't be getting here.
No, man.
Never mind that.
Say, what is this?
Hey, just a second, Sheriff. Stranger, did it work?
It did. Bring all the men you can get and come with me.
Mike, what do you got to do with an outlaw?
This fella ain't no crook. And it was on account of him that I was keeping you fellas here.
Sheriff, tonight you're going to learn who the real rustlers in the valley have been.
Huh?
What's more, I think you'll learn why the stolen cattle were never discovered before.
Is this fella talking sense, Mike?
You do what he said.
Don't waste time. We have to hurry.
Well,
Are you going to do as I say?
How about Bill in Utah? There ain't two sets of rustlers in the valley, is there?
They never stole anything, and tonight will prove it.
You sure of that?
I am.
Then come on. The hardest thing I ever done was jail them fellas. And if I can find the reason for letting them out again, I'm going to do it.
Sheriff, I got a notion the masked fella is going to show us we made blame big fools out of ourselves.
If he can, that suits me. Hey,
Yeah?
the cafe's still open. You go down there and tell them fellas I want everybody along that can ride a horse.
Sure thing, Sheriff.
And go a-running.
I'm on my way.
And tell them to fill their gun belts with cartridges. If we're meeting rustlers, we're going to need them.
A posse was hastily formed, with the masked man in the lead, raced out of town toward the Pearson ranch. There the Lone Ranger waited until he saw a dim glow in the distance. Then he gave the command to ride again, and the posse headed for the hills.
That's a fire, ain't it?
It is, and Tonto said it.
Tonto?
My friend, come on, Silver! There's another fire up ahead.
Ain't we getting pretty deep in them hills?
I don't know how far we have to go, but these fires will mark the way.
That Indian sure knew how to make them.
They're built so they can be seen only from one direction.
I noticed that.
It's the only way we can blaze a trail at night.
And I got a notion it's going to blaze some low-down polecats right into jail.
Nate Finch and his men, driving Mike Pearson's purebred cattle ahead of them, followed a winding trail that led them farther and farther into the mountains. At last, they reached a broad valley filled with cattle.
There we are. 100 more head. 100 of the finest cows that money can buy. Only we didn't pay no cash. We'll let them pay us cash.
There ain't nothing more to do, is it, boss?
Whoa there. I reckon not. Them cows ain't gonna leave the valley now.
Then let's be getting back. We can just make it before sunup.
Yeah.
Boss, what's that?
You see something?
I ain't sure. Seemed like I seen the light, but it was gone before I could be sure.
Almost jestly like some fireflies.
Maybe.
All right, fellas. We're heading for home.
All right. I'm so doggone tired I could sleep in the saddle.
But we...
What the? We've been followed.
What in blazes?
Ain't that a fella on a white horse?
And there's more riders with him.
Fire at him.
Too blamed dark to see good.
Give up or we'll shoot the bunch of you down.
We can't fight all of them. Fire, I tell you.
Watch out for the injured.
Hey, he's roping.
He'll have the catch.
You blasted polecat.
You're the skunks that's praying Bill in Utah.
They try anything, shoot him down.
Take that rope off of me. Let me loose.
You ain't getting loose till you're in jail.
We give up.
Don't shoot, fellas.
Don't
Sheriff, I think this should prove who the real rustlers are.
You're doggone right it does. Hog time, boys. We're starting back for town right away. Look at all them cattle in the valley.
Except for those that have died, you should find every cow that's ever been stolen from you.
I can't figure this out, stranger. Why in blazes should these fellas steal cows and leave them here where they can't be sold?
Because they was doing just like the masked fella figured they must have.
Yeah?
They kept the stolen cows here, then took the calves each season and put their brand on them.
Huh?
That way they wasn't running no risk. The calves didn't have no brands but what they put on them. And they never tried to sell the cows that had our brand.
That's the slickest thing I ever heard of.
That's why the masked man had me get purebred cows. He figured as long as calves was what they wanted, they'd jump at the chance to steal purebred stuff to improve the breed.
And they fell for it.
That redskin trailed them here.
Well, thanks to the masked man, this is one stunt the rustlers won't be trying around here for a long time to come.
Not these rustlers, anyhow. They'll be too busy hanging from the end of a rope.
And, Mike, I'm going to ask Bill in Utah if they won't give me the lend of theirs for the job.
Baker City! Someone's waiting for us! Hello, Silver!
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson. Another authentic reenactment of a case transcribed from the files of the Texas Rangers. Names, dates, and places in the following story are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record.
Every day, Monday through Friday, you're invited to a new program on NBC as Jay Sims brings you inside news from Hollywood. Yes, this is another in NBC's stellar daytime lineup of interesting and entertaining daytime radio programs. You'll enjoy such other favorites as Walter O'Keefe, who MCs America's funniest daily quiz program, Double or Nothing. Warren Hull, who presides over the program with a heart, Strike It Rich. And Tommy Bartlett, the MC with the roving microphone to welcome travelers as they stream through Chicago. And there's more entertainment, too, with Dial Dave Garraway. Dave has an easy, relaxed manner that's certain to give you an idea or two on how to beat the heat. And every day, Monday through Friday, NBC presents the two boys from Boston who this year won the coveted Peabody Award, Bob and Ray. If you're tired of the same old thing on comedy shows, be sure to listen to Bob and Ray for a new concept of humor, a concept you're sure to enjoy. Now, here are Tales of the Texas Rangers.
And now, from the files of the Texas Rangers, the case called Misplaced Person.
It is 1:30 p.m., Tuesday, November 6, 1949, near Stockville, Texas. A woman and her 5-year-old son are entering a path through the woods on their way to a neighbor's house.
Rowdy, what on earth are you hanging back for? Do you want to miss the whole party?
Mommy, I don't want to go that way.
Hurry up. We're half an hour late already.
I don't want to, Mommy. There's a ghost in there.
Roddy, quit your dawdling and come on.
Mommy, there's a bad thing in here. I'm scared.
Now, honey, ever since Halloween, you've been imagining things. I told you there's no such thing as goblins and boogeymen. Now, come on, dear.
But I saw it, Mommy.
Oh, Lammy, there's nothing to be frightened of. Your mommy's right here with you, isn't she?
I don't want to go this way.
Now, Roddy, we can't be a baby all our lives, can we? Now, come along, honey.
I don't want to go to the party.
Roddy, you're just letting your imagination run away with you. Where is the thing you saw?
It's in the woods over there.
Take hold of Mommy's hand. That's right. Now, show me where it is.
I don't want to.
On, Roddy. Mommy wants to show you that there's nothing to be frightened of. Is it over that way?
Yes.
All right. I'll show you. Come on. Ghosts and goblins are just make-believe, honey. You don't want to grow up to be a scaredy cat, do you?
No.
All right, then. You just show Mommy where it is.
It's right over there.
By that bush?
Uh-huh.
Now, Mommy will prove to you that it's all your imagination.
There it is, Mommy.
Where?
Right there. See?
Roddy Clark was not imagining things. What he had seen in the brush was the bruised and beaten body of a dead woman. His mother immediately notified the sheriff of Stockville County, who sent for the aid of the Texas Rangers. Rangers Jace Pearson and Clay Morgan were assigned. While Ranger Morgan searched the area around the body for tracks, Ranger Pearson talked to the little boy's mother.
Oh, I was scared half out of my wits when I saw it, Ranger.
What's your name, ma'am?
Emma Clark. My little son really found it.
It's kind of tough for a little kid to see something like that.
Oh, I just hope he'll be able to sleep tonight.
Is the body just the way it was when you found it, ma'am?
Yes, it is, Ranger. As soon as I saw it, I ran to the neighbors and phoned the sheriff.
Jace, come here a minute. All right, Clay. Thank you very much, ma'am. I guess that'll be all for now. We want you to sign a statement later on.
I'll be glad to. Sure hope you can catch the murderer, Ranger.
You find something, Clay?
Yeah, I found this purse just off the road, Jace. Yeah, look, it's got some blood on it.
Any identification in it?
I haven't been able to find any. Quite a bit of money, though.
It throws out robbery as a motive. Anything else?
Oh, usual claptrap women carry. Compact, lipstick, cigarettes. Hey, wait a minute. Here's a cash register receipt that has something scribbled on it.
What's it say?
Dr. Schiller, Avalon 818.
That might help. Maybe the woman was one of his patients.
Well, it's something to start on anyway.
Yeah. Maybe he can tell us who she is. We checked with the telephone company and found that Avalon 818 was the telephone number of a trailer court just outside Corpus Christi. We called and found that a Dr. Schiller lived there. We talked to him and asked him to meet us the next morning at the funeral parlor in Stockville. At 10:30 the following day, we were checking over the woman's clothing in the waiting room of the mortuary when a thin, erect man walked in. Dr. Schiller?
Yes?
I'm Ranger Pearson. And this is Ranger Morgan.
How do you do? Howdy.
Have a chair, Doctor.
Thank you very much.
We sent for you, Dr. Schiller, because a woman we think you must know was found murdered yesterday.
How shocking. Who is it?
We don't know. But your name and telephone number were scribbled on a market slip found in her purse.
Oh, that's even worse, isn't it?
Have you ever seen this purse before, Doctor?
No, I don't recall that I have.
Here's the market slip.
May I see it, please?
Sure.
Extraordinary. Yes, it is my number, gentlemen.
You recognize the handwriting?
No, sir, I do not.
Are you practicing in Corpus Christi, Doctor?
Oh, no. I wish that I could practice here. But you see, I've come to America on a quota. Just recently. I'm not yet a citizen.
How long have you been here?
I left Vienna 6 months ago.
Are you an MD?
Yes, for many years. You see, I was in psychologie clinique.
I'm not much of a linguist, Doctor. Would you,
Excuse me. Clinical psychology. I was with Dr. Young at Zurich.
I see.
Doctor, do you have any idea how your number got into the dead woman's purse?
None whatsoever. How could I, when I have no idea to whom this purse belongs?
I think perhaps you'd better take a look at the body. You might recognize the woman and be able to tell us something.
It is possible.
You come into the next room with us, Doctor?
Very well.
Some decomposition is set in, of course, but the features are still recognizable. There's a body on that slab.
She must have been frightened when she died, judging from the muscle tension.
Yes. Well, Doctor?
I'm quite positive, Ranger Pearson, that I have never seen this woman before this moment.
You think someone else gave her your name and number?
Perhaps.
Can you think of anyone who might have?
No, I'm sorry. I'm quite mystified.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Schiller. We have your name and address, and we'll send for you again if we need you.
Do, by all means. I should be happy to be of any assistance that I can.
Thank you. Goodbye, sir.
Good day, gentlemen.
Well, where do we go from here, Jace? Looks to me like a long, hard night digging into the files on missing persons. Examination of over 200 reports on missing persons finally produced a record which described the murdered woman. We sent for Mrs. Fields, who had reported her sister missing for several weeks. She identified the body and expressed distrust of her sister's husband, Thomas Red Orme, a fisherman. She stated he had recently collected insurance on the drowning of Mrs. Orme's son. Since the husband had filed no report on his wife's disappearance, we drove to Corpus Christi to talk to him. We located Orme on the Shrimper Caroline, a beat-up trawler moored to the slime-covered piles of a wharf in Redfish Bay. Caroline, here it is, Jace. Yeah, she's sure a rusty old tub. Let's go board, Clay. Right. You can smell that brine from here to Galveston. Well, he's not in the pilot house. Yeah, no sign of him. Yeah, maybe he's below in the cabin. Come on, let's go down. Right.
Who's there?
Mr. Orme?
Who is it?
I'm Ranger Pearson. This is Ranger Morgan.
What's on your mind, Ranger?
We'd like to ask you some questions.
Well, I'm pretty busy getting ready to pull out tomorrow on a 3-day haul.
I'm afraid you have to change your plans, Mr. Orme.
What for? Whole shrimp fleet's out ahead of me now. If I don't get moving, I'll be lucky if I drag in a stingaree.
I'm glad we got you before you took off then. I want to ask you a few questions about your wife.
What about her?
She's been missing for several weeks, hasn't she?
Yeah. Nigh on to 8 weeks since I set eyes on her.
You tried to locate her?
No.
Why not?
Because I was fed up with her beefing and belly aching around. Figured it's good riddance.
I think we ought to tell you, Mr. Orme, that your wife's dead. Somebody murdered her.
Oh.
He was beaten to death. You've been having trouble with your wife, hadn't you?
What about it?
Maybe you better tell us about it.
There's nothing to tell. Didn't get along, that's all. After a kid drowned, she got worse and worse.
You collected insurance after the boy was killed, didn't you?
Sure, why shouldn't I? Supported him for now on 10 years. Who had a better right?
Why didn't you turn in a missing persons report on your wife, Mr. Orme?
Does a man have to wigwag it to the whole world when his wife walks out on him?
How many weeks ago did you say she left you?
About 8, I reckon. She took all my money with her. I've been saving for years to buy me a new motor for this stink bucket. Really fixed me up, she did.
Have you seen her since you left?
Yeah, just once. A couple of days after she walked out. Tried to get her to come back to me, but she wouldn't.
You know where she was staying?
No. I can tell you what she's doing. Spending all my money on some crackpot doctor.
Doctor?
Yeah. If Alma's laying in the locker now, it's all his fault. He's the one got her crowjacking in the wrong direction with all his blubber about what's going on in her mind. As if he could tell what a body's thinking.
Her mind, huh?
Yeah. She used to come home nights and goad me with a lot of big, crazy-sounding words. Didn't know what they meant herself. Said he was helping her to get over losing the boy. Only reason I put up with it.
What was the doctor's name?
Don't know. She never would tell me.
Was he a psychologist?
He's a quack. That's what he was.
Did you ever see him, Mr. Orme?
No, and I never want to. Talked to him on the phone once. That was enough.
When was that?
One night when I caught Alma calling him from a payphone in the fish house. Grabbed the phone and told him to man his own braces. Leave my wife alone. That was the night she left me. Said I disgraced her.
Can you remember anything about his voice or the way he talked?
Yeah. Sounded to me like he had a mouthful of snap beans.
Well, thanks, Mr. Orme. We'll see you later.
Now, you ain't going to keep me here in port when the shrimp are running, are you? It's my living, you know.
Services for your wife are tomorrow.
I'll do my thinking alone, Ranger.
Reckon I wouldn't want to see you now anyways.
Would you only be gone 3 days?
That's all.
You got a radio on board?
Sure. You can always contact me through the Coast Guard. I'll be with the shrimping fleet out yonder in the Gulf there.
Okay, Mr. Orm. Go ahead. We'll know where to find you.
Just my luck to haul in a mess of jellyfish.
Wish you luck.
So long.
Thanks.
This doctor sounds like our friend Schiller to me, Jace.
Uh-huh.
And he was lying to us.
Yeah. Let's go get a warrant.
In just a moment, we will continue with Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson.
This long Labor Day weekend means a glorious holiday for millions of Americans. But it also means death, injury, heartache, and grief for several hundred of the throng. Since Friday evening, more than 40 million automobiles, one for every 4 persons in the United States, have been taking to our nation's highways. So today and tomorrow, as you drive, please be careful. If roads are slippery from rain or crowded with returning vacationists, the safe speed is much slower than the posted speed limits. Drive safely. Drive in accordance with road conditions, for the life you save may be your own. And when you reach home safely tomorrow, once again remind yourself that school starts this week in many localities throughout the nation. 4 times a day beginning this week, these school children will be walking to and from school. Watch for children whenever you drive. A child may dare, so drive with care. Now, the second act of Tales of the Texas Rangers.
We continue now with Tales of the Texas Rangers and our authentic story, Misplaced Person.
We got a search warrant and headed for the court where Dr. Schiller lived. When we got there, Mrs. Akers, who ran the place, told us he wasn't home, but walked us over to his trailer. We wanted to get a little background on Schiller, so we let her rattle on about the doctor.
You see, it ain't often an old shoe like me get a chance to talk to a famous Viennese psychiatrist like Dr. Schiller.
I suppose not.
Yes, ma'am.
Besides, it sure is gratifying to have one four-wheeler in here that ain't loaded with up-teen kids. Oh, this is it, Rangers.
How long has the doctor's trailer been parked here, Mrs. Akers?
Oh, about 4 months, I reckon. And, Ranger, in that short time, I've learned things about myself. What I mean is the doctor's brought out the inner someone that's really me.
You mean he's been telling you what goes on in your mind?
Yeah. You see, I used to fool myself all the time. Used to rationalize, sublimate, all them defense kind of things. Now I've just thrown away my inhibitions. I'm beginning to look life square in the eye. It's bleak, but rewarding.
I see. How long has Dr. Schiller been helping you, Mrs. Akers?
Oh, most ever since he came, I guess. Of course, psychoanalysis is just exhausting. But when I think of all the years I thought cooking was my primary urge, well, I didn't even know what a libido was in those days.
How much does Dr. Schiller charge you for these treatments, ma'am?
Lands, he don't charge me anything. I just give him a check once in a while for his relief fund.
Relief fund?
Yeah. See, doctor's always thinking about them poor, misplaced persons wandering all over the map of Europe. Likes to send them over money for shoes and grub for their knapsacks and all.
Has the doctor any other patients, Mrs. Akers?
Well, I told you, he ain't practicing. Just likes to unscramble a few friends of his out of the kindness of his heart.
Mrs. Akers, this picture's from a missing persons file. You ever seen this woman in your trailer court?
Let's see. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's Miss Orm. She's a real good friend of Doc Schiller's. Used to come see him right often.
When was the last time you saw her?
Oh, it's been quite a spell now. A month or 2 anyway. Must have left town, I reckon.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Akers. I reckon we'd better go in now, Clay.
Yeah.
Oh, I told you the doctor was out, Ranger.
We have a warrant, ma'am.
Warrant? He ain't in any kind of trouble, is he?
We don't know yet. You want to come in with us?
I can't. I got to get back to dice my hand, but you go right ahead, Rangers, because I'm dead sure Dr. Schiller's got nothing to hide.
Thanks very much, ma'am.
Seems like there's nothing much in here but books, Jace. Most of them are foreign.
Have a look in that desk over there.
Yeah.
Look at this address book, Clay.
Find something?
Yeah. Here's Alma Orm's name and address.
Yeah,
There he is, Jase.
Good evening, gentlemen. Is it an old American custom to pay calls when the host is not at home?
We have a warrant to search your trailer, Doctor.
So, well, I see that you've already found what you want.
That's right, Doctor. I thought you told us you didn't know Mrs. Orme.
As I recall when I talked to you, you did not know her name. Isn't it not so?
That's true. When you looked at her in the funeral parlor, you said you'd never seen her before.
Come on, let's not waste time, Doctor. We have evidence that she came to your trailer often.
Quite right. So she did.
And you must have recognized the body.
Yes, I recognized Mrs. Orme, but I did not wish to be questioned as to what I know about her.
Why?
Because in my profession, such information is confidential.
Even when she's dead?
Of course.
I'm afraid we can't go along with that, Doctor. We're investigating a murder. As far as ethics are concerned, what about your practicing without a license?
I do not practice. I listen to the troubles of a few friends of mine, that is all.
But you received money from them.
Yes, I did. But not for myself. For those persons aboard who have to stare into the rubble of their home and trudge on, the memory dragging down on their backs. I have been destitute and penniless myself, I know.
Can you actually prove you sent these donations?
Of course. Here. This is my canceled check, gentlemen, made out to the relief organization at Oberhagen. And here on the back, you will see the notation. Mrs. Ackers, $55. Mrs. Orme, $40. As you will see, my check represents the total of their donations.
Now, if you don't practice here, Doctor, then you have money of your own to live on.
No. Do you see these hands?
Yes.
These are the hands that once held a trepan in the most delicate of brain operations. Now they fold dressings, boil instruments, push patients in wheelchairs.
Where?
At the Thaxton Clinic here on Corpus Christi. When? Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays from 2 until 10.
We can easily check that, you know.
Precisely. That's why I told you.
Why didn't you want to identify Mrs. Orme's body?
You are intimating, of course, that I'm under suspicion of murder.
You lied to us, Doctor. Why shouldn't you be?
I see.
We want to know why you lied to us. Now, Dr. Schiller, I asked you a question.
All right, gentlemen. When I learned that Mrs. Orme was dead, I was afraid. Afraid that if I admitted knowing her, I would be accused of practicing without a license. And my chances for becoming a citizen would be seriously impaired.
Well, if you weren't practicing, what'd you have to worry about?
Her husband.
Mr. Orme?
Yes. He threatened to accuse me of taking money for the treatment of his wife.
I see.
This man is vicious, a hypomanic type. I was always afraid if Mrs. Orme stayed with him longer, some violence would come to her.
So you told her to leave him?
Naturally. If she had taken my advice, this tragedy might have been averted.
You know, don't you, Doctor, that just by giving advice you are guilty of practicing without a license?
But what would you have me do? Stand by and see this poor woman suffer when I had the power to help her?
There are a licensed psychiatrist you could have sent her to.
I tried to. But she wanted advice from me as a friend. And it was as a friend that I gave it to her, with no thought of compensation.
We don't make the laws in this state, Doctor.
But if you could have seen as I did, the terror in that poor woman's mind, you would have done the same thing. It doesn't take a doctor to know that this man is dangerous. Even the night he was here, he flew into a rage and struck her.
Wait a minute. You say you've seen Mr. Orme?
Certainly.
When?
The night he came here to my trailer and threatened to accuse me of illegal practice.
Mr. Orme said he'd never met you.
The man nearly strangled me. There was a shameful scene on the steps out there.
Anybody else see you with him?
Of course. He must have aroused the whole trailer court.
Can you remember any specific witness who could identify him?
Oh, yes. Mr. Harker, Willie Harker. He lives down there in the last trailer.
What was the date of all this, Doctor?
It was the last time Mrs. Orme visited me. Let me look on my calendar. Let's see here. Yes, it was October 3rd, about 5 weeks ago, I should say.
It checks pretty closely with the approximated date of the murder, Clay.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Did Orme take his wife with him when he left here?
Yes, I was alarmed for her safety.
Looks like you had good reason to be. You know, don't you, Doctor, that we're going to have to check up on all these things?
I hope you will.
Why don't you come along with us while we talk to Willie Harker?
Of course, gentlemen.
Dr. Schiller led us to a two-wheeled trailer parked about 100 feet from his own. You could hear a baby crying, and a thin, sallow little man was sitting on the steps. When he saw us coming, he got up quickly and went inside. Was that Harker?
Yes, that is he.
Mr. Harker?
Yeah?
Texas Rangers. You come outside, we want to talk to you.
Yeah? Oh. Hello, Doc.
Dr. Schiller here says that you saw a man named Red Orme drag his wife out of the doctor's trailer several weeks ago. Is that right?
No. I don't know anyone by that name.
Never heard of him.
Mr. Harker.
Just a minute, Doctor. He's a big fella.
Got a red face. I understand he was pretty rough with his wife.
I'm sorry. I can't remember anything about it. If that's all, will you excuse me? I'd like to go change the baby. My wife's out. The kid's kind of fussy today.
Hey, wait a minute, Harker.
Yeah.
You're sure you didn't see a man and his wife quarreling outside of the doctor's trailer?
No, sir. Ain't seen anything out of the ordinary that I can recall.
Mr. Harker, what do you mean you didn't see anything?
Just what I said. I don't know nothing about any quarrel.
Well, Doctor?
Why, Mr. Harker, you followed him out to his car. Don't you remember?
No. No, I'm sorry, Doc.
Oh, Mr. Harker, I know what it is. You're trying to protect me. You think I'm in some kind of trouble, no?
I just can't remember anything about it.
We're investigating a murder, Harker. If you do know anything, I advise you to tell us.
If you don't, you're practically convicting me.
Well, how can I tell what I don't remember?
He's lying. You are deliberately lying. Why? Why? Tell me that. What are you afraid of? You have to tell the truth.
I wouldn't be holding back anything if I were you, Harker.
But I don't know anything.
Tell them the truth. Mr. Harker, if I had not been afraid, I would not be under suspicion now. I was brought up on fear, but why should you be afraid?
Well, Harker?
All right. I was afraid to tell what I saw. I'm afraid for my wife and kid. I got more reason to protect them than to protect you, Doctor.
Let's have it, Harker. Tell us what you saw that night.
Well, just like the doc here said. Orm dragged his wife out to the car, and he started beating her as she screamed, so I followed him. I tried to help her, that's all.
What happened?
Grabbed me by the neck and like to strangle me. Wouldn't let go, I promised to keep still about what I seen.
See anything more?
No. I beat it as fast as I could. I was afraid he'd change his mind and really croak me. He was putting his wife in the back seat of the car last I seen.
Was she unconscious?
Sure looked like it. She wasn't moving anyway.
Why didn't you report this to the police?
Well, because I was scared of him.
All right, Mr. Harker. You and the doctor come down to the sheriff's office with us. We want to take written statements from both of you. We took the statements of the doctor and Willie Harker. While Red Orm was still at sea, we located his car. There were bloodstains on the floor of the back seat. We took these to our lab in Austin for examination. The stains matched Mrs. Orm's blood type. We headed back for Redfish Bay. When we reached the wharf, the Caroline was riding at her moorings.
There he is, Jace, up forward, drying his nets.
Hey, Orm.
Who is it?
Texas Rangers.
Fella got that quack doctor yet?
Yeah, we talked to him.
Weazened up little crawfish. I'd throw him back if I caught him. What'd you do, lock him up?
Not yet.
So the killer's still walking around loose, is he?
Yeah, he is.
Say, what's eating you? What are you standing there glaring at me for?
I thought you said you'd never seen Dr. Ship.
I ain't, and if I ever do, I'll beat the tar out of
I think you've done about enough beating.
What do you mean?
You were seen dragging your wife out of Schiller's trailer, Orm, the night she was killed.
Yeah?
2 witnesses saw you hit her.
That's a lie.
No, it isn't. We even found blood on the upholstery of your car that matches your wife's.
Why, you sneaking lubbers snooping around my digs while I'm out at sea. I'll throw the both of you off here.
I wouldn't try it, Orm. Put out your hand.
I'll douse your glimpse for you. That's it.
Told you not to try it. Get up now. Give me the cuffs, Clay.
Here, Jace.
Ain't gonna get me for murder. Because I didn't mean to do it. I just wanted to teach her a lesson.
You did kill her then.
No, I just got sore and I struck out at her. And when she wouldn't answer me, I got madder and madder.
You better come along, Orm.
You can't blame me for this. She had it coming to her. She had it coming to her.
Suppose we let the court decide that. Come on.
In just a moment, we will tell you the results of the case you have just heard.
Many of your favorite NBC programs already have returned to the air in their regular fall time periods. And throughout the coming weeks, many more great programs will once again be featured on the NBC Radio Network. This week, we know you'll want to hear The Cavalcade of America on Tuesday with Robert Cummings in the starring role. Wednesday brings another authentic big story and the recounting of a reporter's battle to prove the identity of a killer. Thursday on NBC features both The Roy Rogers Show and Father Knows Best. And this Friday, Guy Lombardo will bring you the nation's most popular music on Your Hit Parade. These 5 favorite programs are sure to please, and they're only a small part of the entire weekly lineup of enjoyable listening on NBC. So remember, this week it's Cavalcade of America, The Big Story, Father Knows Best, The Roy Rogers Show, and Your Hit Parade. 5 favorites back for the fall season on the NBC Radio Network. Now, the conclusion of today's Tales of the Texas Rangers.
And now, here are the results of the case you have just heard.
Confronted with the evidence against him, Thomas Red Orm signed a confession admitting the brutal killing of his wife. He was charged with murder with malice and sentenced to 99 years in the state penitentiary at Huntsville. No charge was made against Dr. Schiller.
Next week, Joel McRae in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McRae is currently seen in San Francisco Story, a Warner Brothers release. The cast included Tony Barrett, Herb Ellis, Henry Rowland, Dan Riss, Virginia Gregg, and Dick Beale. Technical advisor was Captain M.T. Lone Wolf Gonzalez of the Texas Rangers. This story was transcribed and adapted by Betty Mears, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. Tales of the Texas Rangers is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is Hal Gibney speaking.
Tonight, hear the Hollywood Bowl concert on NBC.
Visit our channel, rumble.com/c/GAR, to see more videos like this, new videos every day.